Send help. They have me here against my will. I didn't want to be here. Please.
Yummy.
They won't let me go.
I have munchie.
I just ate a bowl of a giant bowl of cereal, so now I'm good for the next 8 hours.
Yeah, there's going to be quite a lot to cover.
This is post overhaul, so they are just by default better than what was previously given to us. Yeah, just because they were made by Punisher writer or showrunner and Loki showrunner equals they can never do anything wrong.
What if we all get
I'll
some
take the
big
rain on your
sandwiches?
food.
Oh, true.
The Daredevil rain reference.
I was gonna bring up, hey, check your mic, but then I forgot. So you're welcome for not telling you. We're great. What if we all just got big sandwiches? I pray Andor doesn't have an Arcane Season 2 incident. Well, listen. We can only hope.
Sheev, the chat's text on screen is like very big.
Yeah, I don't know why. That's kind of crazy.
Listen,
why is everything going wrong right
it,
now? I don't need this right now.
It's scrolling. It's working. We are in a working
They don't
condition.
want us to
The
talk
status
about.
quo has been achieved. It is working.
It has been achieved. Let's fuck around with the settings. They should
never say that again.
Theme.
We're disowning you, Sheev. That was appalling.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
How about that? That should be good. Little boxes on the chat.
I'm disappointed you didn't make the picture on screen the same one as the thumbnail.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Wait. Oh, wait. Nah. You should put all of the meme shit posts into a folder and then put it into OBS as a slideshow, and it just go like every 10 seconds it'll change.
Well, that's too much work. I don't know how to do streams. This is like the kind of capacity for me. Mm-hmm. I'm not finishing this sandwich. It's terrible. Jersey Mike subs is bad. Don't eat there. That's my official.
No, he's objectively wrong.
But
it's okay though. The sandwich might be bad, but we have the Muse episode to talk about, so that should cheer us all up.
Oh my god! Wait, Sheev, what would you rather be doing? Watching this show or eating the bad big sandwich?
Would you rather be watching the show or being forced to watch Twilight, New Moon?
Twilight, New Moon actually is it sounds preferable, right? Like I'd love to be doing that right now.
What a movie trilogy!
If you can call them that. Movies.
There's like 5 of them.
How could the sandwich be bad? Like, what's bad about it? I don't know why I'm hung up on this. How could a sandwich be bad?
It insulted his grandmother.
The meat isn't very good. Like, I love turkey, and I got a turkey sandwich.
Ugh.
It's not good turkey. It ruined the whole sandwich.
I hate turkey.
That was your first mistake.
Yeah, I like turkey. Meat. I like it. Fuck you. It's better than ham.
I love gray meat. That's what I love.
Yes. All right. So anyway, guys, Daredevil Born Again is a show that happened. We were held at gunpoint and forced to watch it, and I think we had a few conclusions that we came to.
Yeah. May I just say that the first conclusion we came to is that every single person online who was saying that we judged the show too early after the first couple of episodes, you owe us a fucking apology.
And the second conclusion we came to is that if you let us go, we won't tell anyone that this happened.
No survivors.
Season 2.
No forgiveness.
Oh, it's over.
Yep. Everyone who is now turning on the show, you will still be shot. I don't care.
You will never see the light of heaven. God may forgive you, but we will not.
I mean, okay.
I love how
the show's been out for a month, right? So we got another month before like the official like turn on the show sets in, right? Because that's typically how the timeline goes. Like we're seeing the early onset of that right now, but episodes 8 and 9 got such good had such goodwill from fans for some reason that like I think it's going to give the show a little bit more longevity.
Yeah, the current stage we're at right now is like everyone is like there's like the two glossing sides. There's the ones who are just like, God, the show is amazing, and the ones who are specifically like, isn't Poindexter just the most beautiful little cinnamon roll? I love him. Ooh woo. But through the mix of all that horrible, disgusting, toxic, nightmarish fuel is like the first like green shoots of people being like, hang on a second, that I don't know if that was that great, or like this little moment was but yeah, you know, maybe the show was still. And I'm like, yeah, we'll be there in a month or two. Everyone will be like, this was dog shit.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Maybe. Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I love how people are just like, oh, where's the soundboard? Someone play it. I don't have Nitro. I'm poor.
Bro.
But I love the like how people just now are finding out that like Nadim was wasted, or it like is retroactively wasted.
Oh, we will get to
Nadim. What do you mean, Andrew? What information did we learn about Ray Nadim in the finale that would have you saying such a thing?
It's we'll get there when the time comes. But may I just say, from the bottom of my heart, fuck you to whoever's idea it was to make that how Fisk got out of prison. Like, actually, fuck you.
I want to highlight when we were like about to start episode 1, we were like predicting whether the show was going to actually explain how Fisk got out of prison, and the general consensus was that we were assuming no explanation could possibly work, so they're going to opt to just like not say anything, you know, like
and that's what it seemed like they were doing for like most of the show.
They're just gonna plead the fifth basically, and then. Wish they had. And then the very first line of dialogue in episode 9, and not to mention, didn't in the first stream, didn't we laugh off the idea that like Vanessa would have hired Bullseye to?
Right, we'll get there.
We're gonna get there. Like, we don't gotta jump ahead. What I will say is, I had a nightmare last night. And the night, like in the nightmare, I'm not even kidding. Right? Like, this isn't me like doing like a bit or whatever. In the nightmare, there were more episodes of Born Again post episode 9 that I didn't realize were coming out. So, because like I'd referred in my script and for the video I'm working on, I referred to episode 9 as the finale, and then I was like, wait, that's wrong. I'll have to change that because that wasn't the finale. There are more episodes, and I was like, no, fuck.
There will be
Born Again episode.
There will not be a season 2. I will not allow it.
We will not be seated.
I
will say as well, like, we need to stop making like meme predictions for things that will happen in the show, because every single time we've done that, it's come true.
Speaking of predictions, so I told Shiv about this yesterday, but I had written like 4 episodes into the show. I had written like a 5-page quick video for Kingpin, just talking about why he doesn't work. And the only thing I got wrong was that I was like, they're not going to acknowledge it, but then they did, and it got worse.
I know.
So everything else that I predicted, or assumed would happen, just became true. Like the for example, the Punisher cops just not actually liking the idea of Punisher, just liking Punisher himself.
Actually worshiping the man, which totally
makes
sense.
That's just something I got nailed down. So I can just use that in my video, because I had already written like about half a page of like why that doesn't work with this version of the Punisher. Mm-hmm. And I can just use that now. So I'm a prophet, basically.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't want to blow our trumpet, but we are literally the Delphic Oracle at this point. We have been 100% accurate about fucking everything.
Well, it's like the formula, as it were, for like predicting things is, what is the stupidest possible thing that they could do? They will do it. I promise.
But like the Nadim thing.
It's Murphy's Law.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the Nadim thing is
Feige's Law.
You all forgot.
Who's fucking talking?
Anyway.
Okay, the Nadim thing, that was so far beyond stupid that we never saw that coming, because
that was,
you remember the stupid ass predictions of like, oh, the blip will explain how he escaped, or President Ross pardoned him, or he broke the deal because whatever. And then no, it was the worst possible fucking thing they could have come up with, which was the same thing that got him into prison, got him out of prison.
We'll get there.
I just want it on the record. I want it on the public record, by the way, in terms of like all our predictions come true, which is my prediction for season 2 is that Heather and Fisk are gonna have an affair.
Yo, I can't wait to talk about Heather. I can't wait to talk about Heather because she's a great character in this show.
Oh, you're just misogynistic.
I'm an OG hater of Heather. I hated her from the start. That is true.
This is incidental, I'd say.
Yeah, I don't hate her. I mean, like, I also hate her because she's a woman, but I have to hate her.
I don't mistrust you because you're a woman. I mistrust you because you're not as smart as you think you are.
But also, I do hate women.
It's okay.
But also, I hate women.
To be completely fair, right? With Heather, she was in the same boat as like Kirsten and Sherry for the first like 7 episodes of like, she's just not a character. There's nothing there. But then for some reason, in episodes 8 and 9, they insisted on just being like, let's actually do something with her, and let's make it the dumbest thing you've ever seen in your life. Let's make her actively like just the worst character in all of fiction. And it's like, oh.
Yeah, they looked at Anne and Venom and they were like, hold our beer.
Also, I got a super chat that I don't want to skip past from T for $20. Thank you very much for the super chat. Yes, was looking forward to this. Turn me the fuck up, y'all. Mr. Chap, I hope things continue to improve for your situation. Thank you, T.
Oh, yeah, I guess the quick update on that for everyone is I have a new flat, which I will be moving into the start of May. So thanks to the support of the community, my house was thoroughly saved. So yes, muchos thanks to everyone. You are the best.
If only Fisk could have been there when your roof caved in, he would have fixed it.
He would have filled that hole, yeah.
He would have filled that hole.
Fisk hole on his roof. It's not rocket science.
Yeah, it's not rocket science, you know. He could have done that.
Yeah, he could have done it. I could have done it.
I could have done it.
Anyway.
Yeah, Fisk will fix it.
So. Oh, someone in chat said, I saved me. We will get there, sir. We will get there.
That quote applies more to Fisk than it does to Heather. He fucking saved himself from prison by corrupting the FBI.
Because that makes sense.
All right.
We will get there.
So just to, I guess, lay the opening context then for this first episode that we're going to be talking about, which is, you might remember, everyone, at the end of the episode 6, Angela was nearly murdered by Muse, and Daredevil managed to save her, but Muse teleported and got away.
That feels like a fucking lifetime ago. Jesus.
Yeah, he can do that. And then Daredevil took Angela to like safety, basically took her to hospital off screen, and that is basically where we open up in this episode.
Which I want to point out, I love the titles for these episodes because this one is called Art for Art's Sake, which I think is a very, very apt title. It's content for content's sake. Episode 9 is called Straight to Hell, and I keep pointing that out because I'm like, yeah, that's fitting.
The first scene, right? I'm trying to remember. I do have my notes open. Give me a second. So the first scene of this episode, right, is Fisk in his office talking to. I didn't even know this character was called this. Like Buck Cashman.
His name is Buck Cashman. I realized that when I was rewatching episode 8.
British Wesley.
It's like his name is Buck Cashman.
I mean, if we're gonna make him,
he's the Cashman, baby.
Yeah, he should be called like Bentley Quidman or something like that.
Because we have not Wesley, and then we have British not Wesley, and that's just kind of how I've been referring to them this entire show.
Yeah, or Quid Moneybags. That should be his name.
Yeah, Buck Cashman is British non-Wesley for those keeping score at home.
But yeah, him and Daniel and like a whole bunch of other people, right, are in Wilson Fisk's office, and they're all talking about like Muse's reign of terror and how Fisk wasn't able to bring him down as they wanted. But when Fisk is like storming about that, good old Not Wesley tells Fisk about Angela being taken to hospital, and the fact that Muse, there was a victim that didn't die. And that because Angela got away, she can point them to Muse's lair.
There's a fun little like editing mistake where Fisk says she's alive or she's still alive, and then like it cuts off halfway through the word alive, and like I wouldn't be nitpicking this if it was an isolated incident, but there are so many just weird editing mistakes in this show. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, they're quite prolific, unfortunately. Fisk, asks about how Angela got away, and Quid Moneybags tells him that Daredevil did it. And Fisk reacts quite badly to this. Although, I guess this is interesting because this is the last episode where we can point this out, because this is the last, pre-overhaul episode. But it really does seem, from the way Fisk, bitches about Daredevil in this moment, that the pre-overhaul continuity version of Fisk did not know that Matt was Daredevil. I'm like 100% convinced of that at this point.
The way he talks about Daredevil, like in their history together, is more of I was a mobster and this was a vigilante who injured some of my men, like caused me issues, made me have to like restart my criminal organization a few times. He doesn't even like seem to even realize all the actual personal history that he and Matt share. He must be Heather in that way, that he doesn't remember any of it. Also, worth pointing out that Angela was said to have lost 2,500 milliliters of blood.
Oh yeah, I did the calculations on this, and I'm like, she's very dead.
She's a very small girl. Dead. Like, she didn't survive that. I'm sorry.
That is like 88% of all the blood in an average 14-year-old's body. She is very dead. Sorry.
Maybe
we'll fuck it out.
Maybe Daredevil got a little Carnage symbiote and put it in her, and that killed her.
No, you guys remember what? I know it was a joke answer, but it was like Muse kept kicking the shit out of him so that he could bleed and transfer that blood to.
Oh my god, girl. That was one of the ones that I didn't even address in the stream when I ranted about all that, because I was like, "There's no, I don't need to
you
say
are not real.
Why that's a dumb fucking argument." It's literally the fucking Last of Us scene where she like tries to cure the kid of the zombie infection with her by just like cutting open her arm and like.
Oh god, why do you remind me of that scene?
Well, Last of Us Season 2 is coming out. It's very topical right now,
dude. It's peak.
We're not talking about it. We're moving straight past the Last of Us conversation. Oh my god.
Not her,
Oh, shut the fuck up. Like, Sheev, I love you, but shut the fuck up.
Jolly, do you know that both Joel and Abby were justified?
No, we're not talking about it. It's fine. So yeah, the next scene is Matt is having a shower, washing away all the blood on himself, and Heather comes to join him. And she's like, "Hey, what's up with those?" And he just like drags her in for a kiss and like has sex with her to shut her the fuck up. Which, honestly, based Matt. The less she talks, honestly, the better, given where she's going.
It is funny seeing her actually acknowledge the many scars and wounds that she would have that she would notice if she's going to be sleeping with this guy. The ones that weren't just erased magically by years of time healing and shit.
Yeah, it's like, it's weird that for a blind man that someone gutted you one time. Can you explain that?
I pissed off a guy in a little Chinese market. Don't worry about it.
New York, am I right?
He just does the hot fuzz thing where it's like, I tripped and fell on my own shears.
Well, apparently, it's just a common theme that we're going to learn more about with Heather, which is that she just doesn't have any interest in learning about Matt's life and his history. She doesn't give a fuck, apparently.
Zero. I'm amazed she remembers his name, honestly, given what we learned about her later.
She's like, "You're Mark, right? Mark Mitchell or something." So Heather, we've been dating for 4 years. Oh yeah,
like, "Oh, so you're Foggy Nelson, right?" And he's like, "Heather, fuck's sake."
Considering the fact. Another thing also about Fisk finding out that Daredevil's active now because of the whole Muse situation. So here's an interesting thing that I hadn't even thought about when we watched episode 6, but like when he's like, I need to go rescue Angela from Muse, he takes the time to go put on his costume, which is exactly like he did in the first episode, and we criticized him for that as well, because time is of the essence here, buddy. Like get a fucking move on. And now I'm thinking about it from the angle of like, Fisk told him in episode 1 that if he goes back to being a vigilante, there's going to be consequences. Like, he has a lot of power right now. Why, if you are going to actually suit back up and start doing, like, vigilante work again, why would you put on the Daredevil costume rather than just, like, I don't know, something a lot more low-key that, like, can't necessarily be tied back to you in the same way? It's not nearly as iconic.
Just pick any other random superhero. You know what, Matt? You could have just dressed up as White Tiger for that scene. That would even have been, like, slightly poetic.
That would have been problematic, though.
True. We can't have Matt doing anything problematic, like he does numerous times.
He's like, oh, there's a bullet hole in this mask. Fuck, I wonder how that got there. I wonder who caused that to happen.
Yeah, he takes it to his guy, and on the West Coast in She-Hulk, and he's like, "This mask has a hole in it. Can you just fix this? That's really annoying. Must have been a moth or something."
Taking this to Melvin. Oh, he's still in jail, probably. I love how Melvin probably actually spent time in jail, but Fisk didn't. Whatever.
Maybe
anyway.
Melvin also got out for the same reasons. Who knows?
I mean, that wouldn't make sense. So you're probably right.
But yeah, like after the shower sex scene, Heather doesn't give up. There's another scene where I think they're in their kitchen, right, and like they're talking, and she has this little scene where she's talking about the way she wants to work on vigilantes as an idea for her next book, and she gives like the most. It's so funny because the show tries to portray it as having like really insightful and like putting forward all these really interesting ideas about like the psychology of masks and mask wearing and like what that means to hide your face in a crowd, and like, does that allow you to become like, more animalistic version of yourself, or to take on other qualities? And you're just like, this is psychology that has been covered for like the last 100+ years. This is like so old hat that it's already been eaten by moths. And they're just presenting it like Heather's like this fucking genius for like coming up with the most obvious interpretations of mask wearing.
Well, yeah, she is the stupid writer's idea of what a smart character is. Like, because that's the whole thing.
This is like 20 years into the MCU, like since Iron Man was around.
Yeah, this is 2027, so Iron Man takes place 19 years before this. This should not be a
new concept.
I cannot believe that. We're at a point in the timeline and we're like, this is almost 20 years after Iron Man 1. That's fucking insane.
Yeah.
Also, in terms of like the conversation that he has with Heather in this episode, there's two things that I want to note of the scene where they're talking in the bedroom. The first of which is that she mentions how Matt, like, not only has he been just kind of like emotionally distant lately, but he's been like, quote, putting himself in dangerous situations like the bank. Which, did he tell her I went back inside the bank knowing that it was a hostage situation to get myself taken hostage? Because like,
I really hope he didn't tell her that, because that would be insane.
Because the phrasing of that implies that she knows somehow that he did that on purpose, which would be a weird thing to tell her. Because like, obviously the assumption I'm going to have if I'm Heather is Matt was at the bank because he said he was going to the bank that day. And then it got fucking held hostage, and he was just caught in the middle of that. But that's not him putting himself in a dangerous situation. That's just a dangerous situation happening to him.
Yeah, I also don't know why he'd tell her about a situation where there are loads of eyewitnesses to him doing crazy shit that a blind man can't do.
Yeah. And then the second thing about this is... Well, actually, there's three things, because another thing is, there's like a line where he talks about how fake his life feels, and people were like, oh, it's a meta line about how manufactured this show has been because it's like Frankenstein or whatever. And I'm like, no, it's just... Like, I don't know what the fans are even trying to say about, like, when they talk about like defending the show, I'm just like, what do you want from it? What do you think the show is? Because like, you're admitting that it feels wrong in some way, and like somehow that's not indicative of it being of low quality, right?
There's a really interesting thing in terms of like not just the characterization of the show, but technically all Disney Plus shows, and especially like what this moment represents, which is the TikTokification of emotional scenes and emotional dialogue. Like, no one's like, subtext isn't allowed. Everyone has to state their motivations like opaquely for the audience, just explicitly, and that's what this scene is. Right, it's just Matt being like, I feel like my life isn't what I thought it should be. It feels wrong. Something is wrong. And what's interesting about that is like, A, it's bloody annoying, but also B, it's worded, and I think this is done deliberately, it's worded so vaguely that you can just sort of project whatever the hell you want it to mean onto it.
That's Dave Filoni
writing. There's no follow-up to discuss it. Yeah, there's no follow-up to it. There's no like kind of examination of what exactly Matt means by this or context for it that makes like, shines any more light on it. It is just Matt states his character motivations explicitly, boldly, and vaguely enough that everyone paying attention to the show sort of can understand what's happening, but also can just like convince themselves that whatever they want to be happening is also happening. This is good writing, apparently, and this happens in every fucking Disney Plus show now, and it's beyond aggravating, and it needs to stop.
Like, I just said Dave Filoni writing because, like, I used to think that was, like, basically his style, but, like, it turns out that's just everyone's style nowadays. Or everyone working on Disney Plus shows, that is. But it's okay,
media style,
because Andor comes out tomorrow. I get to finally have something good.
Listen, group orgy or group suicide, it's a 50-50.
Woo! I say why not both?
Why not both?
What I say, is it too much to ask for both? And then the third thing about the scene that I just felt was worth noting was the fact that, like, it ends with Matt and Heather saying "I love you" to each other, which took me the fuck out of the show, because I was like, they barely spent any time together. Because again, this was back when she was a nothing character before episodes 8 and 9 decided to do things with her. And I recognize that, like, we've done a lot of time skips in this show, so, like, they've been together at this point for at least, like, 5 months, right? Because, like, November to... This is after St. Patrick's Day, so March, at least March. So, like, you know, I'm sure that they do theoretically have, like, a loving relationship at this point, because they've been together for almost half a year. Like, I can buy the idea that these two characters might love each other now. I just wish we'd been shown the development of that relationship at all. Because again, I was like... Because again, I was watching this and I was like, they just got together. What do you mean you... Oh, wait, no, they have been together for... It's just crazy.
Well, this again, weirdly, this kind of circles back to what I was just saying about, like, the explicitness of character motivations, but also the vagueness of it. Because, like, let's be honest. He was very reluctant to just tell people directly that he loved them. He'd say he cared in other ways. And there's a lot of reasons for that to do with his characterization and the fact that he thinks he's unworthy of love, and, you know, the kind of guilt he's always feeling and how dark he always feels inside.
You may have to repeat the point you just made, because, like, I accidentally fucked with my headphones and then I lost sound from you, and I thought it'd be fine. I thought they'd still be able to hear you, but someone just said no. So say that again from the top.
Say that again.
How far from the top? How far back am I going on this?
The point you had just started making about, like, him like the way they explicitly
how the I love you okay, so the I love you thing, I think, it ties back into what we were just saying about the way in which characters in the show just explicitly say their feelings without any kind of explanation, you know, or deeper understanding of what the hell they mean by that. And it also weirdly is, like, massively out of character, I think, for Matt, because again, in the original show, Matt never explicitly said the words "I love you" really to basically anyone, including people like Karen or his mother or Electra or anything, or Foggy. Like, he would say it in other ways, right? The comparison I drew is that in Doctor Who we have Peter Capaldi's Doctor saying "I have a duty of care" rather than ever saying "I love you," right? It's just a thing he never does. And the reason for that with Matt was that he's characterized as someone who just generally feels unworthy of love and scared to love people in case he loses them. And there's a whole lot of, like, self-loathing and fear wrapped up in that whole dynamic. Which is really interesting. And so, like, you could have done something interesting with him declaring "I love you" to Heather here, which could have just been he another example of him saying something that is not true and it being fake because he wants this to work, and Heather, like, being a competent psychologist and picking up on that and that putting strain on their relationship because she knows he's lying about that. But they don't do any of that interesting subtext. They don't give this any depth at all. He just says "I love you" and she says "I love you" because that's what people say apparently in these scenes, and then we move on.
It does give, like, Anakin and Padme dialogue type of stuff where it's like George wants to convey that these are two characters who've been together for some time now and that they love each other, but he doesn't know how to write dialogue. And, like, also from the like interactions between Anakin and Padme, you also kind of get the sense that he doesn't know how two people who are in love talk, which is kind of sad, but also kind of funny. So you get scenes like that where they just basically are saying some variation of "I love you," or
"I am truly deeply in love."
I truly, deeply love you. It's like,
God.
But you guys wouldn't get it though, because, like, you know, characters in Star Wars aren't supposed to talk like real people. It's Shakespearean.
They're aliens.
Yeah.
How long before someone digs that out as an excuse for Born Again's dialogue, do you think?
That wouldn't even make... I mean, it doesn't make sense for Star Wars, but at least Star Wars takes place in, like, a different time and a different galaxy and, like, a different culture and everything. Like, Born Again just takes place in New York in, like, current day.
But counterpoint, comics.
Well, you've convinced me.
I completely bamboozled your entire point there.
I don't even know I don't know what I'm doing anymore, like, honestly.
In life, in this stream, in anything. What's the next scene?
I think.
He goes to the office, right? That's Matt's next thing.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, the next thing that I noted was, like, he and Sherry get into an argument about the fact that he's picking up the mantle again. He's doing Daredevil stuff again. And interestingly, when like Cherry's about to storm off, Matt is like, there was a time when like, like someone like Muse was running around and you guys would call me for help. Saying you guys, implying like lumping Cherry into that. And I do wonder then, does that mean there was like a time where Cherry was like,
he just says you
on board?
Oh yeah, he said you, yeah. Well, either way, whether he's referring to you as in just Cherry individually or as the collective of like the police force, like that implies there was a time where Cherry was pro-vigilante, and it'd be great if they did anything with his character so that I understand like what changed about that and like why he doesn't want Matt being Daredevil when like objectively what Matt did was he went and saved a little girl and almost stopped a serial killer who'd killed 60 people. Like that's good. That's a good thing.
Well, you see, Cherry really cares about Matt with that deep, meaningful relationship we saw fleshed out in the Netflix show. Oh wait.
It's just interesting because like I don't know, I don't like that they like basically just when they were making like the pre-overhaul stuff. I don't like that they were like, instead of having Foggy or Karen or like Mahoney or Matt's mom or fucking anyone from the original show, we're just gonna make a whole new cast of characters. Like I don't like that, but it's like whatever. If you're gonna make this new cast of characters be like the main cast for the show, why can't you just make them characters? Like I don't understand. Like would that not have been like just the thing to do, right? Wouldn't that just be the obvious thing?
Nah. It would be too similar to like Gordon and Batman.
What?
We don't copy.
Oh, because Matt and
like between Daredevil, if Cherry was like an actual character and like made sense,
Daredevil.
and if what Matt says was true about how he would call him in the past, we could have had that type of relationship.
Thing is, I would have liked to see interactions like that, like flashbacks, whatever you have to do. But like, I would love to see a version of Cherry who was still a cop, who was pro-vigilante, who called on Daredevil. Like maybe there was a thing that happened involving Daredevil that caused him to be like, actually fuck vigilantes, and they are ultimately not, like kind of the perspective that Heather ends up having in the next episode that's really dumb, where she's like, they're all just out for themselves, they're all just doing what they do as like because they need like an outlet to just be violent and horrible, like imagine if that became like his perspective because of something that Daredevil did, even if obviously Matt didn't intend to do something bad. Wouldn't that be interesting?
What a bizarre mentality to come away with, by the way, in a world where the Avengers saved everyone from being blipped away. But anyway.
Well, they did it for their own egotistical reasons. They wanted to be the guy known as the guys who saved half of the universe.
Okay, they still saved half the universe, though, so I feel like I don't give a shit about that motivation.
Well, but then we kind of get into the like the Mr. Beast arguments of like, well, yeah, he's curing like blind people or whatever, or like he's helping like starving people in third world countries, but he's doing it for clout. So it's like, is that good? Is that bad? Like, do we?
Well, the difference is
celebrate that?
with someone like Mr. Beast is that like that's a small good compared to the overwhelming harm done by the existence of people like him. Whereas I'm like saving half the universe kind of trumps anything bad that some vigilantes might individually do.
But then I can point to Tony Stark and be like, yeah, he's one of the good billionaires, but he's still a billionaire and he still perpetuates that culture.
Yeah, it's
Twitter told me Mr. Beast was the Antichrist, though. So.
True. I mean, some of the stuff I've been hearing about Mr. Beast, I'm like, oh, he probably is just a genuinely awful person. But like, in concept, a large YouTuber with like vast wealth and resources using that to like help people in like like in places that need it. Even if he does that for clout, like if the reason he's doing that for clout is so that he can then have more resource to do more good, like I don't know, like I would defend that as an action.
I mean, he made all the starving.
Sidetracked off the topic of what we're talking about, which is Daredevil. The only thing I'll say there is like, if it's a choice between a billionaire selfishly hoarding money for their own ego and spending it on the common good, to boost their own clout, I'd rather the latter. But I'd also much rather that they just didn't exist in the first place and we just gave that money directly to like.
Yeah. Oh well, though.
Anyway, so the next scene, because I kind of lumped the two Fisk office scenes into one because nothing really happens, and we've been over the discussion about like him griping about Daredevil in a weird way. So I'll skip straight to the hospital scene, which is that Matt and Mrs. Ayala, so Angela's aunt, go to visit Angela in hospital. And during the course of this, Matt asks Angela if she remembers any details about Muse that might be useful to like anyone trying to find him. And she's like, well, the police already got told, but they're not going to do anything because fuck the police. The police suck. And Matt's like, well, but somebody, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, might do something. So she tells him about all the sketches she saw in the hideout. And Matt's like, oh, interesting. And whilst this scene is going on, we cut away to the actual hideout where it turns out that what's her name? Angie, the like police detective is the Asian girl?
Oh,
the Asian
Detective Kim, I thought was her name.
Well, I think her first name is Angie, right?
Mm-hmm. Or I don't know her first name.
Oh, yeah, anyway, Detective Kim.
She's kind of a forgettable character because, like, just as a side note, she showed up in episode 5 for the bank robbery heist thing, and I didn't even realize she'd already been in the show. She was literally the person who was talking to Cherry in the first episode. I didn't realize that. I was like, oh, new character.
Her only purpose in this episode is so that we can once again, as an audience, get a cutaway to look at Muse's lair, and they're like, oh, isn't this weird and disturbing?
Ooh,
and then
we
leave that. We move on. The next thing that happens is Vanessa meets with Luca. Now, we might remember again from the episodes before and the bank episode that Luca, he owes a little bit of money to another member of Vanessa's organization because he's refused to pay
Victor,
the relative dues and taxes and things. Yeah, Victor. And that's been an ongoing thing for a while. And Luca has been refusing to pay because he doesn't want to. And Vanessa meets with him, and he's like, yeah, things were so much better when you were running things rather than your husband. And his political, like him being the mayor, is just getting in the way of running the business for the 5 families. So wouldn't it be good if maybe he was out of the way? Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, say no more, say no more. And Vanessa insists that her husband has everything under control and that she's on top of everything and the business is running fine.
He asks her why he's even doing all the things he's doing as mayor, and she's literally just like, I ain't fucking telling you. Oh well.
Yeah, because she doesn't know, and neither do the writers, and neither does Wilson. Nobody knows why he's mayor. So we get another one of those funny scenes where a character asks an obvious question, salient question that the audience has been asking, being like, why the fuck is he mayor? And she's like, shut up. Stop talking. We're not going to discuss that. Back in your line. Yes, anyway, so that happens. And we're kind of left with the impression that Vanessa maybe isn't very happy with Fisk either. And we leave it there. The next scene is Detective Kim reporting to Fisk that during her investigation, she found a kind of piece of a rare canvas. Because apparently, Muse has not just been using random art supplies and blood. He's been buying very highly specific canvases you can only find in 2 different fucking shops in the whole of New York.
I think they said that there was only 12 people in total who have bought that specific type of canvas, which means obviously that narrows down his identity pretty fucking easily, and they're able to figure out that his name is Bastian.
The Snyder Bullet.
Yeah, we also, during the course of this scene, except you might remember when we were talking about the Muse Daredevil fight in the last episode, that we had a little bit of a discussion amongst us about whether or not it made sense that Muse could fight Daredevil on anything even approaching an even keel. But I'm going to confess, chat, I was wrong, because the show did give an explanation.
It gave a very good explanation.
Yeah, by golly, is it just a beautiful one that makes total sense. So we find out during the course of Kim telling Fisk about he's called Cooper, right? Bastian Cooper is Muse's real name. Yeah, talking about Bastian's psychotic past, and she's like, he did taekwondo for 3 months.
I prefer boxing.
Yeah, I prefer boxing. But yeah, she's like, oh yeah, he did taekwondo classes with a famed instructor for 3 months, and then said instructor just turned up dead on the estate of this because Bastian comes from a very rich family. Fisk is like, thanks for all the info, Detective Kim, but you're not going to do jack shit. I'm handing this over to my anti-vigilante task force. They'll be handling Muse.
I'm sorry, I don't want to skip. He took 3 months of Taekwondo and is apparently able to hold his own against Daredevil. I really tried, because you guys heard me arguing with Jolly. I was in Muse's corner. I was like, they might explain how he has at least a good enough amount of knowledge in martial arts that he can stand more than 5 seconds against Daredevil. They might. And then they were like, well, he took Taekwondo for 3 months. And I was like, oh, 3 months, huh? Now,
how many months?
Now, I'm going to still, I've gone back and watched both fights between Muse and Daredevil. And, let's be completely fair. pretty much every time they're in any kind of like close hand-to-hand type of combat, like it doesn't take very long for Muse to basically just be on his back foot, like basically just putting his arms up in defensive positions to like, you know, because Daredevil's just moving so fast and like kicking the shit out of him. So like, yeah, he's a little more skilled than he should be given his very brief training, but like he's not a match for Daredevil. He's not even close.
But then this leads me on to my next point, which is more just like a meta commentary on the production of the show, which is why bother even giving him that backstory?
Yeah,
like. It seems to be that what they wanted was like, oh, we want a cool, flashy fight scene between Muse and Daredevil, both in the last episode and, spoilers, coming up in this episode. And therefore we need Muse to be able to last more than a split millisecond against Daredevil, who is, as we are told by Stick in the Netflix show, in the Defenders rather, like the most naturally talented, one of those naturally gifted hand-to-hand fighters Stick who's ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
And was good enough that he could beat up Iron Fist, basically on his own. But we need these fights to be like cinematic and beautiful and like go on for a little while. So we need to explain how that's possible. And the explanation was, yeah, he does Taekwondo for 3 months. And I'm like, if we're just not going to bother giving it any kind of reasonable explanation, could we just like skip that entirely and just have these fights play out in a way where Muse is holding his own for other reasons, like say by employing the powers he has in the comics to escape Daredevil's like senses, or just anything? I don't know.
Yeah, by the way, spoiler alert, Muse fucking dies in this episode after they've done literally nothing with his character. So, like, anyone who was like, he has the powers, you need to wait for them to establish, like, they don't. They have one line in this episode where he talks about having a dream where one time as a kid he was at like he was at his own birthday party and nobody could see him. And that is like the most we get as a reference to the powers that he has that allow him to be like essentially invisible to all senses except for sight. Like that is the only time we are ever shown or told that is even a thing with Muse. So like, sorry, no, they didn't establish that he had that power.
Absolutely nonsense.
so okay, but like there's so much to talk about with Muse too, because with everything going on, we keep cutting between he like, you know, like them figuring out who he is and like sending the task force to his lair and Daredevil investigating his lair, to Muse is actually at Heather's office. He's in the middle of a therapy session and he's telling her about the dream that I just talked about. He's talking about his 3 months in Taekwondo and how he didn't like it, but his parents made him take it. I do love how he is literally so fucking stupid that his identity was found out by the police because he used his actual money to like tied to his own accounts and everything to buy a very rare and expensive canvas and kept that in his lair.
Yeah, he's a moron.
Like, well, yeah, and he's a moron, and that is going to be a consistent thread throughout the rest of this episode. When we talk about what he plans to do here with Heather.
As well, that remember back in our first few streams, and I was like, Heather seems to be this like whirlpool, like this crux of fucking contrivances, where like she's Matt's girlfriend, who happens to be Daredevil, and she's also Fisk's therapist. Now, to be fair, with the Fisk one, at least we get some explanation for that a little bit later. But the other one, of course, was at the time like, oh, and she just happens to be Muse's therapist. So that's fucking convenient. I was like, yeah.
I think the reason that like that all these things are meant to be able to connect, though, is that apparently she's written about vigilantes, and he mentions but he mentions during their therapy session that like her work apparently inspired him to do the things that he does. Previous books that she's written has like inspired him to become a serial killer, and then to eventually approach her as his...
the contrivance. That increases the contrivance of all the people Matt could have been set up with. It happened to be the one therapist.
Hang on, hang the fuck on. Hang the fuck on. I'm trying to lay this out. So like that explains why Muse is with her, and provided she's with Matt, that explains why Fisk would be seeing her, because he would be doing that to fuck with Matt. Now, that's all contingent on her dating an actual vigilante while also being a prominent like person who writes about vigilantes, and that part is just deeply contrived. Like, there's no way of connecting that without it being contrived. That's what I was trying to say.
Well, but I agree with you. The point I'm making simply is that like it's not just that like, oh, Matt happens to be dating the therapist who is also connected to these other people. It's like Matt, of all the therapists, like even if it's not, of all the people, but just of all the therapists Matt could potentially have been set up with in New York, it happened to be the one who was already writing and like was publicly famous for writing about vigilantes. and that's the only reason Muse has a connection now to Daredevil directly through Heather. Holy shit.
Again, like, that's something that would make sense if it turned out Kirsten was working for Fisk and actually, like, set him up with Heather because of that and, like, the connection there. But if that's the case, they still haven't revealed it, so I don't know. Season 2.
Season 2.
I'm going to be right back. You guys just keep going.
All right.
Andrew, over to you.
Wait, which scene were we specifically covering? We were on the dream where he was talking about the dream.
Yeah, we're talking about Muse and Heather in her office.
Okay, well, there one little cool little thing they did was they alluded to his powers because he was like, oh, either in the dream or talking about his childhood, it was like, oh, it's like they didn't even see me. Nudge, nudge, wink, bro. And it's like, that's not how your powers work.
It's just a comic reference.
And it's like it does not explain that he actually has those powers.
No, not
and also
a single bit.
During this, how does this go? Does he start like semi kidnapping her in her own office at this point, or is that later?
He starts saying like increasingly creepy shit, right? Where like he's basically just spelling out that he's a fucking serial killer. And Heather finally starts cottoning on, like 10 minutes into him monologuing about how evil he is. She's like, oh wow, this guy might be not a good one. But unfortunately, it's too late because he's already started drawing. He had a nosebleed for some reason, and he starts drawing with blood, in his own blood, on a napkin and like doing Muse paintings. And she's like, oh shit. And then she makes a bolt for the door.
The fucking blood.
But like, he knocks her out by slamming her head against the wall. And that's where we leave off for now in that office. I guess the question is, like, does Heather not have like a secretary?
There is nobody else in this building that she could have like screamed out to for help.
Like, she is the therapist. She's a very famous public therapist for on a very contentious public topic, and she is also the therapist for the mayor and his wife. You'd think she would be being paid enough and be like public enough that she would have a secretary, right? There'd be loads of people potentially asking to see her.
She's her own secretary.
She has pretty successful books too, based on like the scene where she was doing the book reading and signing. Like, seems like her books sell pretty well.
Yeah, does she not have not just for her therapy work? Does she not have an assistant to help her like keep track of like book sales and like book agencies and tour dates and lectures? And apparently, no, she's just that good. She can just juggle it all herself. So that's convenient for Muse.
Well, also like,
I know.
So, what's the plan here, buddy? Why have we chosen to do this here in the office rather than I don't know, wait to like kidnap her at night or something, or like even
left to get his costume,
even like attack her? Well, I think what happened there was like he brought like a backpack or something, like, and he had the costume on under his clothes, and then just put like his mask. Well, that's what I'm assuming is he probably brought it in like a bag or something, because I don't think he left while she was unconscious to go get his costume. But like, my point is,
please let me that be the case. I want that to be the case where like she's just unconscious. He's like, I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Roll the clip.
He has to go all the way home.
I'm pulling.
Either way, even
episode 7, right?
Yes. Even assuming that there is just nobody else in this building, you're just gonna murder your fucking therapist in her office rather than like why not just like attack her in her home or something? Like, obviously if Matt was there, that would not have gone well for him, but he doesn't fucking know that.
Yeah, and also there's like, because this is the thing, like, does he want to be caught at this point? Because murdering your therapist, who is very famous, as we just pointed out, in her office, like the police can just check her records and be like, who did she have scheduled at that time?
Her appointments, her calendar. It's over.
This whole scene, by the way, I put this down in my notes and I wanted to mention this. It gives me the vibes of like a very diet version of the therapy scenes between Bullseye and Dr. Mercer when he was a kid. In that, like, he was very, like, he became deeply attached to Dr. Mercer because, like, she was his first North Star, and we're going to talk about the North Star stuff later when we get to him. But, like, she was the first person that he used as a model for, like, what it means to be a good person. And he became very obsessed with her and, like, attached to her and clinged to her And like when she was like, I'm dying and this is my last day and like you're gonna have to find a new therapist, he was like, I don't fucking want a new therapist. And like you get the kind of same sense with Muse where he's talking to Heather like, you know, your work inspired me and like allowed me to like really become who I am, and I, you know, and I'm just all like, we haven't seen any of this though. Like I have no idea what you were like before. I don't know what about her work has like, you know, flipped this switch for you. I don't know anything about this.
Oh yeah, we have no context for this. They only have 2 scenes together in the whole show, and the first scene is where he asks to be her patient, and then there's a scene. That's it, and they're like 6 episodes apart. So
there is a bag on the ground, probably his.
I figured, yeah. Like
we were wrong.
Well,
we apologize. The show is now good. 10 out of 10, no notes.
Because the thing about his costume is it's literally just a white shirt with some overalls and then like a mask and a little beanie on top of that. Like it's not like, you know, you're traveling pretty light. You can just wear the shirt underneath like an overshirt.
Why the beanie?
I don't know.
Oh, that's what I want to know.
It's because he's an artiste.
Yeah, he's got the artistic overalls and the white canvas, like, you know, suit and whatever, and the bloody eyes, because, I don't know, it's all about being seen or not seen or whatever. But the little beanie just completely throws me. Every time I'm like, did you get cold?
Yeah, I was gonna say he lives in New York. Maybe the fucking sewers would get a bit chilly at night. He just needs something to put on.
Yeah, fucking Jesse Pinkman suit.
His fucking coat.
But yeah, Heather is now unconscious, and we cut back to Matt, who is in Daredevil costume, back in Muse's. He's snuck into the middle of the crime scene, which is Muse's hideout, and this is everyone's favorite scene. He takes off his glove and runs his hand over some of the sketches, which, by the way, apparently then confirms that, at least in the Born Again continuity, that is a power that he has. He can just feel, like, writing and, like, I guess raised drawings when they're, like, you know, charcoal drawings on things, and sort of get an idea of what they are / look like. Which is, you know, I still think that's incredibly stupid and out of line with the continuity of Netflix. But okay, all right, let's accept that for now. You know what you can't do, though, if that's your power? You cannot pick up an oil painting of somebody's face, run your hand over it, and then know who it's about. Because that is not how oil paintings work. They're not shaped like the person's actual bloody face. They're globs of oil paint.
I feel like painting is not sculptures, right?
I feel like Madvocate had a lot to say about this.
Render of her head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Madvocate, take it away. It's all yours.
You had a lot to say about this, I remember.
Oh,
you were fucking ranting.
Did I?
I mean, it's been a couple of weeks, but you were pretty fucking livid about this, I remember.
It's just it's mostly to do with the people saying that, like, oh my god, I love this scene and it's so Daredevil, it's so comic accurate, and I just don't
give a shit if it's comic accurate.
Can you
don't care.
Use your brain? He's touching random globs of paint on a piece of paper. It is not a 1-to-1 replica 3D renderization of Heather's head.
Well, but Matt,
dumb fucks.
He like felt her face earlier in the episode, so I mean,
I don't care.
Callback.
He doesn't seem to care. Yeah, no, this doesn't make any sense.
How insulting is that? How insulting is that to Heather, by the way, that he apparently thinks her face feels like a whole bunch of random globs of paint?
It actually explains so much that this Matt Murdock is from the paint dimension that we see in Multiverse of Madness.
It all comes together.
Yeah, that's the reveal, by the way. This painting is of Heather, and that's how Matt knows that, oh no, Heather is in danger. And so as he's about to turn to leave, who should be in the doorway but fucking Officer Powell is there.
Woo! The only cop in New York.
Yeah, the only police officer in all of New York. This Punisher worshipping lunatic.
Sorry, only cop in New York. I have to go run off to save the only therapist in New York. It's a busy day. Like you don't even know.
Yeah, and like just there's so much here. Like the fucking fact that it is just Powell who happens to be here at this time, which is it's insanely funny. The fact that like Matt knocks him out as well. Like just brutally knocks the shit out of him in order to get by.
Yeah, well, and once again he's operating in costume like as Daredevil rather than just putting on like a season 1 type of suit or whatever, like to make himself less iconic, right? So now Powell is going to wake up and report to Fisk that Daredevil was in Muse's lair investigating. So good job, Matt.
I guess there's also the other thing of like especially given that we've just had a discussion about how stupid it is that his powers extend to being able to like psychically sense people's faces through paint. He didn't hear Powell. Remember his entire like he snuck into this crime scene. Like I know he is now apparently agonizing over the fact that he just found Heather's face, quote unquote, on a painting, and he's like, "Oh no, my girlfriend, who means so much to me." But also, like, you have super senses, Matt, and you are very conscious of the fact that you have snuck into a crime scene full of vigilante Punisher worshipping cops.
In episode 9, he hears Buck's footsteps and, like, I guess recognizes them as Buck somehow, like, in a crowded, busy hospital, and is like, shit, I'm in danger, and he, like, gets up to leave. But apparently, no, when he's in a silent sewer area, no one else around for miles, not even a train going by at the moment to, like, obstruct his hearing. He doesn't hear the footsteps of, like, just a guy. Like, it's not like Powell's, like, some kind of fucking ninja or something.
Yeah, and the issue is, right, people want to have this both ways, right? Because one of the defenses I've seen is like, oh, yeah, but he was absorbed in the painting and its implications, and, like, he wouldn't hear, it's literally just someone walking. Like, how could he hear that? Like, he is Daredevil. Someone walking in an empty, echoing, like, cave system, essentially, is going to sound as loud to him as someone beating my walls with a crowbar.
And it's not like Powell even knew he was there, so he didn't have any reason to even be sneaking around, even if we wanted to go with that. Not that him sneaking around would be, like quiet enough for Matt not to hear it anyway.
Yeah, so this is all just deeply stupid. Anyway, so yeah, Matt knocks him out and then proceeds on his way to go and save Heather.
I
want everyone to remember with it, that is broad...
Yeah, it's the point you were about to make anyway. It's broad daylight. I love the mental image of Matt in the Daredevil costume, just like, I guess, swinging around to get to Heather's office. Like, unless Muse's lair is by coincidence really fucking close to Heather's office, he must have, like, taken some kind of public transit or something, right? Because, like, otherwise it's just him jumping from rooftop to rooftop and going, like, halfway across town, basically.
I like the mental image of, like, I was about to say, like, I like the mental image of him, like, swinging down a street one way as Spider-Man swings the other way, and then be, like, catching, like, almost like the Umbrella Academy. Where they just,
he see each other, like, what? He stops. He's like, I gotta go save my girlfriend, but I'm gonna have a fucking talk with you later. Like, where the fuck have you been?
Yeah, what the hell? Yeah, I was about to say, like, I like that mental image, but unfortunately, as we know from this show, Spider-Man has ceased to exist for the purposes of Daredevil.
We'll find out in Spider-Man 4 why he hasn't been. Like, he was probably just like, I don't know, dead or something.
He was in he was in San Francisco, with Karen and everyone.
And Foggy and Ben Urich and Mahoney and
Foggy, Nadine,
and the real Matt and Fisk who are like the actual versions of the character that we know. They're all
it'll actually turn out Brett Mahoney has started up a relationship with She-Hulk, and it'll be fun. It'll be fun.
Honestly, good for him.
Yeah, Matt fumbled.
Well, I'll take it.
So yeah, we check back in with Heather, who is now tied up, and Muse is monologuing in the most like cliche manner you could possibly ever write in a piece of media about like how this is his true self, and like he's not Cooper, he's Muse, and he doesn't want to be called Bastion, he wants to be called Muse, and Heather is what inspired him, and how can she not understand him, and like cookie cutter psychopath dialogue, by the way, like something like ChatGPT could have like spit out.
By the way, we've already like jumped ahead a little bit in talking about the takeaway that Heather apparently has from this entire encounter about like being anti-vigilante. What would have been a much more interesting and actually like naturally fitting conclusion for her to draw after all of this is to realize like maybe I've done something wring with my own work, that like it inspired this psychopath who just almost murdered me. Like maybe something I said in one of my books. Like maybe I was wrong somewhere. Like maybe I need to figure out like what's like maybe I need to change. Maybe I'm the problem. That would have actually been an interesting thing for her to conclude from all that.
I mean, it would have been a slightly diluted version of the exact same conversation we had with like Karen in season 2, right? When she's talking about how like Punisher was sort of like inevitable once Daredevil was tacitly accepted by people. That even if Matt is working with the best intentions and doing the right thing and being heroic, the very fact that people are prepared to tolerate vigilante justice opens the door to men like Frank to think that they have the right just to take the law into their own hands. And like there's, that was done in interesting ways. This is not. But at least if they had done that, it would have been them attempting to do something. As it is, they attempted to do nothing other than have Heather have a brain aneurysm and become incredibly stupid. Which is great. I love the show. It's so good. You can tell from the tone of my voice how fucking enthused I am. But yeah, so back with Muse, he starts bleeding Heather for to like collect her blood to make a painting, and he rolls out like a giant fucking like paper canvas on her floor, which I guess is where he's going to do like his next artwork, because he's given up on that whole wall painting scene, you know.
My final piece.
Yeah, and on like being active as a person and as a serial killer, like following this event, because how the fuck are you planning to get out of this building? Like,
who knows?
I'm assuming, considering she refers to him as Bastion, that he used his real name when signing up to be her patient. So, like,
yeah.
Even if he was somehow able to get out of this building without anyone being like, what the fuck? Like, they'd find her dead body and be like, who was the last person she was seeing? Oh, Bastion Cooper? Oh, well, he's done.
Mm-hmm. By the way, in the midst of like, Muse laying the paper on the floor and like, being creepy and shit, Heather decides that the best tactic to try and get out of the situation is to fucking just insult him and call him a coward in a mask and like, just like generally piss him off. And I'm like, you are a therapist, you are a trained psychiatrist, and you can't think of a better way to try and work your way out of the situation. You didn't learn about hostage situations and empathizing yourself in those kind of scenarios when you were doing your years of training.
If begging for your life doesn't work, you could always make him actively angry with you, because that typically goes well in a captive situation.
It's not like all the things that you're trained to do in those situations, not even just like as a therapist or someone with an active understanding of psychology, but just also as a woman in danger, right? Of like things like try and get your attacker to empathize with you, like maybe even like put them in a situation where they think like you're quote unquote on their side psychologically, buy yourself time, or even hell, just scream really loudly. If you think that none of this is working, just scream as loud as you can, hope someone helps you. But instead, she just decides to insult him and hasten her own death because she's a moron.
She might just be suicidal.
She might be being written by someone very stupid. I guess we'll never know.
I see. That's mean and bad faith of you to say. How could you come to the conclusion that the writers of Heather's character are stupid?
How dare I use my brain and the evidence of my eyes and ears?
How dare you extrapolate information based on the data present? Like, how dare you?
How very dare I, indeed.
It is. It's a mean conclusion, so you shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, it's I'm being a nasty, horrible man who criticizes people when they do terrible writing, and that's really I'm the one to blame here. The real victim is the writer, and not us not being forced to watch this shit.
Oh yeah, like I mean, we basically have already been over this, I guess, but like just to add on to the stupidity of Muse, why didn't you gag her? Like why does she have like the ability to scream out if she was smart enough to do that? Like why the fuck is he just not doing anything? Did he like make sure? Did he fucking like turn on the fire alarm or something in this building to make sure that everyone cleared out? Like what's happening?
Well, hang on, but you don't want to do that because that'll summon the fire brigade and then the police and all sorts of official people start kicking indoors.
He's not worried about it. He knows that the police
he really isn't.
Are going, like, he knows that he's about to die here. He doesn't care. He's read the script.
Well, actually, we joke, but when the police do turn up, because the police do turn up to this, because obviously, like, Fisk knows Bastion's real identity, so he knows Heather, and so he apparently puts two and two together and finds out that like she, where Muse is likely to be. So the police are there, and the police are just standing outside, being like, these are the vigilante Punisher cops. They're just standing outside, being like, maybe we'll go in. I don't fucking know. I'm on a lunch break, and like it's a sunny day, and I don't really feel like exercising.
Yeah, it's not like this is a hostage situation. They're just like, we'll wait outside. We'll see. But it gives Daredevil enough time to swoop in and bust through the window and start fighting Muse to save Heather.
Yes, not only is he swinging in broad daylight, he apparently swung past a whole load of Punisher cops to get here.
They were having a cigarette.
Yeah, it was their mandated lunch break,
there's like, there's an active, like, someone's actively being like attacked by a serial killer right now. But it's 1:30, and I always have a tuna sandwich. My wife always packs it for me. I will not. I can't break the mold.
The law is sacred.
The law is sacred.
Really strong. Actually, something like with a megaphone, like doing a hostage negotiation, like we saw in the bank episode. Remember that? But they with the megaphone they don't have. They're just halfway through, like being like, Muse, come out with your hands, and then they look at their watch and they're like, oh shit, it's 12, and they just drop the megaphone and like walk away. Like, we'll be back in an hour.
It's fine.
Hang tight.
Don't worry about it.
But yeah, so Matt is now fighting Muse because Daredevil's busting through the window and he attacks Muse.
Oh, is he? I couldn't tell. It's so poorly edited.
Oh yeah, well that's true. Like I presume that's what's happening. What we're actually seeing is about 100 cuts per every like 2 seconds, where we just jump randomly, and I think punches are being thrown and things are breaking, and it's very busy on screen. But I don't know what's happening.
I do love that shot where like they're kind of like locked in a position where like they're holding each other's arms basically, and like chests up against each other, and then Matt like stops to like listen to the cops outside, and so there's just like a shot of them for several seconds just standing there. Like, Muse is just standing still, and I'm like, why are you guys not, like... You're not moving. Like, this is weird.
I wonder what Muse thought in that scenario. Like, Matt just, like, you know, starts, like, hugging him and stops moving, and Muse is like, oh, is this... are we having a moment?
This is all I've wanted. This entire time.
He's like, finally, physical intimacy. I don't feel so alone anymore.
It should be noted that Muse has brought a gun to this encounter, by the way, which is now, I think, at this point, like, on the desk.
On the floor?
Or I think at this point it's on the desk, right?
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. The point is, it's out of his reach right now.
Well, it's just worth noting where exactly it is because obviously something's going to happen in a minute. But like they're fighting. Matt, I guess, gets knocked back enough for Muse to go make a play for Heather because she's still, you know, obviously laying on the floor and he's about to kill her. But thankfully, Matt throws like his what is it called? The stick. That,
So he shoots. Yeah, he has his like. Sorry, go on, Maverick.
The baton.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It wasn't the baton itself, right? It has like a little.
Well, there's like a hook on it or something.
A little hook, I guess.
Which I think is what allows him to like grapple and stuff. Yeah, it's a grappling hook.
Yeah.
But he shoots it through Muse's chest. It's like, oh, that could have killed him. Uh-oh.
Don't worry, he got his shoulder.
Are we committing to Matt just doesn't give a fuck about the no-kill rule anymore? Because, like, honestly, I'm fine with that. We've already broken it beyond repair by just everything that happens in this show, so you might as well at this point. But like,
well, you know,
don't do anything. Don't do anything. Say in the next episode that establishes he still very much cares about not killing people, because that would be very, very interesting and confusing.
Yeah, so, I mean, at best, what we can say right now is that Matt seems to be like very confused about where he stands on the whole no-kill thing.
Mm-hmm.
He does some very strange actions for someone who apparently does care about the sanctity of life going forward. Yeah, including blowing a fist-sized hole through Muse.
Well, it's not rocket science to fill that hole.
True. It was rocket science to make that hole, but not to fill it. This is all happening, of course, and Heather has gotten free of her chair, and she goes round the desk and she grabs Muse's gun and shoots Muse dead.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it, guys. Muse is over. That was a great storyline. Isn't every fan of him from the comics so pleased?
A very well-written, worthwhile addition to the Daredevil mythos, I will say.
He's coming back for season 2.
Really well-rounded character.
You're going to be regretting these words once he gets development in that season.
I don't think he actually is, right? You're joking?
I was about to say, please tell me you're joking.
I'm pretty sure someone said, well, he was, I don't know, on the cast sheet for season 2 or some shit. I don't know. Or if they saw him on set.
Yippee, 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 yippee.
I just want it to be over.
No, I'm looking this up.
Well, the thing is, and like,
cannot be true.
And
I can't believe you.
Okay, like, here's the thing about season 2, and like, I know I say this about a lot of different shows. I'm not watching season 2. Like, unless the season 1 video that I'm working on does exceptionally well, I'm sorry, I'm just not watching season 2. You guys can go at that shit yourselves. I don't care.
Get Sheev's video to 100 views and he'll watch season 2.
Get it to 100 million views.
No, I'm saying, like, it needs to break 1 million or like get damn near close, or I'm not fucking doing it. Like, I'm just not doing it.
So it hasn't been official, as far as I can tell, there's no official statement that he is in season 2, but it is being heavily rumored that Hunter Doohan, who's the actor, is in fact signed on for season 2.
Yay! In flashbacks to flesh out his character, and then you'll be like, oops, guys, I spoke prematurely.
Neo Arcadia said 500,000 views. No, it needs to be higher. Like, we're talking like anywhere above 800K. If it doesn't get that, I'm not doing the fucking video. I'm not watching season 2.
I'm botting your channel, and then it will be terminated by YouTube. At least your video will hit. Well, at least your video will hit 50 million views, so you can make another video.
Andrew, if you do that, you do realize that I will be dragged in by like extension to watching season 2, and if that happens. I am forcing you to watch every single episode of Doctor Who, not just the new series. Every single one.
Yep.
From 1961 onwards.
Yeah.
God.
There's some real stinkers in the first Doctor's run.
Yeah, so I'm warning you, Andrew. I will find. I know where you live, motherfucker. I know what your town you're in. So I will travel all the way there and tie you to a chair and force you. I will do to your mind what Muse was going to do to Heather.
Oh, reference.
Daredevil reference in my Born Again stream.
God. Anyway, yeah. So Muse is dead, everyone! Yay!
Woo!
Daredevil has vanished.
If you're a fan of him in the comics, sorry, I don't. You asked for this show. I don't know.
Fisk comes to the crime scene. That's the next thing that happens, and he's like, what's he called, Cole North, who's one of the Punisher cops, who everyone got really upset about because apparently he was quote unquote assassinated compared to his comic book counterpart, which is not how that works. Everyone, this is an adaptation. They're allowed to write whatever they want. It's just whether or not he keeps consistent within that continuity.
It's the same thing as like Jess Drew in Across the Spider-Verse. Like, I don't like the character very much. Like, I don't think it's good that she continued to endanger her own, she was pregnant with a baby. Yeah. But I'm also like, that's not like inconsistent with anything we've seen previously, unlike with Peter B, and everything he does with Mayday.
Yeah. It's perfectly fine to be like, I don't like this interpretation of a character, but you can't tell me that it's an assassination because it's just not. All we have seen of this character so far in this iteration of him is consistent. It's just crap. Yeah, anyway, Cole North gives Fisk a rundown of what happened in the crime scene, including the fact that Daredevil was there. And Fisk is like, well, but what if we just say that you guys killed Muse and we just don't mention Daredevil,
and then naturally get the credit. And then naturally Cole is like, well, obviously we can't for all these obvious reasons that there were several eyewitnesses to Daredevil coming into the office and then leaving the office, and BB literally reported that and interviewed witnesses. So it's a neat idea. I like where your head's at, but obviously, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, not logistically possible, actually, given everything that's happened and the way it went down.
Yeah, that's how the scene plays out. But anyway,
we'll see how that turns out.
So anyway, they both agree unanimously to just go ahead and go with Fisk's plan because it makes total sense. And even then later, not Wesley decides to go ahead and blackmail BB into just changing the story post hoc, which when a reporter...
No, it's not this story. He blackmails her into... it's about the garbage disposal thing, right? Because remember...
No.
Fans might remember that she wrote... No, it's the garbage disposal story he gets her to change. It's not the Daredevil
Well, maybe it's that one too, but I promise you in the scene, it's no, you're going to tell everyone that it was actually the corrupt cops that... I know you said Daredevil in your reports, but you're going to tell everyone it was the cops that did it. And then she does, and then in the next episode, the commissioner's like, "That's a hell of a spin you pulled on the whole Muse demise thing, acting like it was the officers who killed him, when we all know Daredevil was there."
Oh no, you're right. I'm misremembering it. He uses the garbage disposal thing to be like, I have leverage on you now. No, yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm. But when a fucking reporter reports one thing and then changes it to fit a narrative from a politician later, that's a pretty good sign that actually that's not a trustworthy journalist, and also that the news story is just a lie, that that's just not true.
Well, to jump ahead a little bit, right, there's a conversation that we've sort of had in previous streams that it's worth bringing up again, just BB's character and exactly how the show's characterizing her, because up till now, she has just done whatever seems to boost her personal career the most. It doesn't she doesn't seem to give a shit who she's siding with or whatever. It's just all about getting the maximum viewership of her work so that she gets ahead in her career. Now people might remember that under her real name, under the name of BB Urich, she published a pretty damning article about Fisk attempting to union bust in the last episode. So she's apparently not averse to slamming the mayor when it suits her own readership.
Yeah. Just keep that in mind for what they establish in the next episode.
Not Wesley blackmails her by being like, "I will destroy your career going forward unless you print my version of events," which is to say Fisk's version of events on what exactly went down between Heather and Muse and all that.
I was gonna say, I'm imagining the average New York citizen reading that and just being like, well, this is obviously not true because there's all this evidence. But also, they're stupid enough to not know what a vigilante is, and we'll just believe whatever the mayor tells them about that. So fuck it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We'll get to the discussion of the definition of a vigilante, I guess, at the end of this when we have the news report that Matt overhears.
Mm-hmm.
Heather's in hospital because, yeah, obviously she had her wrists cut open, so she's in a bad way. Matt's there with her, and he's like trying to like comfort her because she's upset that she killed somebody, and it was obviously a very traumatic experience, which that's fine and fair. That's all very fair. She then recalls like how Daredevil showed up right before Muse was going to kill her, and that she also remembers that Daredevil called her by her name in that scene, which it is a little bit odd.
Kind of goes nowhere. Daredevil...
Yeah, it does go nowhere, but that's a little tidbit. It not only does it go nowhere, but if we take away the implication that she might have worked out that Matt is Daredevil, or at least will do later, God, does that paint her in an even worse light in the last 2 episodes?
Yeah, because if she somehow doesn't know about the history between Matt Murdock and Wilson Fisk, she should fucking know about the history between Daredevil and Wilson Fisk, right? Because that is very much like a thing that everyone knows about.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least in the post-Overhaul continuity. I guess in the pre-Overhaul continuity, where Fisk doesn't know who Daredevil is, it's just a random vigilante inconvenienced him one time.
I guess. I don't know.
This is what we mean, by the way, when we constantly refer back to how the mashing of the 2 continuities has just broken everything in both directions. Like you had to commit to one or the other. We could not have this mix and match. It just fucked everything.
Mm-hmm.
But that is what we got. So well, I guess. While this is all going on, sorry, Matt, because she's got the TV on in her room, Matt then hears the news report where Fisk is doing a conference, doing a press conference with all his little vigilante cop buddies and Muse's mask and being like, "Oh, you see, my wonderful task force caught this vigilante. Now, Ron, let's discuss the meaning of the word vigilante, shall we?"
Well, again, if you guys will remember,
means someone who's violent.
In the first episode of this god-awful series of television, he referred to Bullseye as a vigilante and used that to support his narrative that they are bad mamma jammas. They need to be stopped. Despite the fact that, of course, Poindexter is a known associate of his who has literally committed murders on his behalf, but we'll get to all of that when we talk about the finale and how Fisk got out of prison and what they established there. And frankly, at this point, I just don't know what anyone knows about anything about the history of this world, since apparently just nobody seems to know anything about like Matt's history with Fisk, or like I don't know. The fact, like, it is beyond me already that Fisk is like not a public pariah, basically. So I don't know, but yeah, according to the way Fisk is defining vigilante, both Bullseye and Muse fall under that purview. Discuss.
Well, it does seem to mean vigilante just means anyone who wears a mask, which is not what that word means. Radically different context.
Do we consider welders vigilantes by that definition as well?
I guess they could be.
These goddamn welders. These cowards that hide behind masks.
I wore a mask.
Take the power of the sun into your face.
I own a Plo Koon mask that I wore for Halloween once. Does that make me a vigilante because I wore a mask that one time?
I was about to say, does this mean that this is a ban on cosplays and Comic Cons in New York at this point?
These cowards who wore masks during COVID. Just take the disease right in front of them. Just get infected. Die if you have to.
We're going to do everything we can to stop the China virus, Wesley.
I'm so glad that they didn't make, because the show has done so many bad political commentaries. I'm so glad they didn't connect the whole vigilante mask-wearing cops dealing out random justice, quote-unquote justice thing to COVID and the mask-wearing debaque. Can you imagine?
Luckily, Disney knows where to stop, because they had, for Hawkeye, for Falcon and Winter Soldier, a virus that was like pretty much COVID was in the script, and then COVID actually happened, and then they were like, wait, shit. And so they deleted that plot line.
They were like, this? No.
Actually, you know what? We're not going to do that.
It's time for Fisk to contain the China virus.
The other thing that ends off this episode is basically Vanessa sends Luca an address to where Fisk is having a little dinner. Luca then, by himself, he doesn't send his own men to do this. He just goes to go fucking murder Fisk, and then gets killed by Buck Cashman.
Buck Cashman. Amen, brother.
Cashman. The way
how the fuck's that guy British?
Okay, so here let me give you like a quick layout of this restaurant because I feel it's relevant. There's like a little like you enter, right? And then Fisk is sitting at a table that is like you have to go through a doorway and there's like walls on either side that like, you know, so like basically Luca has a shot on him from this other room, which is where the entrance is, that he could just take, but he decides to go ahead and get closer, and it's a good thing he does for Fisk's sake, because Buck would not have had an angle to kill Luca had he not gotten that close, because he would have had to come through the doorway to shoot Fisk before Buck could get to him. So not the best strategy there on Fisk's part, since he was expecting Luca to come in to try to kill him, and seemingly the plan here was he and Vanessa are working together to like just undermine Luca, and he's using himself as bait to do that, which is fucking wild as a move, because that could have gone wrong so easily for you, Fisk, but alright.
I've just come across something interesting, by the way, in terms of the discussion around Muse's real name. Sorry, I was looking through the scenes, by the way, as we've been talking, and I noticed that his name, when he draws in blood on her notepad from his nosebleed, the name that she has on there for his real name is not the name that Fisk was given earlier. So obviously Fisk was told his name is Bastian Cooper. She has Bastian Sledge written on the notepad.
Interesting.
And at first, at first I was like, oh, so he did give her a fake name, but no, he did not. Because you might remember that you know, that dinner scene where like Fisk was like trying to hit up all the wealthy people to like give him money to rebuild Red Hook. Two of the people he talks to are apparently Artemis and Arthur Sledge. So apparently we met Muse's parents in that scene, and he is their child.
Then where the fuck does Cooper come from?
Does that? Yeah, did the police just give Fisk the wrong name? And if so, how did he know that that was Bastian? Oh god, the show.
He was adopted.
Okay then. Oh, even if his real name is Cooper and he put Sledge on there, and then just by coincidence there's two like rich people that have the name Sledge, even if that's the case, like keeping the first name is still going to connect you to Heather when inevitably her murder is investigated and you're the last patient she saw. So good job, I guess.
I do wonder if that's just a rewrite problem. Like, the whole like footage and the rewrite thing. I wonder if his original name in the original script was going to be Bastian Sledge, and then in the reshoots they changed it to Bastian Cooper.
What's his name in the comics?
Writing error.
Because that I feel like that would help us figure this out. Like, originally they were going to go with the comic name, but then I guess decided to change it.
John Muse.
Yes,
John Muse.
So his real name is Bastian Cooper. Oh no, sorry, hang on. No, his real name is. Does he have one?
Oh,
I don't think he has one.
Someone in chat said in the comics, Muse doesn't have a real name as far as we know. I guess they've just never revealed his identity in the comics.
Yeah, which I guess means like the change in the surname is probably then due to a reshoot thing. They just changed his name in the rewrites.
That's kind of interesting. Like, I like the idea of like a character who, I don't know how long Muse has existed as a comic character, but I like the idea of him just existing for a good while. And like we still don't know who he is. Like I do like when comics are able to actually do stuff like that still, even despite being oversaturated and going on for literally almost 100 years.
So, man, his Wikipedia page, it's Muse 1 and then Muse 2. So Muse 1 has no name, and then Muse 2 is Morgan Whittier, and then the third one, which is the MCU one, is just Bastian Cooper.
It's kind of like
the first one. Yeah, the first one doesn't actually have a name.
Okay, no, I'm convinced it's a rewrite thing, because the lines where Bastian's surname is said out loud are both ADR lines.
That's funny.
Why'd they have to rewrite his last name though?
I don't understand what the point of that was. I don't. What was the change necessary for?
I mean, I guess maybe the original idea was that Fisk used the wealthy to, like, Artemis and Arthur Sledge, or whoever it was at his like gala, used their son's real identity and to like blackmail them into giving him money, but that was just cut. Which I don't know why you'd cut that if that was a thing that happened at all. But like that's the only reason I could see why you would change the name. So that to unlink them.
I don't even see. Like, we don't, from what I know, get any actual reason for what. Like, we don't know what leverage he had over them, basically, because like in episode 8 we see him blackmailing a bunch of different people, but like we're not really given specifics on like what he has on them, except for Jack and everything to do with him being swordsman, which is its own topic we're gonna get to.
Yeah, he just has dirt on everyone. Yeah, that's just the thing that the finale does, by the way. He just like Fisk just spontaneously has dirt on everyone because everyone's and also everyone happens to be dirty as well, so that he can do that.
You remember how like in season 3, in order to force Foggy into a position of like you need to back down basically and retract everything you said. It was like, I'm going to intentionally cause issues for his family's business so that they're forced to like, you know, use the banks that are associated with my front, you know, my front banks basically. They're forced to take loans that are like not necessarily legal so that I can then strong arm them in the case that I need Foggy to do something for me. Like he sees a person who is an adversary and he's like, okay, what is their weakest point? How do I exploit that? But like that's still a thing that takes time and like maneuverability, and it's not just he, you know, the point is like every single person that he encounters in the show, he is like what ways can I manipulate this person? What can I do to force them to be under my thumb? In this show, it's just basically, I don't know, he has dirt on everyone, don't worry. But like they all have some secret they want kept hidden, and I'm like, well, that's fucking lucky. Good. I mean, I liked when Fisk was like a really smart and cunning character who like manipulated situations and like and knew what he was doing and was like, well, like really fucking clever and conniving. But this version of Fisk kind of just gets whatever he wants.
Yeah, whatever he wants. Like it just the plot will just the plot will just cough up whatever he needs in the moment to be advanced to the next plot point the writers want him to fulfill.
And it's one of those things where I want to know what, like when I talk to a Born Again fan, like I want to know what you like about this character, because this like that stuff is not in this version of Fisk that we're watching right now. So why do you still like him? Is it just that you like seeing Vincent D'Onofrio and his big bald head? Is that just all you care about here?
Yes. Something similar happened with what's her name? McDuffie, Kirsten.
Mm-hmm.
You guys remember because I'm pretty sure we shared the tweets around how someone's like, everyone calling Kirsten like a boring or nothing character clearly hasn't read the comics.
I don't fucking care like, about the comics.
We're talking about the show. Why is she bringing up how she was treated in the comics?
She could be the best written character in all of fiction in the comics, and that would have nothing to do with how she's depicted in the show. And if anything, if she is that well written in the comics, you should be even more annoyed at the way they've depicted her here, because she's not a character here, and that sucks.
Nah. I recognize thing on screen from source material. I clap.
Thing I like is in thing I'm watching. I clap.
People act like we're mean, and I'm just like, we just want the stories to be good, and like every time they're not good, we get told that like, you know, we're just thinking too hard about it, and I'm like, you're not thinking hard enough. Like, I'm sorry, you're just not.
It's not even hard enough, right? Because this is what I mean, right? We were talking a little about this before we even started the stream. Of like, I'm not even asking for like the world's most complicated, beautiful, nuanced writing where it's just like dripping and stuff. Like, I'm not asking for everything to be Westworld season 1 or The Prestige or even just like, you know, I'm not even asking for everything to be like a 7 or an 8 out of 10. I just want things to like be passable. I want stories to be passable. I'm happier, you know. I would take 5 out of 10s right now. Mm-hmm. I can take my Revenge of the Siths and my, you know, The Borrowers and whatever and just smile. As long as it's like competently written, there's stuff that we can appreciate about it. But we're not even getting that. So it's not like, oh, you guys are asking us to think too hard about this. It's like, no, we're asking you to have to think at all. Like, ever.
No.
Like, even in the simplest of terms. And they're not even hitting that bar. So I don't really get... Sorry, I'm just ranting now. I don't get why people get pissy at us for demanding like the you know, a bar that is literally on the floor in hell, and yet they are still failing to meet it.
And someone in chat just said, the bad guys can I get something as good as the Hand storyline? Like, at this point, I'll fucking take the Hand storyline. As long as it's not from Defenders, I'll fucking take that shit.
No, ironically, I'd take Defenders. Like, Defenders has lots and lots of problems. Like, it's a bad show. But there's things in there to appreciate. Like, there are like nice scenes. There's good character work in various moments. Like, you know, there's like some like good-looking shots in various places. Like, you know, it's not a good story. It's not a good television series. But like, there is stuff there for me to be like, oh, I like that. That was neat. I like what they did there. Or, oh, I really like the theme they're going for. Like, yeah, they kind of botched it. in this regard. But like, I like how, you know, this bit of the puzzle that they were trying to put together was well made, and like, it's a shame that Westworld didn't pan out that way. Like, there's things to talk about there.
Well, like,
there's things for me to sink my teeth into. There's nothing with this.
I'm gonna do the thing. I apologize, Andrew, but like, Doctor Who is a show where like there, like, even in its worst, well, like before the Chibnall era, I should say, but like even in its worst episodes, I'm always like, there was something there. I see what they were trying to do, and it didn't work. For the most part, Kill the Moon can suck my dick, but like anything else, I'm just like, oh, character stuff, the character writing. Look at that, and look, Peter Capaldi, he's doing his damnedest. By George, he's trying.
Yeah, he's elevating the material.
He's trying to make this work, and like we're doing themes. And we're doing stuff. This is like a story. We're like doing something here. In Born Again and shows like it, like Ahsoka or The Acolyte, I'm like, you're not doing anything. You are literally just being like, all right, we're gonna go from point A to point B to point C. There's gonna be no connective tissue. There's gonna be no character development. There's not gonna be any arcs. God forbid we have something like even resembling a theme. Get that shit out of here. Gross.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's not even the illusion of a through line. Like Andrew in his recent and very good Minecraft video on the Minecraft movie, which everyone should go watch once the stream is done. He points this out about the Minecraft movie. Like, there's just nothing there. They're not trying to do anything. They're not trying to say anything. It's not even that like they tried and really cocked it up. They're just not trying. It's the same with Daredevil. Like I was talking to Sheep because like I was writing my script for my video on this, and I was trying to nail down in my section on theme, like what exactly is the theme they're going for. And like we spent like an hour talking, like we couldn't figure it out. We're like, well, maybe they're trying this, but like that doesn't make sense because all this shit happens and they directly contradict that here. Or maybe it's this thing, but that also doesn't work because, and then, you know, that just went on and on for hours. And by the end, we were like, yeah, I don't know what they're doing. I don't think they did. I don't think they didn't know what they're doing. I don't think they're doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
We have fun here.
I promise we are not this cynical all the time. It's just, we're talking about Daredevil Born Again, and, you know, hope and optimism are going to be fleeting going forward.
Yeah, these last two episodes in particular is just where hope goes to die. Like, Straight to Hell could not be a more appropriate name for the last episode.
Fucking hell. Anyway,
Before we get there, yeah. Do we have any super chats for us to do before we get to that?
Yeah, I was going to say, was that all of episode 7? Just before I jump into super chats?
That is all of episode 7, mercifully.
Okay. What I've started doing with super chats, just because I'm not always able to get to them in time and then they go away, is I've started screenshotting them. So, got one from B-Jack for £5. He said, can't wait for the definitely not stupid Dex Matt team up next season. Good stream, boys. Also, have any of you seen the Kneecap movie? And if so, thoughts? I have never heard of the Kneecap movie. What is that?
I'm afraid I don't know what that is.
Nope.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, I want to give him a better answer than that, but I guess we just haven't heard of it.
Has Southpaw just died?
I don't know what's going on with him.
You're not even listening.
I just noticed that.
No, he's been deafened for like, I think, like an hour.
Fake Born Again fan.
True.
Chat, I want you to give him hell when he comes back. You know, tell him that we're all angry.
And we got a super chat from Sunset from 199. So glad episode 9 finally saved the show. Season 2.
Season 2.
And then we just got another one for $5 from Christopher. Hello, what is the plan for Andor Season 2 coverage? Also, has anyone seen the show The Society 2019? Is The Society one of the ones that Southpaw keeps recommending? Because he's talked about The Staircase and he's talked about The Studio.
Hold on, let me search it up. No, it's not Society. I'm thinking of the Society of the Snow, which is one that
Daigen keeps trying to recommend. I watched that on his recommendation. It's pretty good.
The Society is apparently an American mystery teen drama television series created in 2019.
I have not seen it. I do not have thoughts on The Society other than that Joker might live in it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. True. Oh my god, dude. The entire show's a ref.
As for Andor Season 2 coverage, so I want to do streams covering it. However, they're doing weekly releases of 3-episode increments, and that might actually kill us if we tried to do that.
Well, hold on. The only way it would kill us is if it's not good.
Well, exactly.
Well, just timing-wise, it's going to be quite busy.
Yeah, like, we might end up just having to do a stream talking about the show all in one go once it's all out, which I wouldn't love to do that because we'd have to go pretty quickly, but like that just might be what we have to do because otherwise I don't think we're gonna be able to stream cover it.
I was about to say, like, I would almost prefer that, even though it's going to be like much more of an overview and less in depth, just because obviously this is a season that is condensing what was supposed to be 4 seasons worth of material, so it's going to be skipping around a lot anyway, and like it might well pull that off. It looks like the clips have been reassuring in that regard, but even if it is pulling that off, like it's going to just it'll be like faster paced, and therefore there will be less for us to talk about in depth, right? So I would be more maybe conducive to the conversation where we're talking about the season as a whole.
Best case scenario, what we could do is like maybe do 2 streams once the whole show is out, where we do the first 6 episodes and then the last 6 episodes, and maybe that helps us. But either way, like we're not doing weekly streams covering 3 episodes a piece because that's way too much time and research, and I can't. Plus, in early May, I've got the charity stream that I got to start working on. So yeah, no, it's just not happening. I'm sorry.
Got your Revenge of the Sith video as well.
I got to do the Revenge of the Sith. I need that done by May 19th, and I still have to do the Born Again video, which hopefully will be done by the end of this month. So, gonna be a busy next few weeks. I just don't know how much time we're gonna have to cover.
We will be covering Andor eventually. Don't you worry. It might have to wait a little bit. It might be a slightly more truncated coverage. But it will be covered.
And
so hang on.
At the very least, it's getting a video. I may I may end up just doing like a shorter video like I did for Andor season 1. But eventually, I promise I will get to a longer, more in depth breakdown of both seasons of the show. I have so much shit on the roster right now. like so many fires burning. And then Phantom gave us €2, £2, I don't know, super chat. Maybe Echo will show up. Oops, sorry. Maybe Echo will show up and touch Kingpin. That's always a possibility. And then £2 from Sam Montgomery. Hello, Sam. He says, yes, season 2 is a good point.
Oh yeah, season 2 is a good point.
Yeah, that's probably the way he actually wanted that delivered. Thank you all for the wonderful super chats.
That Nando coverage basically killed me when we're doing that.
Bagel said,
"Dude, guys, he made another video. Are we gonna go over that one?
No,
we're not.
But, you know what, Andrew, you know what? If you do a stream on it, I might join you for that because it could be fun.
Oh, you guys have fun. After this and the fucking video, I'm not fucking thinking about Born Again. Like, ever again. I refuse.
Coward.
That's not true.
We have a season 2 to conquer.
There is no season 2, and there is no Queen of England, and there is no Pope Francis.
There is no season 2 in passing today.
She beating the unemployed allegations. Bagel, we've known this. We've known that I'm a busy boy.
I do wonder, like, on the Pope Francis thing. Are we sure it was JD Vance and it wasn't the Daredevil finale that killed?
Hold on, I'm gonna post a picture. This is my
it could be both.
Theory.
Maybe JD Vance forced him to watch the Daredevil finale.
The Pope was a huge Netflix fan.
Here's some working theories from Twitter.
I actually wonder. I actually would have been so curious to get Pope Francis's thoughts on the original Daredevil show, because obviously there's a lot of like Catholic themes, and iconography in that show. But also Matt does the sex with women outside of wedlock, so I don't know that he'd be too pleased about that.
He'd like
he'd be like he's a lapsed Catholic. A lapsed
like I wish I could do that.
Turns out that is actually what he was doing. That's why he died. He just got an STI.
I can't believe Pope Francis is going to miss Andor season 2.
Oh God, that's so sad. Why would he say that?
Well, now we have to hope that Andor season 2 is terrible, so that he's not missing out on anything.
True.
Actually, to be fair, the conclave of cardinals could be watching, because obviously they're enclosed. Like, no one knows what goes on during the conclave. So like, they could literally just be watching Andor in their downtime. Like, who knows? Also, Pope Francis, like, dying on Easter in the same year that like the film The Conclave happened. It's certainly good timing, man. It's a baller move. You gotta give it to him.
Sorry, hang on.
Bro is on a side quest.
You guys keep going.
Ambushed.
Just messaging someone.
What do you mean you're messaging someone? Get back on stream, you
No, it's important. Anyway.
It's symbolic.
Daredevil episode 8 is good. It's return to form, obviously, because this is the post overhaul.
Oh yeah, it's post overhaul.
Yeah.
So it must be good.
So let's get into it. Now, we start off on a very artsy shot of a blue rose with a blue tint over it.
Ooh,
and
cinema.
The blue is meant to represent that the show makes me increasingly sad every time I think about it.
Blue dabba dee dabba die.
And the rose is meant to represent how life is fleeting and we should be doing anything else but wasting our time with the show.
Yeah, but like in all seriousness, like the blue is meant to represent Bullseye, I guess, because it pops up like all the time every time he does anything in this episode, and it's very strange because you know,
I do have a question about that. So like they're using the blue filter to like basically, well, the thing is it's not even a filter; it's a blue light on set. But they're using the blue lighting to like highlight, I guess, moments of him being like, you know, in severe mental distress, and sometimes we even get the kind of like bee buzzing noise like that we got in the Netflix show, right?
It's a reference to the good stuff.
And I guess my question is like, why the blue? Like, obviously, I know why the buzzing because we had that before, but like, why the blue filter? Like, what are we doing there? Is that meant to be symbolic?
Is it a comic reference?
A contrast with the red?
Is it because his costume is
I'm
blue?
certain it's a comic reference.
Well, because I feel like people were saying that that's what it was, and I'm just like, I guess. Unfortunately, the shows have never shown. Well, I think it is, yeah. Unfortunately, like the show has never associated Bullseye with blue. So, like, this is just meaningless. And also, of course, to skip ahead to the end, we get, like, a shot of Matt that's all red, and, you know, Daredevil is red. And so I guess the contrast is supposed to be red and blue are, like, cinematic opposites, I guess. It's literally that scene in Kenobi where, it's blue when it's Anakin, and then it's red when it's Vader, and it's like, look at that. Red represents evil, and blue represents good.
On that note, right? Because like, I don't want to head off like someone responding to us like, oh well, they did the lighting thing in the Netflix show. And I'm like, yeah, but I think we covered this in another stream as well. But the difference, right? The salient difference is that whenever Matt was bathed in red light in the Netflix continuity in the Daredevil show or in Defenders, they always made sure that it was like an in-universe light source, right? It would just be like done thematically to be like Matt has now stepped into an area where there is red light, or like there is red light shining on his face at this moment, and it's coming from the world around him. And you know, you could call it heavy-handed symbolism if you like, but like I thought it worked pretty well in the context. And there's like in-universe reasons why he is now bathed in red light. It's just not just a look, we're doing something artsy now.
Whoa.
In the show, we do not even attempt to justify the idea that he's like that there is an ambient light source or something. He just, you know, the show just goes, now everything's blue, now everything's red. We're doing theme, aren't we clever? And I'm like, no, I hate you.
Where did like red and blue are like opposites to each other come from as like a cinematic device, if you can call that? Because like red and green are actual like opposites. That's like,
well, the red and blue are just opposite ends of the color spectrum in terms of frequency of light.
Oh, I guess. It's so lazy and it feels very just cheap. I was just like, red versus blue. What is this, a Halo reference?
Is that a Halo reference?
What?
We're doing Haloid.
But yes, we're finally catching up with Benny Boy, Pointy Doy. He is
all right.
He is being transferred by a bunch of prison guards who've actually like taken the time to like give his arms restraints, which is cool. Yeah, good job. They remembered that restraints exist. Because what's happening?
His hands are swaddled in gloves, so I mean he can't pick up anything and throw it, you know, as he wants to do.
As he is known, like that's like his thing, yeah. But like yeah, and the reason this is happening is they are transferring him to general population, which the implication is that someone high up has ordered him to be moved to Gen Pop, and obviously it's no secret here, like it was the Fisks, like specifically Wilson Fisk, and I don't know why. Because he's been in prison for, what, a year and a half at this point, since Foggy was murdered? Why now are we having him killed? Because the implication is, like, they're moving him here so that he can get killed by other prisoners. Why did we wait so long?
Good question. Because you're right. Yeah, the implication very much is that like this is being done to kill him, and that would be fine and dandy if this was happening directly after the whole Foggy debacle. But this, as you said, is like a year and a bit later.
Foggy
and
debacle.
Now apparently they have decided, and they have decided that now it is unacceptable. Now his whatever he knows is too dangerous to have him be left alive. So we're gonna kill him off now.
The way this reads is this is the first post overhaul episode since the first episode. So it's almost like the actual story of this part of the show was just essentially put on pause so that we could have 6 episodes of meandering through like unrelated bullshit. To then now it's like, okay, so anyway, this is what's happening with Bullseye and Fisk and Vanessa and Matt and all that, and like the investigation into Foggy's murder and all that. Like we put that shit on pause, and now here we are, like as if the rest of the show just didn't happen. That's really what this entire thing feels like. It's distractingly dumb.
There's no good in-universe reason for this, for why they would have waited this long to have him killed.
No. But season 2.
Season 0.5, the one that came before this, that would explain it all.
There are no seasons. So yeah, that's happening. Good, poor old Ben Poindexter. He's not long for this world by the looks of it. Then we cut to there's a scene where Fisk and Vanessa are talking as he's taking her into his little basement, because he's going to go ahead and reveal that Adam is there and that he's been keeping him prisoner this entire time. They walk past the fucking rabbit in the snowstorm drenched in blood, and yeah, there he is. Vanessa's finding out that Adam is alive and that he's been in Fisk's basement the entire time. And there's a line of dialogue where she's like, why the fuck are you doing this? And he's like, I am better than I was before. I am. Which gives me the implication that like we are actually committing to he was trying to become a better person, so to speak. Like he was trying to take the straight and narrow. I don't know why necessarily he felt the need to do that, like for Vanessa's sake. Like the implication is like he didn't tell her about Adam because I guess he'd be disappointed that she'd be disappointed that he isn't like an upstanding guy anymore, which is weird. Because the last time they interacted from our perspective, I mean, not only has she just been running his criminal empire for 2 years at this point, but like the last time we saw them together in season 3, it was her being like, I want you to tell me more, like I want you to let me into your life and tell me more about your criminal operations and like, don't keep secrets from me, and I'm in this with you and I love you, and also I'm willing to have people murdered to keep us together. So like I don't see why he would want to like keep this more brutal, like evil side of himself away from her and be like, no, I am trying to be a better person. But that does seem to be what we're getting here. And
it's also needlessly confused as an issue because I mean I guess what they're going for, like this is if I'm being really charitable, or rather if I was in the writer's shoes and I was being told I had to write some version of the scene, and how do I make it like meaningful and make sense? I guess the choice here is that Fisk is basically going like, you have a choice of a life, a life with me or a life without me. Like you can let Adam go, or you can kill Adam and commit to us as a couple. And Adam can like therefore represent throughout the show Vanessa wrestling with whether or not she even wants to be with Fisk, or whether she's happy being on her own as as the queen pin essentially, separate to Wilson. But the problem is like the show hasn't really used Adam that way up until now. Adam has really just been a
punching bag.
A guy Vanessa slept with. Yeah, a punching bag for Fisk to take out his frustrations on, and a guy that Vanessa slept with because Adam had no idea who she was apparently, or who Fisk was apparently, or the fact that, or other, he doesn't know Fisk was connected to her somehow. And we're even like, Vanessa even explicitly asked Wilson to not kill Adam because Adam had nothing really to do with, it wasn't his fault.
Mm-hmm. Well, apparently he didn't know,
quite sure
according to what he says in this scene, which I don't believe, but yeah.
So that's what I mean, right? Like, if we're going to use Adam in this moment as to be like, oh, Adam has thematically represented Vanessa's, the existence of a life beyond Fisk that Vanessa is like toying with as an idea that she doesn't know if that's what she wants or doesn't want, and that choosing to kill him is her committing to Fisk, finally and totally. Please, could you have used him that way the whole season? Because he hasn't been, and so it just comes sort of out of nowhere and does sort of contradict the idea that she wanted him kept alive just because like she's got a spark of honor or quote unquote decency, where she's like, yeah, those were my choices, not his. He had nothing to do with my choices.
This was never a condition to our agreement, nor was giving hand to this bounty hunter. But she does.
It kind of just comes full circle to the. Sorry, it just kind of comes full circle to the conversation we had about like how the show can't seem to ever settle on what themes it wants to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Ever.
Well, I genuinely have no idea what to make of Vanessa's character throughout this season. I don't know anything. Like, I think I was saying this to you. Like, anytime she does literally anything, I'm like, I guess that's something she's gonna do now, because like that just. You know, like even her seeming to commit to I'm going to send Luca to his death, basically, because I've chosen to side with Wilson here. It's like, okay, like I could have, like, if that's something that I could have just seen going either way, because I don't know anything about her character at this point. She's just kind of there to do whatever.
Well, it's also that thing of like, you know, it's you know that Dave Filoni thing that we often remark about how he thinks repeating a setup for an arc is the same thing as progressing an arc.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same shit here, right? With Vanessa, of like they keep on dropping these little moments where you're meant to be like, oh, is she thinking about, like, you know, is she truly committed to Fisk? Like, there's the Luca scene, there's this scene, there's the scenes in you know, Heather at the beginning, and these are all these little scenes, but like they're never actually addressed, right? There's just like we drop a little hint of, oh, maybe she's unhappy. We're not going to explore that, and then 2 episodes later, it's like, oh, maybe she's unhappy. Then we never explore it. And another episode later, maybe she's on. And I'm like, yeah, I know that that's what you're setting up. Can we actually have some development of that before you commit to a payoff for it? Because as it is, I have no idea what Vanessa thinks about any of this, really. Because all you've ever done is hint at the start of that journey.
It would be a lot easier to gauge her, like her views on just everything Fisk is doing and what she what he represents to her at this point, if we knew going into the show what he's actually trying to accomplish as mayor, what she thinks about that, and like whether or not she's even down with this idea of like potentially him trying to go straight and be a good person, or at least be a better, more upstanding citizen, you know?
Yeah,
if we knew any of that shit like, beforehand.
Or even if he's keeping it from her, like we've had no scenes of her like maybe going behind his back to try and find out for herself so she can make a decision. We've had no scenes of her like maybe making decisions about the Empire that are contrary to what Fisk wants, because she's acting, you know, she's toying with the idea of like maybe like just not listening to him anymore. There's been no back and forth on this. There's been no development in any direction. It's just like we've just been told it's a thing that
even a scene where like he tells her, we need to do this, this, and this, and she's like, no, I disagree with that. And he's like, well, you know, I'm the boss, so I'm gonna, like, come on, you know, listen to me. I love you, but, like, I am still the kingpin here. And then, like, maybe when she's actually talking to her gang members, she's just like, no, we're gonna do my idea, fuck Fisk. And, like, that could have been, like, a moment where, like, oh, shit, you know, is she going rogue? Or is this just, like, an isolated incident where she's like, no, I think my idea is better, and I'll deal with the consequences of this later. Anything, like literally all I want is anything, and I don't know what we're doing with her, because you know she kills Adam.
Stop advertising substance and actually give me some substance, please.
She kills Adam here, and I guess we're meant to say she is now fully committed to being with Fisk and that she loves Wilson and everything's great. And I'm like, okay, again, like it's again. I'm just like, I don't know anything. Like this could have gone either way, and I would have been like, okay. Because I just don't know anything about her. Yes, and while this scene is happening, we're doing the parallels again, where we keep cutting back between whatever Fisk has got going on and like what Matt's got going on. Because while all this is happening, he is finding out that Heather has been representing Fisk, because like Buck Cashman shows up at her door, you know, congratulates her on getting better after being attacked by Muse, and then gives her an invitation to a gala that Fisk is going to be throwing tonight. And there's so many things to talk about with this scene, and now we get to finally get into the Heather stuff. So before we even get to the Kingpin stuff and everything to do with how they argue about that, let's talk about how she views vigilantes, and specifically like Muse and Daredevil after this experience, because it doesn't make any sense. And I really don't know where she.
She thinks they're the same, right? Like, that's basically the takeaway. She's like, oh, they're all the same. They're all just out for themselves. They just breed violence. Like, Daredevil, because, you know, Matt's like, well, Daredevil saved you. And she's like, I saved
me. She said, I saved me. They were both there for themselves. And I'm like, so actually, just objectively speaking, you didn't save yourself. Like, you can say whatever you want about Daredevil's motivations for being there, but, like, had he not shown up, you'd be dead. Like, you weren't, he saved you. That's the thing that happened. You have to factor that into your assessment of how of like his psychology, I guess.
She would have figured out a way to wriggle
Season
out
2.
of that chair.
I guess the interesting thing here, right, is like I'm happy to have, because I'm happy to have a scene like this. I'm happy for not Kirsten, for Heather in the moments, like she's struggling with a very recent and very traumatic event, and she's like lashing out and she's upset and angry, and her boyfriend, who's always been like slightly cold and slightly like uncommitted to her, is more treating it like an intellectual exercise than he is like being comforting to her. And like, so I can totally get that in the moment she's just like saying, her worst feelings about the situation rather than like being objective and taking maybe a clear-eyed view on it. The issue though is that when she is given time later on to examine these things with a greater context, especially in terms of how it relates to Matt, she continues to be a thundering dumbass.
Mm-hmm. And like, it's bad enough in this episode, but God, just wait till we get to the next episode.
And that's no bueno. Also, again, Matt is not assassinated in this scene, but like again, his character is like kind of damaged by the fact that he doesn't seem to recognize that she's going through trauma, and instead just kind of whines that like she's not treating Daredevil very fairly. And I'm like, maybe not now, Matt. Actually,
it is interesting that like, and this is going to be even more relevant when we talk about her perspective on Fisk that we're about to get to. But like, it is interesting that she seems to have bought into the idea that Muse is a vigilante. So it's like, she has this very anti-vigilante viewpoint, even though she was attacked by a serial killer, and the only vigilante present in that entire equation is the one who busted into her office and saved her life. That obviously would give me an anti-vigilante. Yeah, that would definitely give me an anti-vigilante stance. I don't know about any of you guys.
Yeah, I'd be very pro-cop after the cops just sat around outside on their ass and did nothing to save me.
And then took all the credit for it after the fact, even though all the credit. Like, even if we were, like, accepting that BB revised her article and everything, and, like, people just bought into that, Heather is the actual victim here who's going to have been interviewed by all sorts of journalists, like, surely. And she's going to be like, yeah, Daredevil. Well, I guess not, because she's going to say, well, I saved myself. And they're going to be like, well, what about Daredevil? Was he there? And she's just going to be like, yeah, but, like, he was there for himself. And they're going to be like, can you tell us what that means? I don't know. The point is, like, there's no way of the anti-vigilante task force being given credit for that, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, and there's also just no acknowledgement of the fact that, like, because she basically comes down on Team Fisk here, right? She's like, yeah, Fisk is right, Vigilante's bad, and Fisk is good, and I support Fisk. Which, like, ignoring again the context of, like, forget Daredevil, she should know Matt's history with Fisk, which he kind of even brings up, and she's like, well, I think you're just being salty. And I'm like, Heather, fuck's sake.
It's like, I literally, I put him away for years because he's a monster, and he subverted the law and subverted justice, and, like, then
he
ran for
murdered
fucking
an old
mayor.
Lady in her home who I was representing.
Yep. Like, has he
evil.
just not told her about any of this stuff, or is it that she actually just has not taken an interest in his past? Like one or the other. I don't really think either makes sense.
They're both unacceptable.
Yeah.
To quote a great content creator, maybe she's just a bad listener. I don't know.
Like,
I mean, she's definitely a bad person.
The other thing about this, like, even putting aside the obvious stupidity with, like, the vigilante perspective and, like why Matt should obviously hate Fisk and, like, why she should understand why Matt hates Fisk, even putting all of that to one side, remember earlier in the show when she seemed to recognize that Fisk has the capacity for great harm, right? That, like, she literally pulled Vanessa aside after one of their sessions and was just like, do you feel safe with him? Because, like, I don't know. I'm getting kind of a vibe here, and, like, yeah, Vanessa says, oh, he's capable of many things, my husband, but hurting me is not one of them. But, like, if I'm Heather and I'm a smart person, I'd be like, and I'd still be like, I'd be noting that down. I'd be like, I don't trust this Wilson Fisk guy. I think, especially since my boyfriend seems to have a pretty anti-Fisk rhetoric, and for good reason, since he got him locked away for actual criminal charges, So maybe...
Very, very depraved ones, yeah.
If anything, you'd expect, like, the way Heather behaved to, like, you'd expect after her suspicions that Fisk is a danger to Vanessa, her to maybe even, like, bring that up to Matt in, like, a more subtle way to, like, not give away that she's representing him as a client, but she could be like, you've talked in the past about Fisk being a monster. Can you go into more detail on that? Because, she's coming at this from a perspective of, I want to know more about this person that I'm representing, and, like, if he actually is someone that I need to worry about, So she could ask Matt, and I'm sure he'd be willing to be like, yeah, he's done this, he's done this, he's done this, he's done this. Like, and it's bullshit that he got away, like, with all of that, you know, with a slap on the wrist, and we're going to get into that, but, like, that is a thing that happened, and these are all things that he did, that I proved that he did in a court of law. He's a bad, bad person. I'm sorry, there just is no way that she doesn't know about all the things Fisk has done. I'm sorry.
There's also the kind of weirdness of, like, even if she doesn't know that somehow, even if she agrees with Fisk that, like, vigilantes are bad now because she's got this trauma response to anyone in a mask and she just kind of lumps them all in because she's stupid, even if this is all true, she should know that Fisk was taking credit for things that Fisk and his task force did not do, and that should give her pause, especially given, yeah, as you pointed out, she was like, oh yeah, this man seems dangerous earlier. You know, she should be lumping Fisk in as basically the same as the vigilantes, right? She should be like, they're all terrible. Fisk, Daredevil, Muse, everyone on both sides.
They all have an agenda. They're all doing whatever, and like, I honestly, like, it's us, like, regular people who are getting caught in the middle of it and almost getting killed. You know?
Yeah, the war between the wannabe gods, basically, and fuck those people for taking on a position that is more than just the average person for themselves and making themselves grander than they are. Fuck the Kingpin, fuck Daredevil, you know, that kind of stuff. Instead, she just becomes a diehard Fisk fan, and it's completely insane.
Yeah, and again, it gets even worse when you watch the next episode.
Yeah, the ending of the next episode is... Oh my God.
Yeah, but for now, like, she and Matt are having an argument. He's basically like, please don't tell me you're representing him. And she's like, yeah, I can't tell you that. And he's like, come on. Like, if Fisk is in your life, he is in my life. And, like, I know that he's using you to get to me. And she's acting like he's being paranoid about this. And it's like, you know that these two have a very, like venomous history with one another. That is not a far-fetched insinuation. I'm sorry, it just isn't. Because the show's
her solution to that is to be like, come with me to this ball that I've been invited to by Fisk.
Yeah,
come party with Fisk.
Not only is he like, I am not okay with you taking him as a client, and I'm not okay with him being in any way associated with me or my loved ones. She's just like, anyway, he's throwing a party tonight. You want to come with me? It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Are you actually fucking dense?
This is jumping ahead a little bit, but like when it looks like he's not going to turn up to this party, she acts like really hurt and offended. Like,
she gets like annoyed.
Terrible.
She literally calls him and like leaves a voice message saying like, you know, I understand if you didn't want to show up, but you could have at least given me a heads up. And I'm like, the fact that you ever expected him to show up to this is actually insane.
Yeah, like I'll accept an invitation to the party of a man who killed old ladies and tried to kill my boyfriend and all his friends multiple times. Just in their civilian identities, I don't even have to know about Daredevil. But you know, I want my boyfriend, to turn up to said party.
Oh my God.
And stare into the eyes directly of a man who's tried to fucking kill like innocent people he was trying to defend.
I just thought about that. Yeah. At all. Did Matt never tell her about the fact that like Fisk put a hit out on a woman that he used to like date and was like good friends with, and that Bullseye like attacked her at a church, killed a father figure of his. And only failed to kill Karen because Daredevil showed up and saved her. Like, he's just never told her about any of that.
That wasn't public knowledge, especially because Karen is a fucking journalist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sorry. There's too many things that Fisk has done that the people of New York know about. There is no way for any of this to work. For Heather to not know these things, and for just generally people not to know these things. Like, for Fisk to be acquitted and just run for fucking mayor. Like, I'm sorry, none of it makes sense. It just doesn't. And the more you think about it, the worse it gets. Because, like, I hadn't even thought about the church attack. But, like, that's a thing that people fucking know about. Oh my God.
This becomes... I'll jump ahead just because it's a funny thing. Like, before the stream started, I had the idle thought of like, hey, Thunderbolts says that Bucky Barnes is a New York congressman. Does he not care about what happened in the finale? And I'm like, I looked up and like, yeah, not only is he a congressman at that time, he's a congressman at the same time that this is all going down. Mm-hmm. So I guess he just doesn't give a shit. And then there's the other thing which we'll talk about with Heather, which the first time we watched, I don't think she had even noticed.
Mm-hmm. I didn't even think about it.
And I was like, hey, there's this... Yeah, and I was like, "Hey, there's this thing about Heather that I've just had a thunk about," and she was like, "Oh my God!"
It makes it so much worse. It just the more you think about the show, the worse it gets.
Nothing connects. Like not one thing connects. Everything is broken in every direction. It's almost miraculous. Like the fractals of fucked that are like spilling out from this show in endless directions. it's almost like a masterful exploration of the concept of infinity. How fucked this show is.
Mm-hmm. And like, my video on it is only an hour long, and that's only because I basically put an arbitrary restriction of like, this can't go on any further than this. Like, I just have to only talk about the bare essentials, and even then, I basically didn't even touch on like the entire White Tiger subplot, or really the Muse plotline, if you can call it that, or like just anything to do with like Punisher or the cops. I just didn't talk about any of that because like there's just so much to do with Matt and Fisk that like that took up basically the bulk of the review.
There's no notes.
It's
yep.
Fucking hell. Just fucking hell.
It's Andrew and Maverick's favorite show, I think, ever. Like, yeah, that's what you said, right, Maverick? You gotta rewatch it at Christmas and everything.
This one? Yes.
Yeah. I'm showing this to all my friends, all my family, any
Netflix
love interest that I have going forward. So
pure navel gazing.
True.
Yeah, I mean you can just skip season 3. I've been told that one's bad.
There's no acrobatics in that one. He's not swinging from buildings, so it's bad.
Every time I see him swinging, all I can think of is George of the Jungle.
George of the Jungle.
George of the Jungle. God.
Also,
we live in hell.
Here's a side note, and I recognize that Fisk is the mayor, and like he'd probably have records of like people's addresses, but like, does Heather not consider it like a huge violation that he apparently has her address on his books and like sent a man to her doorstep to give her an invitation to this gala?
No. Apparently not.
Because I'd be like, okay, like I recognize that you're the mayor, but you're also my client and I'm your therapist, and like this is a serious boundary breach here. What the fuck, Wilson?
Yeah, especially because you thought he was dangerous earlier. But you know what? Counterpoint, I think you're thinking too hard about this.
He's not mayor, he's God Emperor. He can do whatever he wants.
Oh, well, yeah, we'll get to that.
Andor season 2 tomorrow.
Shit.
Andor season 2 tomorrow. Andor season 2 tomorrow.
Yippee, 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 yippee.
Fucking hell.
It's alright. You got Twilight New Moon to look forward to.
Woo! Woo! Yeah, so
right,
that's the first scene with Heather. It hurts in my bones. And yeah, obviously Matt is not happy with her. She says, "Yeah, come to the gala." He says no, which I'm gonna note this dialogue now because it'll be relevant for a little nitpick I have later. Not even a nitpick, because that's even relevant to a larger point too. That's again, there's just so much. But like, here's a line of dialogue where she says, "I want you to come to this with me," and he says, "I wasn't invited," and she says, "To Dr. Heather Glenn, you're invited, blah, blah, blah. You and you can bring a guest." So, like, Matt's only way of entering this gala, based on this dialogue, is he can get in as long as Heather gets him in. Just keep that in mind later. Because I know that the thing that I'm about to bring up later is a small thing, but again, it is relevant to a larger point that I then want to make about the security of that place.
He will not, in fact, walk in on his own.
Anyway, he storms off, and he goes to Josie's bar. I guess I don't really know why he decides to go there. It's not like I don't think he called Josie ahead of time and said like I'm gonna come visit. I think he just decided to go there, and then she saw him outside and was like, "Hey, what's going on?"
We're skipping ahead. There's like 3 scenes between then and there, isn't there?
Oh, there are. Yeah, I forgot he does go to work. I didn't even like take any notes for that scene because fucking hell.
Well, yeah. So like, just to be thorough, right? He goes to work. Him and Kirsten are taking the case of some douchebag who's like siphoned money from like a teachers union or something, right? And he like Matt's like, "Oh, I need you to tell me whether you deliberately like siphoned money and criminally did that." And the guy lies, and because Matt can hear his heartbeat, he knows he's lying. And Matt,
say that again.
He's in a Oh yeah. Matt pulls the "say that again" meme, which is we sent us into hysterics when we saw it. And I'm clipping the shit out of that.
We are brain rotted.
It's over for us. We're done.
He said the line, Bart.
We couldn't believe it when he actually said that.
Oh, Southpaw's alive. Oh, Southpaw.
Where the fuck have you been?
You don't want to know.
Marvel rivals.
Okay.
Gooning to Emma Frost.
Yes.
I wish.
Anyway, but Daredevil.
Yeah, chat crucify Southpaw. Yeah, Matt loses his shit with this guy. I think he's called Thomas, right? And like loses his shit with Thomas because He can tell that he's lying, and he's just like pent up with frustration about various different shit. So he just like unloads on him, and Kirsten's like, "All right, I'm talking to you outside." And they go out, and Matt has another scene where he just like, rather than like have any kind of subtext, he just decides to like spill explicitly all of his feelings for a TikTok friendly audience. Where he's like, "Oh, feels like this isn't working, and like we represented Hector, and Hector died, which was my own damn fault." But we're not mentioning that. Yeah, like, and then like I did this, and that's not working, and now Heather's angry at me, and I'm like, I'm just having a bad time. And Kirsten's like, "Okay, but that doesn't really excuse you continuing to do more malpractice, but fuck it, off you go, I guess." We do get one thing here, which is that Matt mentions that like, Poindexter has been like on his mind, right? And she mentions that Poindexter has been asking to talk to you.
This is the scene where it's established that like he put in a request to talk to Matt after being put into Gen Pop. So there actually was something relevant in this scene. My bad.
And he's like, "What? Poindexter wants to talk to me," and she's like, "Yeah, don't go talk to him. Like, that's just gonna dig up a load of old wounds, and you don't want that." And he's like, "Yeah, sure," and then like files that information away, and
then he's like, but he asks like, "So who had him moved?" And she says, "I knew you would ask that. It was Mayor Fisk." And I'm like, does she not know that that's like really sketchy? That the mayor himself moved him to general population. Whatever.
Well, you see, despite the fact she used to work in the district attorney's office, she's also a blithering fool, so it's fine.
That's typically how this goes, yeah. But yeah.
Oh well, because we have another fun scene, which is Fisk promotes not Wesley to deputy mayor.
Oh yeah, I did take that down, but that is before the Josie's bar in my notes. My bad. Oh, they also mentioned in that scene that like vigilante crime is down 30% since the task force deployed, and I'm just like, what do you mean? Like, where are we getting these numbers? Because like, as far as I'm aware, there aren't any vigilantes active, period, right? According to like earlier episodes in the show.
Yeah, well, I guess maybe just because Spider-Man has been absent for some reason, like it's just 30%.
They're like, we did it, we reduced vigilante activity, and Spider-Man's like, huh? Oh yeah, you guys did that. Yeah, so there's
and we shot Hector in the face. There's which, by the way, I guess that was on Fisk's orders, right? Because the Punisher cops did that.
Did he already have control over them before that though, or I don't think he did.
Yeah, maybe. It's all very sketchy.
It seems like actually because spoiler alert, like Cole North is the one who killed White Tiger. And I think the idea is he did that of his own accord, ? And I guess also didn't tell Powell about it because Powell was being honest when he told Matt that he had nothing to do with that or had any knowledge about it. So I don't know. I don't fucking know. Like the murder of White Tiger kind of just goes nowhere as a plot thread. It's just fucking throw that onto the pile.
We got Deputy Mayor, not Wesley, so it's fine.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor of Communications. The guy who is only so far in Fisk's campaign has been fucking up royally and like causing serious grief for him.
Yeah. Specifically in the field of communications, because his one contribution has been to blab to a journalist privileged information that then was used to bite Fisk in the ass.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that, again, it is a fucking miracle that he wasn't fired for that, but he dick rides and he simps, so like whatever. I guess Fisk likes that. That doesn't seem like something he would like, but whatever, he likes it, and he likes it so much that he's gonna go ahead and give him a premature promotion that he's just not ready for. Because why the fuck would he be? He's what, 20?
Something like that. Yeah, Sheila, his boss is like, I don't think he's ready for that position, and Fisk is like, nonsense. People like this young man are the future.
It's like, sure, this isn't Fisk. Like, this is just not something he would do. I'm so like, they're trying to do the thing of like he's being unorthodox, and he's because like Fisk isn't running things like a normal mayor. He's running things like a criminal mayor, and he sees potential where other people might overlook. Done. And I'm like, but he doesn't. But what potential is there in not Wesley? He's just a fuck up and a simp. He hasn't done anything. I swear to God, like I understand that he's James Gandolfini's son. Like I get that, but also you have to act like if you're gonna have Michael Gandolfini be in a show and he's gonna play like kind of like a proto mobster, like a penguin type. In episode 9, they really try to give him like that penguin look, like he unbuttons his shirt and he's got like the chest hairs and he just looks like a fucking greasy mobster. And like if you're going for that, like fine. Can you make him a character, though, as well? Like, I think that part is necessary.
Make him competent.
Last I checked, it's been a while since I took, like, an English course in school, but, like, last I checked, when it comes to writing, characters are necessary. I could be wrong. I may have to double-check that.
They're a suggestion.
Did you just do, like, a Minecraft noise?
Yeah, I was about to say, the noise was
like,
so long there. I thought you were just doing a Minecraft villager noise.
What? No. Crazy.
Andrew has been so brain damaged by the Minecraft movie, he can only communicate in Minecraft noises now.
Yep.
True. Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey. Speaking of incredibly stupid things like chicken jockey, Murdoch is now going to Josie's bar.
Woo! Yeah.
And I'll let you, Sheev, describe the events of what we find out in this scene.
Yeah, so he goes to Josie's bar.
We're a year after the beginning of this season.
Over a year. Yeah, a year and a half.
Well,
year and a half.
Yeah, from Foggy's death or from the beginning of
from Foggy's death.
Yeah, we're a year and a half at this point.
That'll be relevant.
I know episode 9 will contradict that with just whatever. It doesn't matter. It's been a year and a half since Foggy died. And he goes into Josie's bar to have a drink with Josie. Cherry shows up because I guess Matt called him. I don't know. Or no, Cherry says that he was like following him? ?
Yeah, Kirsten asked Cherry to keep tabs on Matt.
Yeah, right. Which is just like, okay, he's my private investigator, but I guess whatever. He'll take jobs from Kirsten too. Anyway, so they have a little chit chat, and Josie pulls out a bottle of O'Melvinese, which you guys might remember was the drink that Matt told Heather about in terms of like, this is what Foggy and I would drink every time we won a case. This was our little celebration drink, and Josie's like, yeah, Foggy was drinking it the night that he died, and Matt's like, I think you're mistaken because, we only drank that when we won a case, and like he hadn't won a case that, and then he realizes like something clicks in his mind that Foggy was drinking O'Melvinese that night because he was celebrating early for a case he was about to win. And somehow, some way, that causes him to realize something about the nature of Foggy's murder, which, by the way, this scene also establishes that, like, there was an actual investigation into Bullseye's motives, which somehow didn't yield certain results that we're going to get to when we talk about episode 9. But, yeah, ultimately the conclusion there was, like, yeah, he was just there to settle some old scores, and I'm like, with who? Because he didn't have an old score with Foggy, he didn't have one with Karen, didn't have one with Matt, and he didn't even have one with Daredevil, even if he knows Matt is Daredevil.
To jump ahead slightly, partially, yeah, because Matt's conclusion in the scene is like, oh yeah, this Red Hook case that Benny was involved in, that Foggy was handling, clearly that was like something much more meaningful than a silly throwaway case, and like him being about to win that was a real problem for someone. So clearly they killed Foggy to like silence him, to make sure this case never went through. And like, oh my god, I can't believe I hadn't thought about this before, because I just thought Benjamin Poindexter was just settling random scores that didn't exist. And like, you're just sitting there being like, you're telling me that Matt Murdoch, after his best friend was killed, seemingly out of nowhere by like fucking Bullseye, who's got no reason to go after them, didn't consider the possibility, especially given that the last time he saw Fisk was like, I will never stop hunting Foggy Nelson. Like, literally explicitly says that. That he never even considered the possibility that Fisk or someone like Fisk might be behind this.
Yeah, because Fisk was obviously, at this point in the timeline, Fisk was away. But like, Matt knows Vanessa exists, and that, like, surely he knew that in Fisk's absence, she took over the Empire, basically, right? Like, surely he investigated her as Daredevil and, like, found out that was happening.
It gets even worse, right? Because, like, if Matt knew that Kingpin was away, which I don't know why he wouldn't, given that he was apparently, according to Echo, investigating Fisk's activities, during the blip and beyond. So Matt knows that Fisk is away, which means that he knows Vanessa's running the Empire. Now, he can't move against Vanessa because of the deal he struck with Fisk. However,
which matters.
From Vanessa's perspective, Yeah, but now from Vanessa's perspective, that Fisk isn't running things, and therefore, like, it doesn't matter, therefore, whether like Fisk is exposed, quote unquote, because like the deal doesn't really like hold water when Kingpin isn't doing criminal activities. Is my point. Vanessa is like, oh, or at least this should be Matt's thinking. Vanessa's like, oh, okay, so Foggy and Co and Matt have this like dirt on me that they could just drop at any moment to like send me to jail forever. So like I should probably take advantage of this opportunity where like they don't think that anything's going to happen because Fisk is out of the picture to maybe kill them both and bury
kill
that
all three
possibility
of them.
forever.
And while you're at it, fucking kill like Felix Manning if you can find him, and any of the like, whatever evidence Matt might have taken down that like proves his statement. You know, like get all that destroyed, because then what the fuck does Matt have on you? You know.
Yeah, which honestly, and the thing is like, because again, people are gonna be like, well, that wasn't what Poindexter was hired to do, and I'm like, the problem is that is what he tried to do. Like, the show doesn't seem to actually have him do the thing he was hired to do, which we'll talk about later. Instead, the show has him go straight for Foggy and Karen, and presumably had Matt been there, Matt. So, from Matt's perspective, it should look like Poindexter. I mean, literally, that's what Matt does think. He thinks Poindexter was there for them. So,
but he chalked that up to him being there to settle old scores. Well, okay, here's the thing. Honestly, if I'm Matt, the last person I'm going to assume hired Bullseye is Vanessa, because obviously, if Bullseye was hired by Vanessa to do a job, he would just kill her, so she wouldn't go to him for anything. But then, you know,
but
that's not what the show does.
That we need to get to.
Yeah, so...
There's also the issue there of, like, regardless of the circumstances of Foggy's death, Matt should have been, like, going through his cases as his partner, let alone his friend, to be like, oh, what business has been left outstanding? What was Foggy working on at various times? Which apparently he didn't fucking do. And that's important, because had he done that, he would have made this connection a lot earlier.
I have a question.
Go for it.
Matt finds out about what specific alcohol Foggy was drinking that night in this episode?
Yes.
Okay, so that's very convenient that he didn't overhear Foggy say the name of it in the first episode, because he immediately overhears him call their firm NM&P.
Yeah, he was listening into their conversation. Yeah.
That's very convenient timing.
Yeah,
yep. But he didn't hear the name of the drink, and he didn't smell.
He didn't smell the drink. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I mean, this isn't a bar, so maybe like there's just too many like mixtures of smells for him to like not be able to zero in on one. But like again, like he should have heard that. It's convenient.
That just makes me a little mad.
Yeah,
it makes me a little mad that he immediately does listen in after that.
You know, I'm not going to be one to judge a man for what he drinks and what he doesn't drink, but like. This is like a decade into his career as a lawyer. He doesn't really like. There's really not a need to only drink O'Melanies when he's about to win a case, right? Like, I don't know. It just feels a little weird that even now, like over a decade into his career, he still only drinks it whenever he's won a case, right? Like that seems a little. I'm sure he wins a lot of cases. I'm sure he's won a lot of cases. You know,
Matt the alcoholic, just pissed all the time.
I don't know. That's a small thing, and I'm not even necessarily leveling it as a criticism, because it's like whatever. But like,
nitpicker.
It's a little weak. I feel like there's a stronger way to connect this. Like, you know, there's a stronger way to have Matt realize that Foggy's death was more than meets the eye. But of course, for that to work, you then also need to like make it to where Foggy's death wasn't done by anyone that could even be tangentially connected to Vanessa. Right, which you can't really do because Benny exists and is involved in Red Hook, and Red Hook is a territory that the Fisks specifically are very interested in for reasons we'll get to with episode 9. So you can't really do again. It's a whole tangled mess of things. It's like this can work, but only if this, and then only if this, and then only if this, and then only if this, and that can't work because of the original thing that we talked about. Like it's this Ouroboros of like things that just don't fucking work, basically.
There's also the additional wrinkle, which is kind of funny, which is like. Especially in terms of like Matt not going through Foggy's files, which is the last conversation he ever had with Foggy was Foggy being like, "Oh yeah, I hid this client from you and his specific circumstances because I didn't want to give you an excuse to be Daredevil," which means there is something about this case that is dangerous.
Well, yeah, he tells Matt like you know, death threats were being received by Benny, and then Benny actually gets attacked. So like,
He's a very good lawyer, though.
If I'm Matt, I'm going to fucking look into that. Even if it's nothing, right? Even if I assume it's probably nothing, which I don't know why I would assume that. Like, I just don't understand why he never picked up Foggy's last case and like made sure, because Benny was left alive. He still needed legal representation, like,
which makes no sense on its own merits.
Yeah, and we're gonna get to that. But like you think,
wait, do we have confirmation he survived?
We do. I went back and checked. You go back to the first episode. He leaves Foggy's apartment, and then you hear Benny saying to Foggy, "I'm so sorry. He just wanted to know where you were." And then the next time we see Bullseye, he is somehow teleported to across the street from Josie's to snipe Foggy. So he left Benny alive.
He sounds like he was injured though. So how do we know he didn't like bleed out? Like Ben didn't like fucking throw a knife at him.
I feel like if the job is to kill Benny, which it was, and we're gonna get to that, I would make sure he was dead before I left the apartment, because why the fuck wouldn't I?
Well, yeah, it's stupid that he left him alive so he could make a phone call, but I'm saying, like, what if he did end up bleeding out?
I mean,
and,
maybe.
Like, that was he had a chance to call in. That's what I assumed from the beginning.
I'm sorry. I feel like if Benny's dead, we need explicit confirmation of that.
Yeah.
Show me the bodies.
Poindexter has been literally hired to kill Benny. Like, Benny specifically was the primary target. Foggy was the secondary target, right? Benny's the one who's really the main issue.
Who has the information, yeah.
Yeah, so, like, I'm sorry, you were going to kill Benny. He fatally injures Benny, but then doesn't, like, leaves him alive enough that he can get on the phone and warn Foggy, which, by the way, that's a pretty stupid practice in case you then miss Foggy.
Yeah.
But also, you didn't make sure your primary target was dead. And then on top of that, like, there's also, this has nothing to do with Dex himself, but the incredible bullshit of, like, so Benny and Foggy were fucking murdered, and this drew less attention to Benny's case, not more?
Yeah, like, if both Benny and Foggy are killed in that night, like, by the same person, then, like,
this was important.
Yeah, I'm sorry, because I mean, I understand that, like, the way it was all framed, Matt might have just been like, yeah, the only reason he killed Benny was because he was interrogating him to try to find out where Foggy was. But even then, I'd still be like, yeah, but he did kill Benny, and then he killed Foggy, and then also Foggy was working on this case connected to Red Hook, and I know it was connected to Red Hook because Foggy literally told me that right before he died. And I know what Red Hook is because I'm Daredevil, and I've been investigating the Fisks for literal years. Like, it's just all too much. It's just insane. But also, yeah, again, I just don't believe for even a second that Benny died, because, like, that's something you need to show us. You need to tell us that happened. And the show itself, like, at best leaves it ambiguous, which isn't enough. Fucking hell. Fuck, where were we? Oh yeah, so he's at Josie's bar, like, piecing all these things together, and then he storms off to go, like, I guess, talk to Poindexter, and he doesn't use his cane, which Josie notes, but, at this point, who gives a fuck about keeping your identity a secret, right? Who kind of defeats the whole anonymous superhero thing.
Precisely.
Fucking hell. I need a sip of water. Give me a minute. Right, what happens next?
We have the Rikers Island scene. So Matt goes to Rikers and he meets... which, by the way, I want everyone to know, Rikers is an island. That'll be irrelevant later. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so he meets with Dex, and now there's already an interesting thing here, which is that the room he's meeting Dex in is like some weird, like, interrogation cell for some reason, rather than just like the standard place you meet people.
Yeah, one with, like, a partition and you talk on the phones, or, like, even in, like, we saw in Penguin, right, that, like, when he went to visit Maroney, it was in, like, a cafeteria type of room, which I know that, like, certain prison visitation centers are like that, but even then, like, those are rooms that are, like, A, for more normal prisoners who aren't people like Bullseye, and B, like, they're going to be obviously heavily surveilled and guarded, so, like, the prisoners can't just attack whoever they're talking to, right?
Well, so that's another thing. It's like Matt is not here in a capacity as Dex's lawyer, meaning this is not legally protected conversation, meaning the guards can be present.
But even if it was, like, again, we saw with, like, Fisk and Donovan in season 2 of Daredevil, but, like, even then they had to communicate from, like, through one of those partition booths.
Through the glass partition.
Yeah.
There's also the fun fact of Dex's hands are not are not prevented. Like, he can grab shit, is my point. Well, his hands are not being...
In this scene, I believe he is actually restrained.
Yeah.
Oh, is he? Okay, so they take those off later.
That's why. That's why it's a huge
times.
fucking deal when the next time we see him, they're off.
There's also, of course, no cameras in this room, which is, at this point, just downright consistent with this world not having cameras anywhere.
Right. Or even a two-way mirror.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, the guard basically is just like, let me know if he's in any trouble, and then he leaves the room. Because fuck it, why not, right? Leave this fucking blind lawyer in the room with a notorious, like, fucking serial killer,
I guess the thing is, like, so the Fisks have the power to have Poindexter sent to Gen Pop, but because they're concerned about what he might tell people now, for some reason.
Yeah, now.
But they don't have the power to prevent him receiving outside visitors, like, say, Matt Murdock.
Yeah, the guy who is the best friend of the guy that they hired him to, or that Vanessa hired him to kill. And then, like, the second I'm Fisk and I find out that, like, Dex is putting in requests to have a visitor in Matt, I'm gonna be like, well, fucking stop that shit, like, immediately. We're not letting that happen.
Sometimes.
But yeah, they are in this interrogation room, in a capacity where Matt can do what he's gonna do at the end of this scene, and only so that can facilitate something that happens later, which is fun. So, yeah. But in this scene, it's basically just Bullseye being like, oh man, like, does it hurt seeing me? And like, in another life you would have represented me in this, and this. And like, yeah, you want information on who hired me to kill Foggy? Well, I'll only tell you that if you get me out of this place. I don't want to die. And, yeah. Matt then gets angry and grabs him by the head and slams his face in the table a bunch of times. And then calls in the guard and says, yeah, he started doing that to himself.
He just did that shit. That's crazy.
Yeah. Which is, well, so he's crazy.
There's also the thing here, which is like, I guess that Matt, the crazy thing is annoying in its own right. But the idea that Matt came here for information, right? That's explicitly why he's here to face Poindexter. It's like, you have something I need. Which is someone. It's like you were just a tool. Someone was working through you, I think. And Poindexter basically just confirm. I mean, he doesn't explicitly, but he basically by implication confirms that and goes like, and I have this information, but you need to do something for me and get me out of here. And Matt just gives up and goes, actually, you know what? I don't really care about that information, so fuck you, and just leaves.
Well, honestly, considering Matt does evidently value keeping Dex alive, just on the basis of the no kill rule, right? I think he could honestly there's a way of maneuvering this where he's like, I'm not going to get you out of here, obviously, but like, I can pull some legal strings basically to get you put back in more protective custody, right? Because that clears my conscience of letting you get killed, and then also it gives you like the safety you require so that you'll give me the information I want. Like that's a way of doing this, right? But Matt just doesn't even consider that. He's like, nah, I'm just gonna fucking physically assault you because I'm angry at you for killing my best friend, and then fucking leave, I guess, without getting the thing I came here for.
Are we did he because remember how before we watched the episode, or like before we watched that scene, I was like, oh god, it's gonna be his fault that his tooth falls out and he's able to escape, but then did we agree that that was on purpose?
Well, some fans have interpreted it that way, that he apparently did that to get, which, oh my god,
it still doesn't make sense. It still doesn't make sense.
Hang on. Okay, hang on, Jolly. You can talk about what the apparent original intent was in a second, but I just want to go over that. There are fans who are saying Matt intentionally did that to facilitate Bullseye being able to escape the prison, which presumably I guess was because that was him upholding his end of the deal. Of I'm getting you out of here, now you're going to tell me what I want to know. But there's so many just issues with that I'm not even going to get into what that does to his character, because obviously that completely damages his character and is just a repeat of what happens in season 3, honestly, where he sent him after Kingpin at his wedding. But also just from a logistical standpoint, the way in which Bullseye is able to escape, which we're going to go over in a minute, is fucking bullshit. It is hugely contrived. And if that was actually something Matt was banking on happening just by loosening his tooth, then that's really stupid. B, if that was the plan, you would then think he'd be waiting outside the prison or nearby to intercept Bullseye once he has escaped, to be like, all right, now tell me what the fuck I want to know, right? Because He doesn't do that. He goes to the fucking gala. So, like, I'm sorry, I don't believe that for even a second. But also, yeah, I'm not going to seriously humor that because, like, that's just not...
His actions don't make sense, but then everyone's, like, pointing to the tiny little gestures or the things he says.
Or, like Bullseye says, thank you, counselor, and it's like, is that him saying thank you in terms of, like, they had this mutual understanding here where, like, yes, I've done you a solid, you can get free now, and I guess kill a bunch of people on your way out because Matt's cool with that.
Yep.
Yeah, but I'm not seriously humoring that. I'm just basically slapping that down as, like, a defense that people have given for this, because, like, the alternative is Matt stupidly facilitated Bullseye's escape, which means the deaths that happen are his fault, even if indirectly. Which is just really shit and contrived and stupid.
I guess, to be fair to Matt, he had absolutely no way of knowing the guards would do some incredibly stupid shit, because the tooth on its own wouldn't have been enough.
Sure, but it's still just aggravating watching the show and just being like, Matt doing that is what allowed Bullseye to escape, and that sucks.
Well, yeah, it's painful on a meta level, and this comes back to, like, the crap, like, quality of the writing, because, like, we as an audience, like, watch that scene happen and go, I know exactly why this has been written in. Like, I know, like, this doesn't make sense for anyone to be doing, but we know why you've put this scene here. And it's got nothing to do with what's happening in universe, you fuckers. So that's aggravating. I mean, I guess to quickly go over it as well, like, apparently the original intention of the scene, when they first shot it, was that Matt breaks in his face so that he'll be moved to the infirmary and therefore out of Gen Pop, and so this is Matt, like, giving him more time.
Yeah, that'll buy him, what, 2 hours?
Yeah, a couple of hours.
Like, that's nothing.
Maybe a day.
That's nothing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, it gives him a loose tooth to somehow use.
We'll get to that.
But we're on our way there. Don't worry.
We're just kind of, like, going through the different motivations for why Matt would have done that beyond just the obvious surface level, which I think is the actual reason, which is that Bullseye riled him up by, being the one who murdered his best friend, and then had the audacity to be like, no, like, in another world, in another reality, you might have even been defending me. That pissed him off, and he lashed out like that, and that's fine. He's
more angry at Bullseye, but where was this level of anger when it came to Fisk getting out or getting elected mayor?
I do love how, like, in the pre-overhaul episodes, Matt genuinely just doesn't give a fuck that Fisk is out and is mayor. Like, just... Yeah. I don't know. The implication you almost get by that is, by the way, considering we've already gone over, like, that Fisk and Daredevil don't know each other on any level more personal than, like, he disrupted some of my operations. You maybe kind of also get the implication that maybe Daredevil in the original continuity didn't even know Fisk was, like, the man behind the criminal operations he was targeting, right? Like, maybe he just doesn't know.
It could be. We'll never know.
That would honestly explain so much about the behavior he displayed for those several episodes where he just didn't do anything about Fisk being mayor. But that's a whole side tangent. We're still talking about the Bullseye escape.
The only hint that we get is, like, when Fisk is talking to Echo in her show, he's like, Daredevil, none of my men could take him on before, and he's, like, caused problems for me, and, like, that's about it. We don't know if Daredevil actually know if Fisk is, like, the man at the top.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess he'd have to, right? Because, like, Hawkeye figured it out, and they were basically doing the same thing. Oh, no, Hawkeye was doing it lethally, but as Ronin. But, like, Ronin was well aware that Fisk was operating as a crime lord.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it would be
bizarre
if Matt didn't.
Well, also, even the fucking police...
Hawkeye didn't release the footage of that.
Even just regular, like, beat cops were like, oh, that's Wilson Fisk, like, step aside. Do you know who that is? That's the Kingpin. So, like, yeah, it's kind of insane. Remember when Fisk wasn't a public figure, and even when he was obviously like under the guise of, like, a benevolent philanthropist, basically, because obviously just like going around flaunting that you are a crime boss with, like, showing your face is going to get you arrested, or it should, but fucking hell. Anyway, yeah, so Matt does that, and then he decides to go ahead and go to the gala. Yeah.
So we're at the gala, and Heather's leaving him a voicemail being like, "Why aren't you here? You made me very sad," which, like, we've already covered, and screw you, Heather. But Vanessa's there to make her feel better, so that's great.
Woo!
Meanwhile, while that's going on, Sheila is talking to not Wesley about his promotion and being like, I've got nothing against you personally. The only reason I voiced my concern was that I just think it's just too early for you. And he basically tells her to take a hike, right? Because he's like, I don't actually have to care what you think anymore. Mm-hmm. And then he goes off to the bar where he sees BB, who is also at this event, which is kind of weird that she's been invited, frankly, given that the last thing she did, beyond being coerced into being, supporting Fisk's narrative, was to write a really scathing article about his behavior. I know that she got coerced, but I don't know why she's on the invite list.
Yeah,
that's a bit odd. But maybe not Wesley swung at her because he's into her or whatever. But yeah, he corners her and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry that I basically threatened your fucking career, even though you were my friend, last time we met, and made you change a news story in a really unethical way. But I'm now the deputy.
But that's the business, that's the job, and look at us, we're moving up in the world."
Yeah, he basically the implication is I want you to be my friend and my ally. I'm moving up. I can take you with me, right? We can be pals, buddies, chums, friends. And she's like, mm-hmm. While that's happening, Jack Duquesne is out and about. He's at this gala, and he's talking to what's her name, Artemis Sledge, the rich lady.
Yeah.
Because
so that's
previously
Muse's mom.
She'd been. Yeah, well, and at least it used to be Muse's mom. I guess it's no longer Muse's mom in the rewrites.
Question mark. Yeah.
Question mark. But yeah, so obviously previously she was quite hostile, like most of the rich people were to Fisk. But now she seems anxious and flustered and doesn't really want to talk to Jack about Fisk. And Jack notices that her husband is absent. Mm-hmm. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more. Fisk is doing things. Uh-huh. Fisk is, by the way, this entire event is being policed by the vigilante task force, which basically means that everyone is a pseudo hostage at this gala situation. And Fisk is ushering every rich person one by one into a private meeting where he basically, threatens them or coerces them because apparently he has dirt on all of them or has all of their relatives locked up because these incredibly rich and powerful people didn't see him coming in any way, shape, or form or take precautions or do anything.
If we're gonna mention that, yeah, he has a lot of them in cages. These are pretty wealthy people. These are pretty public figures. I feel like if a lot of them went missing, that's gonna make headlines, right? You'd think.
This is I know this is the start of it, right? Of the show, just pretending that Fisk is the god emperor of the universe and he can just do whatever with no repercussions. And look, I know Fisk is a powerful mob boss and he's the mayor, and that comes with certain perks and certain power levels. But this is the elite of New York City, one of the wealthiest and most powerful cities in the world. The rich and the famous of this city are people who have direct lines to the president and congressmen and senators and on select committees. These are people who own newspapers and media empires and giant businesses spanning multiple continents worth billions and billions of dollars. The idea that Fisk is even the biggest player in this room in terms of power, or that he can coerce them like this when they saw him coming and did not like him, is just kind of beyond totally fucking bonkers.
Yeah, and it goes back to the thing I said of in the original show, he was this very clever, conniving, sort of meticulous mob boss who orchestrated events in such a close and careful way to get what he wanted. And we saw all the moving parts, and it was oh, I love how that connects, and that he did this, and then he did this, and you find out about all of these things that you didn't even know about, cutting off the funding for Nadim's sister-in-law's cancer treatment just to get him under his thumb. All these things, it's he's been doing all these things even from a prison cell. Wow. And you saw all the moving parts, but in this show it's just I don't know, look, he's Kingpin, all right, he's got dirt, just fucking don't worry about it. And it's that's not good, that's nothing.
Even with the other criminal organizations, because just to go back to the Netflix show, in his first season, he's having to be very careful in terms of how he maneuvers around the Russians and the Yakuza
and the Yakuza, yeah.
And
Madame Gao.
Madame Gao's operation. Yeah, because these people have power of their own, and if he plays that wrong, they could collectively crush him.
Well, yeah,
maybe not even collectively. Individually, they might be able to crush him.
Gao,
so he has to be very careful.
Gao has an entire controls the entirety of the heroin trade, right? So that's a lot of that's a lot of manpower and a lot of resources and money, right? Honestly, I'd say she was easily the more powerful of the two, in any situation between him. Yeah, he has very much a lot of reverence toward her, a lot of respect, and he knows his place basically. But even like with the Russians, who like relatively speaking were I guess like the lowest rung on that hierarchy, he was still like, yeah, I don't want to just like go like directly go to war with them because like I'm not actually confident that I'd win that. So I'm going to basically turn them on each other and like get them at each other's throats and you know and pit them against Daredevil until I'm ready and I'm in a position where I can just blow them to hell basically and then take over their like absorb their operations.
Again, I know the show wants to selectively pretend, by the way, that the outside MCU doesn't exist, but like again, this is New York. This is where Stark Industries is largely based. Like, if Pepper isn't here directly, then certainly senior representatives from Stark Industries and Rand Industries, like Danny Rand, would presumably be at the Scala, right? Yeah, like certainly his representatives it would be. Like I can't remember the name, but the son of the guy he grew up with, who's like basically now his brother. Whose name I can't remember.
Ward, I think.
Yeah, Ward. Like Ward would be that. Like my point is like the representatives of like billion-dollar conglomerates are there. These are not people and people who've played very dirty in their own right. Like you know, the Wards were involved in many illegal operations. The idea that Fisk could just bulldoze them like this, just no, I don't.
No, it's insane. Yeah, like Jack in and of himself is like extremely wealthy. Like essentially, if you remember the Hawkeye show, Kate's mom Eleanor essentially decided to marry him because he stood to inherit a lot of money from the Duquesne family, which like his uncle Armand Duquesne was like the patriarch of the family at the time, and he was not long for this world. So like when he kicked, Jack was like stood to have like a very large inheritance. Like honestly, the idea that he's not like that he's less powerful and wealthy and resourceful than like Wilson Fisk, who is at the end of the day just a fucking mob boss and the mayor. That's kind of an insane thing. Like, I just don't believe you.
Especially given that Jack Duquesne is, I mean, not only is he vigilante in his own right, but he knows Kate Bishop, and Kate Bishop knows Kamala Khan, and like the whole of like, and then Kamala Khan knows fucking Nick Fury, who would presumably be keeping tabs and all that. Like
knows Captain Marvel, who's on Earth.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like the thing is that like the Netflix show had this kind of wiggle room where it was still sort of ambiguous whether or not it was canon to the larger world, and even then it was very careful to be like, you know, let's not make the stakes too high because then where the fuck are the Avengers, right? With this show it's like, yeah, we're definitively set in the MCU, this is phase 5, all these other shows like Hawkeye and Echo and She-Hulk and Spider-Man and all these things have taken place and they exist and these are factors in this world. You have to then acknowledge that stuff. You cannot just be like, no, don't worry about it, because I fucking will worry about it, thank you very much. That's a lot of stuff.
Counterpoint. No.
Okay.
But you know, we get to cut away from the gala and go back to a fun scene, which is Benjamin Poindexter is now in the infirmary, and the prison doctor is tending to his facial wounds.
Hey, where are his restraints?
It turns out Poindexter's hands are totally free, and you know, wouldn't you know it? He's sitting on a chair, right beside where there's a whole bunch of things like scalpels.
I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Is it one or two guards? There's like two guards in the room with him.
There's only the one. There's the guard, and then there's the doctor. There's just the one guard.
Oh, cool. So one guard, and we've taken off his hand restraints, and then the thing is, like, that's already really stupid because, like, yeah, that should have been how he escaped. He picks up a scalpel and just fucking kills everyone. But that's not actually how we kick things off. Advocate, you've been quiet for a while. I'm sure you'd love the opportunity to talk about the supersonic tooth.
He's been.
Do you guys remember how season 3 showed us why he was such a sharpshooter with his arm, with throwing things and stuff? It's because he grew up playing baseball, you see, and he was very talented at it. I think I might have missed the scene where they showed he had the lung capacity to shoot out things from his mouth at like 50,000 psi and do enough damage to take out someone by just spitting out of his mouth, giving it that Haktua, you know, the joke that I see everyone making in the comments and chat.
Well, like, it doesn't kill him, but it like severely injures his eye to the point where he's incapacitated until Bullseye can then...
He's down for the count.
Yeah, and then Bullseye picks up a scalpel and finishes him off, and also the guard, or also the nurse, rather. I'm just like, what? He has that kind of force behind a spit of a tooth? Like, he can do that?
It happened in the comic, Sheev.
Did it actually?
Good. Yeah, the people were like sharing around the comic panel where I'm pretty sure he had like the tooth in his mouth and he's like smiling. It's like a close up of his face.
And if it happened in the comics, that makes it good because they're a 1-to-1 thing that you can compare, right? It's not like they're different mediums with different like physics and
rapidly approaching the point where if someone says "but the comics," I'm like, show me that comic, and then when they show me the physical comic, I'm gonna shove it up their ass because not only is it a fucking stupid argument, but the fact that it is still a prolifically like spread argument, even after like the numerous times that us and God knows how many other people have been like, the comics do not matter when we're talking about a completely different continuity, and it just hasn't sunk in as a message, is ridiculous. And apparently the only way they'll learn is if we give them a permanent and very visceral reminder in the form of a comic book enema. So you have been warned.
Honestly, one of the best feelings is whenever you say that and someone says like, "What's from the comics?" and then you're like, "Okay," and you go and read the comic in question and it's bad, and you're like, "Oh, well." Like I'm not saying whatever comic Bullseye does the pea shooter thing is like also bad, but like I'm just saying this tends to happen where I then go and read the comic that the show is apparently referencing, and I'm like, "Oh, this is bad too." Okay. It happens a lot.
Like being totally irrelevant, right? If someone goes like, "Oh, but in the comics they did this," I'm like, "Right, okay, that's interesting." In my dream I had last night, Matt Murdock was 15 squid in a trench coat.
True.
And they go like, "Well, that's stupid. That's your dream." And I'm like, "It's just as relevant to this conversation as the comic book is." Like, none of them have anything to do with this continuity. They're just completely separate from this. The only thing they share is that they my dream and your comic book are exactly the same levels of relevance, and that they both contain the character we're talking about, or an iteration of him. That is it. Stop bringing up the comics.
Hey, but like,
or I will get very angry. I will get angry.
Well, hang on, Jolly, hang on. Blue filter.
True. I had not considered the blue filter.
Oh, we get another blue filter in this after he kills the guard and the nurse.
We do. But before we get there, have you considered that when people say "but comics," that they can just go to hell?
Oh, that's true. Straight to hell. That's a Born Again reference.
Yeah, I've considered that. Oh goodness.
Right. So, all right, we're just gonna accept the bullshit for now that he did all that and killed those two. How's he gonna get out of the rest of this prison? You might be asking. Well, somehow. He gets all the... presumably, I guess he takes the uniform off of the guard he just killed, right? I'm actually having trouble remembering because there is a shot we see of the dead bodies later, and I'm pretty sure... Like, is the guard in question still wearing his uniform? Or did he get that uniform from a different guard that he must have incapacitated off screen?
I think he takes the guard's uniform. But the thing about that is, regardless... I mean, just to lay this out, because it's stupid for so many reasons that we kind of have to, like... I have to give it to you and then we can break it down. What he does is he takes a guard uniform, which presumably is from this guard, joins the queue for the bus outside the prison. Like, he walks the whole way through the prison. No one checks him. No stopping points. Nothing. No checkpoints.
Bear in mind, he is in fact probably the most like infamous person at this prison in terms of like the prisoners that they have there. He is a mass murderer. He is an FBI former agent and former like army man too. With like wicked enhanced skills in terms of like combat and like sharpshooting and apparently like physical force because he can shoot teeth out at people with enough force to take out their eye. Like he is like, he is a public figure to these guards. Like they should all have his face on lock, right? And he's not covering his face. He's wearing a hat, but like that's all he's doing.
Yeah, he's looking down a little bit, but that's kind of all he's doing. And like he walks to this prison, joins the queue for the bus behind all the other guards. Walks right past the guard with the checkboard, the clipboard, who's checking them all off, who doesn't give him a second glance, and gets on the bus with them all to then presumably be busted down to a ferry because this is Riker Island, and then ferried off. And this is all fine.
And by the way,
this is all happening like over a long period of time where nobody bothered to check whether he was back in a cell or what the doctor was doing or whether the guard was
no one visited the infirmary to check on the guard or any. And also, when he gets on the bus. There is literally one of the guards looks directly at him and says, "Rough day, huh?" And gets a good look at his face, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I just don't believe this.
Like, what was, because in the real world, well, not even in the real world, but in the world of cause and effect taking place, where the bodies were found fairly soon because people were like, "Hey, where's Derek? He hasn't reported for duty since he was taking Poindexter down to the infirmary. We went to go check on him." They go check and they find a whole bunch of bodies, and the alarm goes off when the prison is like put on lockdown and no one's leaving this island. What was Dex's plan?
Remember how fucking hard it was for Matt, who wasn't even a prisoner, to get free of the prison whenever like the riot started and everyone was trying to kill him? Remember how he had to basically be like Zerg rushed out of there by the Albanians?
Imagine if like that scene didn't happen and it just like cut to him out.
Yeah, he did a guard uniform and just walks out.
I'm rewatching the scene where he's getting stitched up.
Yeah.
So he is restrained, but it's just like it's on his biceps and not on his hands anymore. But once he spits the tooth out, he just kind of picks the restraint off of his arm with something.
I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Like, he just had a tool. It never shows him, like, reaching for it, I don't think. He just had a tool in his hand, and he just kind of, like, cuts off the restraint on his upper arm.
We know he has the strength of 10 men, since he shot the tooth out at that speed, so, like, maybe he just ripped the fucking restraint off with his biceps.
I think there's, like, a little tiny little metal tool or something, but he just had it, I think.
Searching for logic in the show is kind of like searching for ice cream on the surface of Venus. It's just not gonna fucking happen.
Wait, you've never found ice cream on the surface of Venus?
I could do
only
it.
Pie.
Send me there. I'll do it.
Fucking drop me
Andrew,
in, boys.
Remind me to explain to you more space stuff to freak you out in future.
Bro, never.
Hey, Andrew, remember spaghettification?
No, don't start that. Also, now, well, the thing with spaghettification, it's now ruined because of Loki. True. So whenever I think of spaghettification, I just think of their silly-ass interpretation of what that means. It's not,
Sorry,
it's not even scary anymore.
What were you saying, Advocate?
Okay, it's because I forget why the guard, like, kind of came close to him. It's because he's gonna take the restraint off of him, because they're like, okay, you're done, let's go. But why? Okay, so I'm guessing the restraints are on the chair. So I think they took off the restraints he had for, like, mobility, but that actually had his fucking hands tied and his arms. And they took that off of him, strapped him to the chair, but not his hands, so only his upper arms were attached to the chair. And then the guard comes to undo those to put him back in the other restraints, I think.
Why not just put the fucking other restraints on? Whatever.
Just leave him in the other restraints.
Yeah, I did.
Look, none of this makes
these new restraints.
None of this makes
you don't
sense.
know writing.
Sense here is just pointless.
You don't know
these
writing.
new restraints don't even cover his hands.
He was already in the other restraints when they took him away from Matt, and then presumably directly to the infirmary. So I don't know. Okay, that's the only answer here. Is I don't fucking know.
Well, back to the gala.
Right, so I think it's around this time that Matt, like, enters the gala, which I foreshadowed this earlier, but, like, so his only point of entry here is Heather has to be the one to get him in, and she's already inside. And the show just doesn't fucking bother. Like, they just don't care. They just have Matt show up and, like, walk in through the front door, like past all the guards in front of it, who just don't care. They just don't care. And that's going to speak volumes to the security of this place, and I have things to say about that with what happens at the end of this episode. So just keep it in mind. The cops that are securing this joint just do not give a fuck, apparently.
True. But before we get there, some other funny things happen. So
Indeed.
Matt and Heather have a conversation where she's like, you never listened to me and you're being really distant from me. And, like, credit to Matt here. He does what I would do. He just fucking ignores her. He just tunes her out and starts listening to, like, what Fisk is doing. He's like, fuck Heather.
Yeah, I'm not invested in our relationship at this point. Like, you're a bad person, so...
Yeah, but what he actually hears, or what he overhears with Fisk, is Fisk has brought Jack Duquesne into his little room, and he threatens him. He's like, "Well, I know about your secret life as the swordsman. So if you don't support my redevelopment project, I'm making that public. And I'm just like sitting there being like, we have it confirmed next episode, and we had it sort of confirmed earlier in the season with the White Tiger thing, that being a vigilante isn't actually illegal.
So this is nothing.
Not to mention that Jack was very publicly stabbing people, like Fisk's goons specifically.
Yeah, and
during
Hawkeye.
The events of Hawkeye.
So yeah, that in and of itself probably should have gotten him arrested, right? Considering he committed several murders? ? Like I guess
he was
Jack?
defending his Kate, who's a surrogate daughter, I guess. Who knows? He's again, Jack is a very wealthy, powerful individual, and apparently he didn't face any charges for that because nonsense. But that is apparently the state of the world. So, given that this isn't illegal to be the swordsman, and given that Jack is insanely wealthy and powerful in his own right, I just do not understand what the leverage is here that Fisk is having over him.
Well, also, since it's not illegal to be a vigilante, you guys want to run by me exactly how the fuck this anti-vigilante task force is allowed to exist? Stop.
Fisk is the god emperor of the universe.
Like, okay, I'm gonna form an anti-vigilante task force. First of all, justifying it with a serial killer who isn't even a vigilante. But like, also vigilantes aren't criminals, so I can't. I just don't know. Like, what do they mean when they say vigilante activity has decreased by 30%? Like, what have you been doing? Because apparently it hasn't been going after criminals because they're not criminals. This doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm sorry. This show is very strange to me in terms of like how fans interact with it, because I'm like, nothing that is happening on screen makes sense. I promise you, if you stop to think about any one line of dialogue for more than 3 seconds, you're like, wait, what does that actually mean? None of it follows. None of it tracks. There's no connective tissue. It doesn't make sense.
Like, things don't make sense from line to line, let alone from like scene to scene or episode to episode. This is one of the most catastrophically broken pieces of media I've ever seen. We keep on saying this. We keep on seeing these things come out and be like, this is the worst. They couldn't get worse. And somehow, if we've learned anything from all this, is that there is no basement in hell.
Mm-hmm.
There's always room to sink further.
Dante's infinite Inferno.
Spaghettification.
We're in the nether. Well, that's where we're at.
The nether.
Fisk is the nether dragon.
Yeah, so there's all that to consider, but again, like you say, I don't really understand what leverage Fisk apparently is supposed to have on Jack here. And the implication you get from the way the way they each walk away from this interaction is that Jack is essentially in his pocket now. Somehow.
Sure.
Which is going to call into question
that's in character
something we see at the end of episode 9, but like we'll get to that. But also, yeah, like you just said, that's not in character for Jack at all. Like, I just don't believe for even a second he would ever bend to Fisk, even if Fisk actually had leverage on him, which he doesn't.
Let's be totally fair. Maybe the ending scene implies that he actually is not in Fisk's pocket and he just resists this, and that's why he's there. Which, like, okay, you know what? At least that's not broken. But
that's not the way that's not the way this is framed, though. Is my thing, which is so we have this like confused like framing device for this, I guess.
True, but at least then we're reducing the damage from like broken plotting to just really bad production, essentially.
Sure.
We've reduced the damage. Hooray, Patrick! We've saved the town.
But also, like right as Jack is walking away from him, the stupidest reporter on the face of the planet decides to go ahead and sneak a little photo of Fisk, and he has the flash on his phone, so Fisk notices. And apparently, like, no active reporters are allowed in this place right now, and no photos are allowed to be taken. So when Fisk sees that, he sends his officers to go take care of that guy. Would you like to explain to the fine audience, Jolly, what happens here?
The lovely ladies and gentlemen at home, exactly how this goes down. I sure would. Oh my god. Okay, so Officer Powell and friends drag this guy in full view of everyone at this party, by the way, into like the back into the kitchen, and they drag him behind to where the sink area is. And Commissioner Gallo, who is, or Chief Gallo, the show can't seem to decide which one he is. Head honcho of the police, Gallo, who's noticed this, is like, hang on, that's not on. And so he follows them in. And Powell is like going nuts on this guy, and like it culminates with Powell dunking this journalist's hand and arm into boiling oil. boiling frying oil, and like permanently and very seriously injuring this guy, in front of the fucking commissioner slash chief, whilst who he essentially tells to go to hell because he's like, I don't answer to you, I answer to the mayor. And I'm like, okay, so a whole kitchen's worth of staff and the commissioner slash chief of police just saw Officer Powell grievously
and there's going to be
journalist.
evidence of this because his arm is now boiled.
In full view of God and everyone. And this is fine. Like, don't worry, Fisk doesn't have to worry about any repercussions of this. There's no media will report on it, no one's going to notice.
This show wants so badly to be this like really smart political commentary on like the brutality of the police force and like them, like taking the law into their own hands and just being generally corrupt. And I'm like, you can't, that doesn't work if it doesn't make sense. It has to make sense, and this doesn't.
Well, this is the second, the major part of the pattern we noted a little bit earlier, which is like, yeah, this is the start of the show viewing Fisk as the God Emperor of the universe. And what we mean by that is like, he can just do shit. Like, he just has the power to do whatever he wants. Like, he is the unquestionable dictator of the city-state of New York that is no longer existing, connected to anything else. It is his own bubble reality, and he is the Lord Almighty. He is Yahweh. No one can stand up to him. There are no laws. There's no regulations, no oversight, nothing. Like, he can just do what he wants and nothing can be challenged. He just dunked a member of an accredited member of the press's arm in boiling frying oil in front of a whole room of witnesses and the police chief, and it doesn't fucking matter. There'll be no repercussions because Fisk can just do that. Fuck off.
And also, okay,
fuck off.
I know that the next episode is gonna act like this task force is now somehow expanded to like hundreds of officers, but like, I just don't believe we're meant to take away from this that like even a meaningful percentage of the entire New York police force are represented by this, these Punisher cops, basically. Like, I don't believe for even a second that if the police chief didn't go, hey, arrest Officer Powell and any of his cohorts because they are all fucking, this is a miscarriage of justice and they're abusing their power, they're abusing the badge, and I'm stripping them of rank and title. Like, I don't believe for even a second that the task force would have the numbers to like resist that kind of authority.
Well, that's the thing, Chief. Would you like to know? In fact, let's make it a game for everyone. Could you all guess roughly, to within the nearest 50, say, how many police officers there are in the great city of New York?
I'm gonna say 50. At least 10.
You're right. It is
no more than 50.
Never more than 12.
So before I give you the answer, we're gonna how many Punisher cops do we think though are based on the previous episodes? Like roughly, like we know it's a contingent of the police, but like they seem to be
based on what we're shown in the finale, I would say probably 200, which is ludicrous, but like. That's
before that it was like
before that
15.
It was maybe 10? Like a dozen of them in a garage,
and now there's like 200 of the finale. But you know what? Even if let's be really generous and say that there are 1,000 Punisher cops, which would be fucking nuts. But like let's just give them this. There are 36,000 police officers in New York, and an additional 19,000 civilian employees at the police department. So, no, I do not believe that there are enough Punisher cops to like be the majority of the police force or even a meaningful percentage of the police force. That is fucking crazy. What are you talking about? What are you doing, show? I don't believe you. You're lying. You're lying to me right now. Go and sit in the corner. Think about what you've done.
But, I mean, they answer to Fisk, aka the God Emperor of the universe. So, like, they literally have the power of God and anime on their side. Like, what are the other 35,000 police officers going to do against that?
True. He just, he can just conjure more out of thin air.
True.
You can just summon them.
Snap his fucking fingers, and there's more Punisher cops. It's the fucking scene in The Rise of Skywalker where all the like all those people decide to just join the Battle of Exegol, and it's like there are more of us, Poe, but it's just the fucking Punisher cops. There's just suddenly like 2 million of them, and you're like, oh, okay.
I need to like take a moment because I'm just at that point now in this room where we've been thinking about this and I was like, I fucking hate this fucking show. I just
No, it's good.
Ooh, right. So moving on. While that's carrying on and Fisk is carrying on like just corrupting everyone because he just has that power.
Well, hang on. There's more I want to say about the police chief because like after this he basically storms off. He's gonna go ahead and leave this gala.
Well, hang on, there's something that happens before that.
Oh, is there?
That I want to mention.
Okay.
Yeah. Because there's more conversation between BB Urich and Not Wesley that leads into that.
Okay.
Where Not Wesley is basically pulls the Vader and he's like, join me and we can rule the city as, I don't know, boyfriend and girlfriend, I don't fucking know. And she's like, yeah, no, I'm not really that on board with this, and this seems like corruption to me. And so he just kind of like she just fucks off. And as she's doing that, she sees Commissioner Chief Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man Gallo leaving the back kitchen, and she's like, ooh, and she goes to talk to him. And being like, I have questions about these like weird Punisher cops that are everywhere because that seems fucked. Yeah. And he's like, yeah, it does, doesn't it? I have information for you, by the way, like just so you know, in case you ever, if you ever print something. Well, first of all, he'd choose her out for being like, oh yeah, you're just a puppet of Fisk. You work like, what are you, Fisk? Oh my god, we have this line. I'd forgotten this line. He's like, what are you, Fisk's propaganda like arm? And she's like, what are you, the head of Fisk's SS?
Oh my god.
Like, which is really. Subtlety just doesn't exist in this world, does it?
I know writers who use subtext, and they're all cowards.
But yeah, this conversation culminates with Gallo and Urich being like, "Oh yeah, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. You give me information on these Punisher cops, and I'll get out there and help bring this down."
So let's get into the nitty gritty of this. Basically, he says, "How much do you know about Fisk?" And she says, "I'd like to know more." And she's like, "I don't know." He's like, "I don't know that you would. Are you aware that like Wilson Fisk was the main suspect in your uncle's murder?" Which, by the way, that's a line in of itself. Before we even get to her response, I'm trying to trace this back, right? Like, did the police have any reason to connect him to? Because I know Karen and Ellison and obviously everyone to do with that would know and would have told BB this, but like, how does the police chief know about that?
Well, I guess the implication, right, and this would be why he was a suspect and it's not a confirmed crime, is like after Fisk went away in season 1 and like all the trials were going on about what he did and didn't do and witness statements were being taken, Karen and Foggy and Matt were like, by the way, we're pretty sure he killed Urich. Like, we can't prove it, but like we are like nearly 100% sure given that the context and what he was working on and things like that. And the police presumably investigated based on that report, but couldn't find conclusive evidence. But we're like, yeah, this probably was him.
But that's a thing, right? Because like he obviously murdered him with his own bare hands, and then they would have been able to get prints off of that once they took Fisk into custody and took his prints, right? So like
maybe Fisk wiped his prints on the way out somehow.
Sure. Fine.
That'd be the only explanation, yeah.
Because, like, I think in a previous stream, I talked about how, like, I think it's fine that Fisk, like, murdered Ben himself and, like, used his own hands to do it because, A, like, there's a very good chance that his prints may not have been, like, recovered on the body, and B, he had never been in the system at that point, so even then, like, even if they were taking prints, they wouldn't have been able to match them against anyone. But, like, following his arrest, if there were, like, his prints found on the body, then like that's something they can connect to Fisk. But like also that's fine because like at that point just stack that onto the numerous other murders he's being charged for. So it's fine. But
her response is even funnier.
So he asks her that and she says, "I did know that." And you're like, oh you did know that. Huh.
So why did you help him get elected, you stupid fuck?
You fucking cow. Like,
well,
basically, what
I was trying to get close to him, so I could take him down. I'm like, but you empowered him.
Basically, what we're finding out now is that she is essentially like curling up to Fisk and like trying to get in good with him, like be in his good graces, so that she can, under a pen name, is what she implies, report the real truth about like all the things that Fisk is actually doing bad. And if Gallo gets her some information about like the task force and other things to do with that, like we can really put a dent in that prick's white armor, as she puts it. And I'm like, okay, several questions. Yeah, why did you essentially give him mayorship? Because like without her, a good swath of the youth of New York just wouldn't have voted for him, which very well means he probably wouldn't have ever gotten elected. So that's point 1. Point 2, why did you write the fucking Union Buster article under your actual name if you're apparently reporting on his shit as like under an anonymous name, right? Why would you do that and get on his bad side? Point 3, why did you just tell Not Wesley that you don't like how corrupt this all feels if you're trying to make yourself look like you're on the team, basically? That's a little stupid. Is there anything else I've forgotten? Because I'm kind of in rant mode right now.
I think that might be it. It's all very silly.
Because like we've talked about her on all of these other streams, where basically our conclusion was like they don't seem to know what they want to do with her character. They're being very inconsistent with just the way she behaves at any given moment, and there are multiple different ways that you could play that would work. Like, I think the one that we went with was, yeah, she does know that Kingpin killed her uncle, but also she doesn't care. She doesn't have journalistic integrity. She's out for herself. She will report whatever she has to. She'll write whatever article she has to if she thinks it will put her in a better position, right? It'll advance her career. Even if it means like being pro Fisk or against Fisk, it doesn't matter, as it's all the same to her, because integrity just doesn't matter. And from there, you either give her an arc where she realizes the necessity of the way Ben treated journalistic integrity and honesty and just being a good person, or she doubles down and she's like, yeah, fuck my uncle. I barely even knew the guy, and he died. You want me to be this honest, good reporter, but look where that got him, right? Either one works, but you need to fucking stick to one. You need to commit to that. And this whole seesawing middle ground shit they've been pulling this entire season just doesn't work. It's shit.
But
season 2.
Counterpoint. Season 2.
But that's basically the culmination of everything they've been quote unquote setting up with BB this season. That's what we find out about her.
Yeah, this is basically the last we see of her as well.
Yeah, I think words. She shows up briefly in the finale, and I don't think she has even a single line of dialogue in it, but that's basically it.
She is, the finale reminds us that she is a person who exists.
Mm-hmm.
Hurrah.
She filmed in the square ratio.
We do not like it when the frame goes square. I don't like when that happens.
It makes me think of SpongeBob, and it makes me irrationally angry.
I am scared of the sponge. Please help.
It makes me think of the Minecraft movie whenever I see it in a block ratio.
I get PTSD.
This show is actively insensitive to my Minecraft PTSD. Fuck you, show. Then we have another Heather and Matt scene, which is really funny. Where Matt is basically I am not comfortable with Fisk being your fucking client for obvious reasons, and he's basically trying to get through to Heather and tell her to stop being so stupid about all this. But Heather's no, you're wrong. Team Fisk all the way. You're just being a bit paranoid. Woo! And they're completely dismissing all of Matt's very legitimate points. The thing is, even if he didn't know the history, the person you have been sleeping with for 6 months, you said you were in love with, is telling you all this shit. Yeah, exactly, that many months. Has been telling you exactly what kind of person Fisk is and their history, and you're just dismissing him. You're just you're not even being pretending.
But he's emotionally distant, you see, so he's being paranoid. That tracks somehow in my mind.
She has absolutely no consideration of Matt's feelings whatsoever, ever, at all. Even if you think I kind of I leveled the criticism at Matt earlier when she had her trauma outburst basically at the start, but it does work in reverse too. Of you cannot just be a person who is entirely emotionally self-centered and then claim that you give a shit about this relationship. You do not care about Matt Murdock's feelings. You don't think about Matt Murdock's feelings. He didn't think about yours in those scenes, and that was wrong. But you just don't care either. So man, fuck this character.
Yeah, this isn't a relationship. And again, I brought this up in the last episode, them saying I love you to each other. Not only was that just not something we were ever shown, because we barely saw anything to do with their interactions over the course of this half a year they've been together, but now I just question that on the basis of you two just clearly don't like each other or have any interest in one another. And that goes especially for her. She fucking sucks.
Nah.
God damn.
But Matt goes to confront Fisk, but just before, and Heather's trying to stop him, but before that happens, the dancing starts, and Fisk and his wife head off to the dance floor, and Heather and Matt go there as well. Meanwhile, good old Quid Moneybags, Buck Cashman, finds out the Poindexter's escaped, so he goes to tell, whisper in Fisk's ear, oh, by the way, this crazy nutcase who wants to fucking kill you and your wife is out and about.
Which, by the way, he mentions also that he notified all of security, so they should be on high alert, right? That Poindexter's out and about and wants to kill them. So don't let, you know, maybe it's fine if an unassuming blind man walks through the front door, even though he wasn't invited, like, whatever. This has been Poindexter. Don't let him in. Surely he's not
literally
just gonna,
done this before.
Like, surely he's not just gonna get in, right? Without any explanation.
Surely.
Their wedding in season 3 was already pretty highly guarded, for, you know, for various reasons, and he still managed to break his way through that to, like, it's to surprise you on the dance floor, and he's about to do it again, but no one's learned from their mistakes because no one remembers.
Well, but this time he doesn't even have to do any. This time he doesn't even have to do any of that. This time he can literally just waltz on in somehow, and then set up a fucking sniper position, like on the balcony overlooking the dance floor. That's just a thing he can do.
He has mad skills. What can I say?
Apparently.
While that's all happening, Vanessa tells Wilson that she's like, "Oh, there's something I need to tell you, by the way, about Benjamin Poindexter." And Matt can hear this, obviously, and so Matt's like, "Oh my god, it was Vanessa. She had Foggy killed." And I'm like, "Well done, Matt."
Whoa!
No,
I definitely wasn't seeing that
crazy.
Coming. That's insane. That the
I
person who has the
can't
most
believe
motive would do that.
I can't believe you. I can't believe you've done this.
I can't believe
I
it.
can't believe you've done this.
I hate this show, dude. I hate this show. I just want it to be. We still have one more episode.
Matt then really awkwardly cuts. Also, it's really funny as well because again, Matt is still theoretically pretending to be blind, at least for the benefit of everyone who is not the Fisks. But he just like jumps in to be like, "I am dancing with Vanessa now. Don't ask me how I knew she was there," and like, waltzes off with her, leaving. And I will give Vincent D'Onofrio the funniest expression on Wilson Fisk's face. It is very enjoyable watching how because it's not even that he's angry; he's just absolutely befuddled as to what just happened.
And then he just like kind of confusedly like starts dancing with Heather. I guess we're doing this now.
Yeah, he's like, "My gob has never been so smacked in all my life." But yeah, while Matt is dancing with Vanessa, he's like, "I know you killed Foggy. I know you did this," and she's like, "Oh, relax, chill out, man. It's cool.
Does your husband know? Does Heather know that you're Daredevil?" It's like, no, but like,
does he know?
Does he know? But also, Matt, I get that you figured this out, and good for you. You finally got around to it after 1.5 years. Don't tell her that. Don't tell her you know and that you're going to do everything you can to bring her down. You fucking idiot. I mean, at that point...
He's overwrought with emotion.
At that point, you can't get her taken down for Foggy's death if you don't have the evidence, which, I mean, all you got to do is, look in your files, but we'll get to that. But, you still have the Felix Manning testimony on hand, surely, so you can at least get her arrested for that.
About to say,
it's not like the deal matters anymore. So... You can get her locked up, but you can't do that if she has you fucking killed.
So season 2 is going to bring back the deal, right?
No.
How it's broken.
What deal?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Rather than tell her, just fucking out her and have her sent to prison because you have
the Felix Manning stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's another funny thing here, which is that Vanessa, when she's trying to brush him off and laugh him off, one of the things she does, and this is clearly meant as a threat, right? Is she's like, "Oh, does Heather know that you're Daredevil?" And I'm like, "Okay, Vanessa, here's the thing. That is really not an equivalent level of mutually assured destruction, right?"
Yeah.
She's like, "Oh, I'm gonna tell your girlfriend, who's already pretty icy with you, and you seem pretty cool on, and you've only known for 6 months, that you're Daredevil." And he's like, "All right, I'm still you killed my best friend. That outweighs that quite significantly. Oh, and your husband tried to kill a woman I was genuinely in love with and had actual connections to before episode 1 of the show decided she didn't give a shit about me. So yeah, that's not really a threat, and I'm still taking you down, bitch."
Yeah. It's kind of nothing.
But before he can say that, which I'm sure he would have said, I'm sure the show would have remembered he has a character. Poindexter pulls back the slide on the rifle to ready it for shooting good old Wilson. Which, again, why Wilson and not Vanessa? You'd think Vanessa would be target number one.
Well, I have a question about that as well, because, just because Matt can hear that he's cocking his gun and is about to shoot someone, there's no way of, from his powers that he can detect where the gun is pointing to, right? So, he has to basically guess, is he going to shoot Fisk or is he going to shoot Vanessa? And, again, like you said, it seems like Vanessa's the obvious first choice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, especially given that Matt himself has just worked out that it was Vanessa who ordered the killing. Therefore, it was Vanessa who hired Benjamin Poindexter. Therefore, it's Vanessa who had him move to Gen Pop and try to have him killed.
Mm-hmm.
So if anyone, before we even get to the fact that Poindexter would want her dead more than anyone else because of season 3, but just in the context of just this show, she is the obvious target, not Wilson.
Well, tell that to fucking Ben Poindexter because he decides to go ahead and target Fisk.
Mm-hmm.
But don't worry about it because we get another blue filter as he lines up the shot, pulls the trigger, and Matt jumps in front of Fisk, taking the bullet for him. I actually I have a screenshot of that here that I will display for you now. I just love how confused Fisk looks here. He's just like, that just happened? So, yeah, Matt just took a bullet for Fisk. Discuss.
Because Benny Boy, Pointy Boy, told him in the confrontation they had at the prison that good guys save people, including their enemies, or something like that.
I guess.
And that inspired Matt.
The thing is, like, assuming that the no-kill rule hasn't already been fundamentally destroyed on a logistic and thematic level, which the show has done thoroughly, I actually really like the concept of Matt, like, taking a bullet for Fisk, right? Like, really sticking to his guns of, like, I believe in the sanctity of life and the concept of redemption. And, like, yes, I hate Fisk, and yes, I want him taken down, but, like, not this way. And I will take this bullet for him. Like, that's a really interesting idea. But the problem is, yeah, like, the no-kill rule is just kaput as an idea. And also, this didn't make any logistical sense, so I'm kind of just left empty at this. And also, then, once he's down, I don't see why Bullseye doesn't just fucking shoot Fisk, right? Like, he still has him in his sights.
He was stunned.
He was shocked, you see. And I'm
he was shook.
I just don't believe that he was that shocked. And, like, to the point where he just, like, missed his chance to kill Wilson.
Poindexter would absolutely just reload and shoot again. He's got that time on his hands.
And
he's got
considering
he is chilling.
Considering how much time is, like, yeah, it's in slow-mo, but there's so much time where the Punisher cops are just looking up with their guns, not shooting.
Yeah, not shooting at him either.
Where Ben just still has an open shot for everyone in that room. Like, he can kill Vanessa and Fisk and Matt if he really wanted to.
Twitter told me this changed his worldview. He now sees Matt as his North Star. Or something like that.
Give me a minute, because we're gonna get to that. But I want to close out this episode first. I have oodles to say about Ben and his characterization.
Well, I also have another question, which is the choice of the rifle at all for Benjamin Poindexter. Because, like, again, your Dex, right? You know that both the Fisks are on your shit list. You want them both dead. You might have a limited amount of time to act once you fire that first shot. Because, like, again, this is a room full of police officers with guns. The officer you've just subdued, he has a rifle, but he also has a semi-automatic pistol on his belt. And you're not that far away from the Fisks, relatively speaking, and you're the greatest marksman in the fucking universe. Wouldn't you just take the semi-automatic pistol and quickly squeeze off 2 shots and then fuck off, rather than the bolt-action rifle?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's obviously a lot more recoil with a bigger gun like that. It's going to make accuracy a lot harder, even for someone who's, like, a master marksman like Ben, right?
Yeah. Also, it's not like he's doing what he did in episode 1, where he's shooting across buildings. You're in the same building. You're probably 30 feet away, probably. Yeah, probably more.
Didn't he fucking snipe the 2 cops that came out of the bar in episode 1 after killing Foggy with his pistol? Because, like, he was on the ground and he came into frame with his pistol about to shoot Karen. So I'm pretty sure he fucking sniped those guys with a pistol, which he could have just done here with Fisk, to his head. He's taller than Matt. What could Matt have done? Like, hopped in front of his face?
Maybe. I don't fucking know. He jumps really high. I mean, yeah, someone pointed out in the chat, like, why he didn't go for the head. The thing is, we actually had a criticism of season 3, like the final fight between Dex, Daredevil, and Fisk, like, where he throws some knives at Fisk and, like, hits him in the chest area and not in the head. And it's like, well, he has pretty fucking perfect aim, so I don't know why he wouldn't just go for his big head. But all right.
Yep.
I guess not.
Well, the best interpretation I can give to that is like, as an FBI agent, you're trained to aim for center mass because that's how you drop people, right? Generally speaking.
Sure.
So maybe he was following his training, at least in the initial moment. But like, this is the second round, and
and you're taking the time to tee up your shot.
Mm-hmm. And you know from your previous fight that Fisk is in the habit of wearing like armored suits, which might not be penetrable by a bullet or knives.
Mm-hmm.
So just shoot him in the head. Now again, like I guess the funny side here is like, would that even work? This will be the second time he's been shot in the head and walked away from it, right? So maybe Dex is just aware of the meta that Fisk's head is apparently has Logan powers, but
someone just got a text.
I did, yeah. Someone's trying to hack into my Facebook, apparently.
Oh, okay, cool.
Facebook just sent me that code that you get when they're like, "Oh, someone's trying to access it from a different device. This is your code." And I'm like, "I didn't do that." So I guess someone's trying to hack me.
It's actually me.
It's fine.
Quick password reset.
I don't actually use my Facebook, so it's fine. I haven't used Facebook in like a decade.
Yeah, I don't ever go on there. I have one theoretically, but I don't ever use it.
Same.
But yeah, so all that aside, Matt goes down for the count. We get the red filter because it's Daredevil and it's the opposite of blue and it's also, I mean, we've talked at length about the music in this show. Like even earlier when Matt first entered the building, it was playing a really overbearing like choral rendition of the theme again, which just not even the theme. It was just like playing like really like overly intense music for some reason, and it's like the only thing happening here is Matt has walked into a building. And in this scene they're playing what's the song called? It's a really obnoxious song that doesn't fit at all.
Oh, give me a second, I can find out.
I'm not sure.
It's been stuck in my head.
Over the credits.
Yeah, over the credits, but also in this scene. Like when Bullseye lines up the shot. It's been stuck in my head for literally days now.
Florida, Storm Clouds Rising, let's go.
Yeah,
Storm
Clouds Rising. They're playing that song over this, and it doesn't fit, and I really don't know what they were thinking. I don't know what... It's just more just like generic licensed music, basically, that they're like, see, look, it's a fucking CW show, I guess.
They should have done the funny thing and just like ended the episode with "We built this city on rock and roll."
No, they should have just closed to credits and then came in with a rock rendition of "Bear and the Maiden Fair."
the Reigns of Castamere just play over the credits.
That would honestly be more fitting.
True, it would be. Oh, this show is just penis cancer in media form.
It's cinema.
And yeah, so Fisk gets rushed to safety. Bullseye stands there with the Pikachu face. Matt is dead. And that's the end of the episode. Now,
end of the show.
I would like to talk about Benjamin Poindexter's character. So yeah. Madvocate brought up just now that some people's interpretation of the way, and I think even one of the showrunners kind of alluded to this as an idea too, which is where a lot of them are getting it from. Where basically the reason that Ben was so dumbfounded in that moment when Matt took the bullet for Fisk is because he recognized there just how much of a good person that Matt is, that he would take a bullet for his worst enemy in Fisk. And like has realized now that Matt Murdock can be representative of the North Star that was once his guide in season 3 of Daredevil. So, if you guys don't remember, in season 3, when we're first introduced to the backstory of Dex through like Fisk, like learning, like listening to audio recordings of his therapy sessions and things of that nature, he's kind of a fucking psychopath. Like as a kid, his coach essentially benched him because he was too good, and he wanted to make it fair for the other players, basically. And he got mad about that, and he fucking intentionally murdered his coach with the baseball. He did it in a way that looked like an accident, like it looked like he was just throwing the ball in frustration, and then it just happened to ricochet. But like he did that on purpose, and he admitted to the therapist later that he did it on purpose. And like she realizes, oh, this kid is not all that. Like he doesn't have the capacity for things like empathy. Right.
He admitted to killing birds with rocks.
Mm-hmm. And
liking it.
He is a psychopath, right? And this has been a thing throughout his entire life. He doesn't have empathy. Now, when it comes to the North Star, basically Dr. Mercer, his therapist, was like, what you need to do is you need to get a job with a rigid structure. You need to get a nice, neat apartment and keep it clean and everything like that. Keep your life very orderly and very structured. And you need to look to other people who you do see are like societally recognized as good, upstanding, empathetic people. And you need to basically like mold your entire life around the idea of living up to that standard, right? Because like, you know, fake it till you make it, basically. You don't have the same capacity for empathy that other people do, but you can pretend that you do, and you'll be able to get by just fine. Which, you know, you can say maybe that's probably not the best therapist advice. I don't know. I'm not a therapist. But like, that is what he was told. And initially that was what he had in Mercer, but then she got sick and was going to die and she had to retire. And he was upset about that, but you know, she was like, you just need to find someone else, right? And that's what he eventually found in Julie when he started working at the suicide hotline, and he used her as a model. And like, yeah, his obsession with her seemed to be at least somewhat rooted in romantic feelings, but mostly what that was like, I see that people really like her and that she is a genuinely good, caring person, and I can, like, you know, if I try to model my routine after her, like eating the same disgusting broccoli pizza and like doing and you know, going on the same like runs as her, I can have that same kind, like, you know, people will look at me in that same way and I'll be considered good, right? Which for the most part was working for him, because like he had a seemingly pretty good relationship with a lot of the people in his job, right? Like he had all these colleagues in the FBI that seemed to like him well enough, to the point where like whenever he was suspended for what he did against the Albanians when they attacked Fisk, a lot of them were sad about that, and they were like, no, we want him back. Like, this is an injustice being done to you. But the thing is, again, you have to understand that all of that was a lie, that like that part, like, he isn't a good person. He is, like, even at the suicide hotline, the second Julie turned away from him, when he was on the phone with a guy who was like considering suicide, he was like, you know, if your stepdad's the one giving you all this grief, why don't you just kill him, right?
Yeah, he did the Peter Griffin.
He did the fucking like, Peter Griffin meme of like, well, wouldn't it make more sense to just kill the guy causing you grief? Yeah, he's like, you got a gun, Craig? Yeah, what kind of gun is it, Craig? Yeah, I'm familiar. Oh yeah, it's a good, yeah. And it's just all this shit. It's like he's like, even despite himself, is still like, you know, falling into it. Like he slips into these moments of like just being a very bad person, right? So when it came to
Twitter
Fisk,
told me he's been a cinnamon roll this whole time.
Dude, he's a little pookie bear.
Yeah, basically what's happening right now is Jolly introduced me to this term earlier. What was it? Draco in leather pants or something is the term for it?
Yeah.
Where basically what it is like they'll take a character, like fans writing fan fiction or whatever, will take a character who is a bad person or is just a straight up evil character, like in the case of Dex, who has like no capacity for good. And like only, and can only really have the veneer of it, right? They'll take that and they'll be like, "What a fucking cinnamon roll! What a small bean!"
Yeah, let's read out the TV trope summary of what a Draco in leather pants is, and those in the audience who've got Twitter accounts, which I presume is most of them, and who will have been switched onto this dialogue, which again I presume will be most of them, considering they're listening to a stream on the subject, can tell us whether they think this fits the ooh woo what a cinnamon roll conversations we've been seeing. Mm-hmm. So. A Draco in leather pants is when a fandom takes a controversial or downright villainous character and downplays their flaws, often turning them into an object of desire and or a victim in the process. This causes contradictions with the established characterization, and fanfic writers have to openly retool the character to fit this demand. They are frequently the love object of the local author avatar, who uses the power of love to redeem the character. I can fix him is a commonly expressed sentiment among fans of Dracos in leather pants.
Yep. Oh, I see Bagel back in chat. She probably knows all about this, being, you know, that she's read a lot of fanfics and stuff. Yeah, we're talking about Draco in leather pants because it pertains to the character of Bullseye in this show and the way a lot of people on Twitter are interacting with him and acting like he's such a little ooh-woo cinnamon roll.
He's a little pookie bear, bro. He ain't done nothing wrong. Man. Free my man.
Innocent men.
He's just innocent men.
The
murder.
You know, the namesake for this obviously being Draco Malfoy in Harry Potter, who, like, is not nearly as bad as Poindexter, I should say. Like, he is still just a kid, right? And like he's a bully, and he is a fucking racist, yeah. But he's a kid, and like ultimately there are redeeming qualities to him. He does feel things like guilt and remorse and empathy and all of those things. And honestly, he turns around in the end. Like, he is someone with the capacity for redemption, and he does do it. From what I remember, it's been a long time since I've read those books or watched the movies, and I don't ever plan to rewatch. But like, yeah, you know, he's not an actual psychopath like Poindexter. But yeah, that's essentially the conversation I'm seeing around Dex right now. Like, there was literally a tweet where someone was like, "Oh my god, this scene, it's so Big Brother coded," and it was the scene where he went to Nadim's house and was talking to his son Sammy and like teaching him how to properly throw a baseball and like bend his wrist. And you know, like, even the comments were like, "This is probably how he wanted to be talked to as a kid." And like, oh my goodness. And I'm like, so remember how, like, you remember the context of that scene? He is there right now to essentially throw his weight around to Nadim, who at this point knows that he's working for Fisk and that he is the fake Daredevil and that he's killed a lot of people and that he's a bad person and he's a fucking psychopath. He's basically there to tell Nadim, I can do whatever I want. I can hurt your family and you have no power to stop me. You're my bitch, basically. This is not a cute or endearing scene where he's being like a sympathetic little guy, little small bean to Sammy. No.
This is the scene in Arcane, like, where Silco is
Silco,
Marcus's daughter, where he's like, you know, things could go very wrong. Maybe you'll go on a trip where you'll never see Daddy again. Wouldn't that be sad?
Mm-hmm. It's literally the same exact.
And then he knocks down her little card tower. That fucking bitch.
I'm glad he's rat.
Little rat bastard.
That's literally the context of that scene, and people are acting like he's like, oh my goodness, I can fix him. What a good boy. Because basically, their interpretation of the way Fisk manipulated him was like, yeah, they took a character who had the capacity to be good and destroyed his life and destroyed all of his support beams, basically, so that he'd go off the rails. And I'm like, that is not what happened. Yes, he manipulated Bullseye. Yes, he killed Julie. Yes, he did all these things to destroy his life. But like, Dex is not a victim in the sense that like he had the capacity to be good and that was ripped away from him, right? Nor does he like have any regard for the North Star anymore, because like at this point he has long since lost the chance of like being a normal upstanding member of society. That's just not going to happen. So the idea of him looking at Matt and being like, oh, I can model myself after him because he's such a good person, is like, no, what are you talking about? I hate the fucking it's really hard. I hate the fucking like Dex discourse that we've been getting the last few weeks. It's driving me up the walls.
It really does remind me. It's not quite as bad, but it is on the same kind of ballpark of insanity as the conversations we were having around the Acolytes, right? And the conversation specifically about the witches and invading the mind of Tommen.
Oh, yeah.
Where everyone was like, "Oh, but the Jedi were like," and you're just like, "You are terrible people. Please stop arguing at this point. Like,
this is
please.
bad.
We've moved beyond cringe and into like, you are just immoral to be arguing this now."
Well, yeah. Also, the Witch Coven, like, we're actively attempting to force a little girl into their coven, right? Where like she didn't want to be with them, and they were locking her inside the fortress and being like, "No, you're gonna do this ritual. You don't actually have a choice in the matter." And it's like, oh, these are the good guys. Like, these are the victims of the Jedi being awful, corrupt idiots.
These are your goats.
These are your goats.
Are these your gods? Show me the face of your gods. Before this stream started, because I want to draw like an important point of distinction, right? Like, I have no issue. I don't think anyone at the school has an issue with like Draco in leather pants or similar like tropes when they are very clearly self-aware. Like, most of the people writing Draco in leather pants style fan fictions are doing so very self-aware of the fact that it is a you know, a personal fantasy. It is a safe fantasy in a safe space that they are putting out there. They do not genuinely think that the character, as written in whatever medium they pull them from, is a good person, and they would not want to be in relationships with the character as they are written in the mainline thing. They're very conscious rewrites because they're based on like, you know, to get the superficially cool aspects of the character whilst not having them be fucking horrendous. There is no issue with that, in the same way that there's no real issue with like people whose kink is, consensual non-consent, right? Like, that's a very different thing from actively rooting for someone to be like sexually assaulted, for example, right? But that's my point. When it steps away from being a self-aware, like, playful fantasy and into just, no, I'm genuinely arguing that people like Dex are little uwu cinnamon rolls and the so on, we're making a very dangerous leap. Yeah. And that's where I'm putting my foot down and being like, no, absolutely the fuck not.
You know, because that's how you get things like Reylo as a ship, where it's like, this is someone who has actually tortured Rey, right? Kylo Ren, has like mind raped her, and it's like seriously violated her in just every way like imaginable.
Killed his dad, presided over the deaths of an entire star system's worth of people. Literally, his introduction to her face to face is that he takes off his mask and puts it in a big bowl of the ashes of his victims. The fucking emo.
Bagel just said, "My mom sold me to Kylo Ren." Ooh, yeah. Poindexter is a very interesting character. He's a really well written character in the original show, but do not, and I cannot stress this enough, do not make the mistake of thinking that he actually is someone who is good or has the capacity for good, because he doesn't. And that's the whole point.
Yeah, because I hate to break this to you guys, but in real life, if you get into relationships where your central mantra is, I can fix him, and you're a woman, you're likely to end up seriously injured and possibly dead.
Yeah.
So don't do that, please, for your own safety.
It's fucking gross.
This is... Yeah, like, fiction is fiction, and like you need to constantly be aware of the fact that it is not real life and keep that separation, especially in instances like this. We moved on to a slightly dark topic, I suppose, with this, but yeah, it does need saying, and unfortunately,
well, like you said, it's a rabbit hole. It is unfortunately a very slippery slope and a pipeline. Like, it is a dark conversation, but it's one we have to have, because like this is where this is the logical extreme at the end of the fucking rainbow whenever you start on this path of like, oh, what a fucking cutesy little cinnamon roll. I love him. But with that said, that is episode 8 of Daredevil Born Again. Now, there's a bunch of super chats that I need to get to, but I'm going to go AFK for just a few minutes. So
yeah, I was about to say, may we have a short intermission so I can, get myself a little drink and things.
Yeah, I think we can have an intermission. If any of you guys want to stay to like entertain chat, you can. But like,
change the image.
Change it to
change
what?
The image.
Put up
to the commissioner getting getting a good old smile, getting a good old tickle from.
Oh, I gotta add that as a source. Hang on, give me a sec. I'm just gonna title it "Yummers."
You should play like some elevator music. Wait, what if we all just not talk for 5 minutes?
Someone please stay behind to keep chat entertained. Like a couple of you, just talk about whatever. I don't care.
I'll stay, and then I will. After you guys come back, I will give food. I'm hungry.
I'm just gonna adjust this,
Andrew
and then I will go
hold
AFK.
Down the fort.
And then I will read out super chats. Don't you worry, chat. I have not forgotten ye.
Hey, Sheev Farts, are you excited for Peak Season 2?
Of course I am. Sheev Farts.
I read that. I thought it was like, hey, I didn't read the full message. I just saw fart. I thought he was going to ask you to like fart in the mic. Like, Jesus, all right. Oh, this is I just saw the name of the guy who said that. But yes, Andor Season 2 should be peak, or else I will no longer be on the internet and I'll be off in the woods and never talk to anyone ever again.
It is peak. Tony Gilroy emailed me and he's like, listen, it's going to be good. And then he linked the entire season in a Google Drive.
he just linked you like some fucking...
He's like, listen, man, I'm a big fan.
He sent you Ahsoka Season 2. Hey, don't worry, I worked on this with a little Navy boy. It's gonna be okay, brother. He wants you to rate all the fart scenes in this show. Well,
in this show?
I think I'd rather watch... I'd rather smell just farts for the rest of my life than watch the show again.
Oh, God.
Have any of you seen X-Men 97? Yes, and it is good.
I have not.
It's a good show. I recommend. Dude, Daredevil's in it, dude. Why aren't you in? Then why didn't you watch it?
Oh, because I'm a fake fan, I guess.
True. He shows up for one 3-second scene. You have not seen it. You are a terrible person.
I'll watch Andor after the re-release of Revenge of the Sith.
You haven't seen Andor?
No, not even season 1.
Brother, something needs to change, brother.
It'll be the chronological continuation, though. So,
yes,
everything will fall into place.
Mm-hmm. Ahsoka season 2 or Born Again season 2. Andrew, pick your poison. Man, I find. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna personally, I think I would do Ahsoka just because I have less of an investment and like personal attachment to Star Wars than I do with Daredevil.
Yeah, I'm probably the opposite, but I also think I would rather do Star Wars anyway because Dave Filoni writing is much more fun to make fun of. Like he was the Dave Filoni is just so funny as a guy to be in charge of like all of this. Where it's like, yeah, we're just gonna clown on you.
The Hat Man.
Yeah, the hat controls him. I know people say Andor is great, but Disney just murdered my Star Wars drive. Same with Guardians of the Galaxy 3 after Born Again. I don't watch more MCU. Wait,
that was
no,
kind of me after Kenobi.
Yeah. Listen, Rakito. I assume by the way you said this message, you haven't seen Andor, but watch it. It's real TV for once. Heather Glenn needs to be the new Daredevil. Wait, is that the full name of Heather? Her last name is Glenn?
Yeah.
I don't trust a motherfucker with 2 first names.
She was even in the 2003 movie, I'm pretty sure. She like calls Ben Affleck and she's like, you're never there when we wake up after a night of sex. I don't think we even see her ever. She's just a voice on the phone.
Hello, I am Heather Glenn. I am from the comic book. Madvocate, what are your thoughts on season 5 Flash suit design? Isn't it great? Is it great? I have no idea.
I also see the other chat. I liked Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. season 1. I haven't finished 2, but that was like a couple years ago. So I would probably have to rewatch from the beginning if I were to finish that series. The season 5 Flash suit. Oh, it's lovely. Not just because it looks cheaper than any of the other suits that have come before, but because it exposes his entire jawline, a bit of his chin and his neck. And if you remember, in season 4, one of Flash's villains was able to figure out his identity because of his stoic jawline. And now it's just out in the open.
Ew!
It's peak.
This
is disgusting.
Jawline. What is?
This season 5 suit.
Oh, you've never seen it? Oh man, it's
This is real?
Yeah. He had that the entire season.
Dude.
The season 6 one is like not great either, but it's better. It's much better.
Season 6. Wait, how many fucking seasons of the show there are?
9.
Oh my god.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, this is. What's the season 1 suit? I remember liking that.
I like the season 2 suit better because at least it has the white emblem, which just works better.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I've only seen like the first 2 episodes of the show, and then like some episode in season 2 where he talks to a monkey, and I'm like, that's a talking monkey.
It's Grodd. He tried to kill Barack Obama.
This fucking show.
CW at its finest. Technically, that was in Legends of Tomorrow.
Barack Obama.
Wait, the season 3 suit's kind of gas. Hold on.
I thought that was the same one as the season 2 suit.
Yeah, the first 4 are like basically.
Well, season 4 has like the kind of biker look to it. It has like a zipper. I kind of fuck with it. I like the way the red and yellow clash.
Yeah. Those look like they're part of the same show. Mm-hmm. And then season 5 is like this like light fabric.
What about like
and like I don't know.
What happened? So did season 7 through 9 have the same suit?
Roughly. Like I think there may be like minor the season 8 he finally gets the golden boots, which everyone was screaming about, and I think it does make it look a little better.
Fucking Twitter.
Anyway, I got a bunch of super chats to get through before we can get to the final episode. So let's.
Alrighty then.
I'm gonna go make a pot of soup.
Yeah, Madvocate Andrew, if you guys like need to go AFK now that you held down the fort for us, yeah, you can because I got a few of these to get through.
We are back.
Yeah.
I'm good.
We'll hand over the keys to Southpaw.
he is driving this stream now. £2 super chat from Phantom. Where's the magic amulet? Honestly, they just completely forgot about the magic amulet. I think after
the white tiger one.
Yeah, the one that they never really explained or defined.
Do anything.
Yeah, it didn't exactly help White Tiger much, did it?
Did you see how he was fighting in the cam footage in the very first scene in episode 1?
Yeah,
he was fighting like shit. His punches did not have any weight to them.
Maybe he didn't have it turned on.
Yeah, maybe
there's a little on and off switch.
Maybe it was out of batteries. Maybe that's why he was at the corner store. He was getting more double A's.
No, it doesn't take double A's. It takes those little circular silver ones that you put in like, small torches.
Oh no.
Phantom gave another £2 super chat. The new team made the worst Heather scenes. I agree. Because what I said earlier is like in the pre-overhaul stuff, she was just a nothing character. Like she was bad, but like inoffensively so, like Cherry and Kirsten. And then they were like, well, what if we like took her and like made her just the fucking worst instead? I'm like, that's technically a decision. Like I guess.
This is what we kind of mean, right? When people were like, "Oh, the post overhaul episodes are like where the show is really cooking." I'm like, what do you mean? They're worse. Like, without exception, they're worse.
They're so fucking bad. Yeah.
And there's any number of reasons why that might be the case. But because it's not necessarily that the writers themselves are just worse writers, but like they're trying to clash together horribly two continuities that don't fit. So it's going to be worse. I'm sorry.
I would say the post-overhaul episodes are all worse. Like there was a bit of a debate back when episode 3 came out whether or not it and episode 1 was the worst, and I think we all agreed 3 was worse, just by a hair. But like compared to episodes 8 and 9, 3 is just fine, like comparatively speaking. One from T. I think T is Wisdom, right? That's Wisdom Minari.
I think so, yeah.
He gave another $10. He said, "Lads, have you considered that humans aren't logical, and if they did act with perfect logic, there'd be no drama and no story. Also, have you considered the concept of montage? I've been to college."
Yes, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's a good point.
Someone should play that. We've added that as a soundboard. Someone play it.
How do I get access to that?
What's in the clubhouse? You're in that.
Where do I go? Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can't. I haven't got Nitro, so I can't do that. I'm afraid.
And then what do I do? Where do I go?
It's I'll just fucking do it.
I can do it.
It'll show.
I want to learn. I want to learn.
Okay, go.
Teach me, master.
Go to the open soundboard, and then it should be under the clubhouse ones, and it should be. It's the bottom one with the brain on it.
Wait, this is a channel?
Oh my god, I'm just gonna do it.
How can
what do you mean open?
How can you all be such boomers? I don't understand.
Yeah, that's a good point.
There, I did it. Anyway.
Okay, it's wow, he's gonna leave me hanging, chat. Give him shit.
I'm not gonna walk you through this right now. I'll walk you through it later.
All right, Grandpa. I'll explain to you later how to do your emails. It's fine.
Sam gave us a £5 super chat. He said, "This has a blue filter, like a water filter. Do the writers really think they're entitled to the riches of Francis Ford Coppola's Emersonian mind?" Sam, I'm banning you, and also Bagel too, because she's responsible for the fact that this comment exists.
Yeah, Bagel gave me permanent brain damage, and so I will never forgive her for that.
Yee. And
like Bagel thinks we're still friends, but we're not.
And then finally one from Oscar for $1.99. "Yelling is peak. Storytelling, you're just a hater." True.
What do you mean just?
I'm just a hater. I am just a cinnamon roll.
I'm just a little ooh-woo cinnamon roll. I'm a victim in all this.
All right. That's all the super chats.
You know what? I'm going to commit to that. I am a victim in all this. I didn't want to watch this show.
Yeah, I mean, I do.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
He figured it out! Woo! Yeah!
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
He will abuse this.
All right. I've learned.
That's gonna be our go-to, I think, forever now when we're talking about like people who eat up slop. That sound effect, that comment.
But yeah, I was gonna say, I remember before the show came out, right? Like Madvocate, Southpaw, and I were gearing up to watch it. We were going back through the original show and everything like that, and all the surrounding content like Echo and Hawkeye. And I remember telling Jolly, like, well, I'm probably going to want to cover this show on stream, which means I'll probably want you to be there for that. So, like, you know, because he was like, I'm not watching Born Again. And I was like, well, but I might need you. And he was like, fine. And I'm personally responsible for Jolly's plight, essentially, is what I'm getting at.
Right, I'm taking my revenge. Slowly but surely. He's
making me watch Twilight.
They're terrible movies. I want to be clear to the chat. I do not like those films, but it's very funny. After having the Venom verse and now this inflicted on me to try and like repay Sheev with his cruelty with more cruelty.
I'm such a good friend.
I mean, to be fair, I am dragging you eventually into the Chibnall era of Doctor Who, and at that point, our friendship will probably cease.
I'm just gonna be like, you know what, Jolly? You're not a good friend.
Don't call me. Don't come round my house.
We're done.
French people when you misgendered the washing machine.
Anyway, Born Again episode 9, the big grand finale. Boy, oh boy. What an episode of television we've got ahead of us. I'm so tired.
Yeah, this one's tough going. Is this the no? I don't even. Is this? This is the worst episode, right? Of
comfortably, literally the first line of dialogue made us pause for like what 5 minutes just to scream. So
it was beautiful.
Basically, what it is she tells Dex that. She references Agent Nadim finally and the FBI scandal that we saw in season 3 and says it's the reason my husband was acquitted. I don't even know where to start. I don't know what to say. I'm trembling right now.
All right, so I saw a tweet of someone. I posted this in this chat last night. Let me find it. It's the one. Oh yeah. So Javi saying if this was a typical gap before a new season, I'd agree that it's hard to watch Daredevil Born Again because it lessens the impact of Matt's victory in season 3. It says after like 7 years, I'm not as bothered. It was bound to happen anyway. I'm like.
Bound to happen anyway.
Fuck up.
Madvocate, you'll probably have a better. You'll probably be able to give a better rundown than me. But like, what are all the fucking charges that Fisk has at the end of season 3? Right? Like you said, like several Ricos. I think was something that.
Yeah. Well, the ones that are explicitly stated are by Karen. I think that's the only. There is like a. Anyway, the one that she does say in season 3 is. Fisk was convicted on 5 RICO counts.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they each carry a 20-year sentence. So, Buddy Boy is gonna be there a long time.
And this was all before the FBI scandal. That's all like connected to the season 1 stuff,
not including the extra. If there's more RICO counts to add onto that for what he did with the FBI in season 3.
Literally empowering an FBI agent to run around like as a false Daredevil and just go on a mass murder spree.
Kill people. Yeah.
Fucking hell, like that, and that's just that's the tip of the iceberg with everything Fisk does in season 3.
I'm actually looking up to see if there's an actual list of the charges this man would be facing or has faced.
Well, but either way.
So
well, go ahead. Sorry.
I was about to say, so the official stuff we have, because you're wrong, Madvocate, it's not 3 RICO cases, it's 5.
He said 5.
No, that's what I said, 5.
Oh, did you? I thought you said 3, I misheard you, my bad. But yeah, so charged with,
that's okay.
This is just based on his season 1 stuff, this is before we get to season 3.
Yeah.
Yes.
Racketeering, 5 RICO counts, which is, Racketeering, Influence, and Corruption Organizations Act. Murder, extortion, blackmail, at least a couple of muggings, grievous bodily conviction to conspiracy to cause grievous bodily harm, conspiracy to overturn elections,
bombing Hell's Kitchen,
terrorism.
I mean, he had like a good majority of cops in his fucking pocket, so like infiltrating the police system basically, and just like trying to place yourself above the law.
So obviously, the best way to get him out of this is to write a line that basically goes yada yada FBI corruption, the Nadim thing.
Somehow they don't bother to explain any further than that one line from Vanessa, but somehow the FBI scandal, which he caused, was enough to get him acquitted from every single one of his crimes and just get him out of prison.
It's literally somehow Fisk got acquitted. That is the line.
This is even worse than... This is even worse than just not giving an explanation, because without giving an explanation, we're just like, well, this doesn't make sense on the face of it, and I don't buy it, and I think it's bullshit. But now it's like, now you've given me no explanation, and you've destroyed everything to do with Nadim's legacy. You just fucked it. You just fucking ruined it.
You want to know how bad it is? You can literally replace what she says at the end when she says the FBI corruption scandal, Agent Nadim, all that. You could just change the thing she says later with, "It's why my husband was incarcerated." And that makes sense.
It's even crazier, because what it's basically implying, right, is that like it's essentially saying, right, so because of Nadim's testimony, which we are told in season 3 is like, oh, it's a dying testament, so
a dying declaration, which makes it admissible in court.
Right, exactly. That's how season 3 presents it as, and this is how Fisk gets defeated, right? Well, now Born Again comes out and is like, no, actually, it's how he gets freed. So what Born Again has basically just done is it has deliberately shat over season 3's writing. It outright is trying to act like season 3's writing is bad, and that the manner in which Fisk was defeated is actually invalid. Which doesn't, I mean, if that were really the case, I'm wondering where the fuck are all the complaints of people who be like, oh, actually, that's not how it works that way legally. So I just, for Born Again to come across, to come out, 7 years later, and then basically say, yeah, it turns out that, within a couple of months of season 3 ending, Fisk just got acquitted because of all of, the Nadim stuff, basically.
Well, the equivalent of this would be like, so imagine, in a future Star Wars project, they brought back Count Dooku from the dead. They're like, he's just back now, don't worry about it. And when you're like, well, hang on, didn't his head get chopped off? They're like, well, yes, but you see, that saved his life, because it turns out he had brain cancer, and so by severing off his head, Anakin prevented it from spreading to the rest of his body. And I'm like, I think you skipped over a pretty vital fucking fact when you made this analysis of how exactly he's better now.
It's even more...
And it's the same thing with Fisk.
It's even more ludicrous than that, because it's literally, the thing that literally would have gotten Fisk in prison for the rest of his fucking life? Yeah, it's actually what caused him to not be imprisoned at all, and to have all charges dropped, past or present.
Well, you know what? I want them to explain to me exactly how that court case went down, right? How the judge came to that ruling. Fisk is in court, and like the federal, the state is providing this like case where they're like, okay, Agent Nadim's dying testimony is that like he was corrupted by Fisk's organization, and he knew this firsthand, and he met people, and he even drove like people like Dex to commit murders for personally to commit murders for Fisk, and there's all this evidence and surrounding context that backs him up. How does the defendant plead? And the defendant's like, well, you see, the agent who said that admitted he was corrupt. So,
corrupted by whom? I wonder.
And the judge is like, oh yeah, that's true. He was corrupted.
Oh,
that's a good point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
It's literally, I like to imagine that like Fisk's lawyer Donovan, the one we see in the original show, is like somehow managed to spin all this, and at that point, like, he's a really good lawyer. Like, fuck you, Matt. You suck. Fucking fuck you, Foggy. Fuck you, Jimmy McGill and Chuck McGill and Kim Wexler, all the lawyers of any fictional thing. Donovan deserves a fucking medal.
Joke.
The law is sacred.
The thing is, there's also just additional like contradictions just within this opening scene to what she's saying, because this is not happening in a jail cell. This is happening in a loony bin, because Poindexter has been remanded into an insane asylum where he's like kept drugged. Like his hands are, by the way, his hands are free, which I'm gonna get back to in a second.
But he's loopy though on drug, therefore okay.
Okay, but like, here's the thing. Do you know how hard it is to get an insanity plea in the legal system? It's basically impossible, right? Mm-hmm. So if he is there, that suggests that the reason he is there is that the prosecution looked favorably on him, and the reason they would do that is because he would have flipped on Fisk, which makes sense, right? Because he fucking hates Fisk.
Oh, yeah.
all these cops who were brought into and arrested by Mahoney and people because of Nadim's testimony when this court case was happening, a lot of them in custody would have flipped on Fisk. It's not just Nadim's testimony, it's the testimony of all the people who flipped because of the arrest and because they knew about Nadim's testimony, including people like Dex, who have no reason to protect Fisk, and as far as Dex is concerned, no ability to cover their own ass anyway. Like, he's going down Dex is going down regardless for the murders in the church. He's literally been caught in the Daredevil suit, with a broken spine. He's not going anywhere. So he is sunk no matter what happens to Fisk, so why not just take him down with you, especially as you hate him? That's got nothing to do with Nadim's testimony. So, by the way, and even if that was like how it was going down, if you're Matt, right, and you're seeing that like Fisk is somehow like being exonerated by Nadim's testimony, could you not just like drop the Felix Manning thing there? Like, I know that breaks the deal, but considering this deal means jack shit fucking anyway, could you not just do that? I don't know. I feel like Matt wouldn't just sit idly by while Fisk just like gets off again.
Well, it wouldn't matter because Nadim was an FBI agent and there was a scandal, so therefore. Really? The Felix, who's to say the Felix Manning testimony means jack shit anyway? The courts would just look at that and be like, okay, he's a good man.
My simple point is that by very virtue of this scene being located in a lunatic asylum rather than a prison, we have a strong suggestion that Dex did in fact like cut some kind of deal to avoid being sent to, Gen Pop in a prison full of people who want to fucking kill him. And that would have involved flipping on Fisk, which again he has every reason to do and no incentive not to do, regardless of the Nadim testimony. So I just don't understand how the fuck any of this is happening. And neither does the show.
You guys are mad. I mean, the Netflix writers made it very clear that Nadim's testimony was going to be a major fuck up. That's why Fisk gets arrested, and that's why there's heroic music playing as Matt looks down on all of this happening. It was very clear he was just going to come back in the next season.
True. Advocate, do you remember at the start of this show, we made several little funny memes, little funny jokes about how badly they could cock up some of the writing, and we were talking about the deal because of the whole diner scene, and I believe you mentioned something along the lines of like, God, can you imagine like what Sammy and
Seema,
what's her wife called, Seema, are feeling now that Fisk is out and about. It's like, oh God, like it was all for nothing, and how are they feeling? I'm like, wow, I wonder how they're feeling now, because not only is he out and about, but like
he died to facilitate it.
Yeah, is what got him out.
Fucking hell! This is literally like this is like probably one of, if not the biggest examples of Fisk is not a clever, conniving genius like manipulator anymore. He literally just has things happen for him that he wants. Things just like all logic out the window. Fucking throw it all out. Fuck it. Who cares? Things will just happen because it's what would benefit Fisk, no matter if that makes any sense. It's almost like he's a Mary Sue.
Powers from Deadpool 2.
No, actually, honestly, I'm thinking about it. I think Fisk is a Mary Sue in this show. I think he fits the definition comfortably.
Yeah, the reality just bends to fit him. Yeah, no, it really does.
Yeah.
But like Mary Sue's only apply to women though.
Fisk has boobs.
He actually he transitioned during his prison time and in Echo. Actually, that's what Echo was about.
Good for her. Madam Fisk.
Echo, the person.
He just has a supercharged version of Domino's powers from Deadpool 2. That's what we're missing. He's actually a mutant.
Born Again is just Amelia Perez, but for Americans.
What was the quote that Southpaw brought up? Like, this was obviously bound to happen.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, like, so how do you enjoy this then? What do you get out of this? You just want an endless loop of Fisk getting out after being exposed for a million crimes and then, like, gaining more power each time? Like
if I was watching season 3 and I watched Fisk get arrested at the end, I'd be like, oh, well, he'll be out in a month anyway, because, it's bound to happen, that ruins the ending.
Might as well just fucking watch Tom and Jerry at that point.
Yeah. Like, no matter what happens, it's all, you can always rely on Tom and Jerry trying to kill each other, or Tom trying to kill Jerry, rather, and Jerry being a little shit. I hate Jerry.
Bold of you to assume, Advocate, that the people watching this show who enjoyed it want anything out of art beyond thing I like is on screen, I clap.
Thing I like is in thing I
now, of course, there's all the logistical reasons why that just doesn't make any sense and completely undermines everything to do with Nadim's sacrifice. Now let's talk about the no-kill rule. Because at this point, just fucking kill Fisk. Like, you have made it to where the no-kill rule just can never work, practically. Yeah. It can't work. It's not a thing. And also when it comes to, like, actually, the arc that they send Matt and Fisk on, respectively, in the show, there's the thematic element to be done with, like, whether or not redemption works and can happen. But even putting that to one side, logistically, no, I'm sorry, Fisk cannot be allowed to live. At that point, I feel like it's justifiable as an act of self-defense for yourself and the city, right, to just kill Fisk. It's not even murder at that point.
What is going to take him down in season 2? Like, if none of this works, what is going to take him down without killing him?
Honestly,
the federal government will spontaneously remember that New York exists.
Mm-hmm. I can see this show being stupid enough that it would have Matt, like, not kill him, but then some random convenient bullshit happens that causes Fisk to die, and then that's just how it fucking ends. It's like, well, we get Fisk out of the picture.
Fisk into the raft, and then fucking Madam Hydra, or whatever the fuck her name is, Valentina, or whoever she is, will recruit him.
He doesn't see a manhole and walks into it.
he falls into the hole he didn't fill.
Really, this was thematically poignant.
Cinema.
Yeah, because you're right. There is there's the thematic element which was at the core of this, but there's also the superficial thing that goes, or not even superficial in the kind of vague sense. I more mean like the covering for this, like the mechanical covering for that theme, that is also neglected here. Which is like, if the system cannot hold Fisk, if the system is so broken that it just can't hold him ever under any circumstances, then there is no practical point to Matt upholding it. Like at that point, Matt just has to at that point Frank is right. It's just the law is just whoever's holding it, and at that point it's Matt. And if the system can't hold him, and Matt can't just lock him in a basement somewhere, then you have to kill him. There's just no other option. Because otherwise he'll just carry on hurting people forever.
The whole point is that Frank is wrong. Like, I know you guys like the Punisher, but I'm sorry. The whole point thematically is that Frank is wrong about Matt and is wrong about the necessity of killing all of your enemies. Right? He's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
He's not someone you should be looking up to.
And then people on Twitter were like, "Oh, the one bad day came when he threw Bullseye off the roof." It's like that was season 3. That was the ending of season 3. He proved him wrong.
Matt, at his lowest point, when he had everything against him and every reason in the world to kill Fisk, still couldn't bring himself to do it. That was the whole point. That was the whole fucking point.
Couldn't bring himself to kill the man who shot his father.
Yeah. Well, again, it's not just the conversation with Frank. It's the conversations that happen between Matt and Elektra, right? Where Elektra is basically pulling the same argument, but from a more seductive perspective of like, oh, you should just give in to your darkness. And even she, I mean, again, if the Defenders is terrible, but even she ultimately concludes like, oh yeah, I was wrong to try and corrupt. Like, Matt is full of goodness and light, and I was wrong.
And I
try
almost
and
snuffed that out of you, yeah. And I'm so glad I failed.
Yeah. And again, Frank knows that too. Like, Frank constantly tells Karen that Matt is good and decent and better than Frank.
Mm-hmm.
It's just kind of, I don't even know what we're doing anymore. That's the thing. I just don't understand what anyone is getting out of this experience. Even the people who are like thing I like is on screen. I'm like, but why do you like the thing that you're seeing on screen? What substance is there for you to latch onto?
Substance.
I just don't
crushed
understand.
the commissioner's head.
True,
it was cool. And I clapped.
Filled this hole.
Every character in the show is a fucking caricature. Like a poorly understood caricature at that.
Mm-hmm. We did a bet before we started episode 1 of who is going to be the most inconsistent character in the show.
We were all right.
Different. So, well, you gave it away, Sheev. We all chose a different character. Navigate chose Matt. Who chose Fisk? Which one of you chose Fisk?
I did.
Okay. Jolly, you chose Karen.
I chose Karen, yeah.
Shiny chose Foggy.
I chose Bullseye.
And I chose Daredevil. Sorry, I chose Frank. and everyone but Shiny was right.
Yeah, everyone was correct. Yeah,
yeah.
It wasn't like a who won. It's rather like, well, Shiny just lost.
Yeah, because he was the least.
And even then, they damaged him a lot just on the way out, just for good measure.
True.
Yeah.
The character who was literally assassinated, ironically, was the least character assassinated.
Well, I guess it was also I mean, I don't know, like what we say regarding like Marcy, but if that really counts towards
I don't know.
Foggy's whole family.
Yeah, Foggy's whole family.
Maggie. We're still on the first line of this episode, by the way.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten to the additional stuff we're about to have revealed. Well, we kind of spoiled it in the last episode, right? Which is Vanessa hired Poindexter to like kill Foggy Nelson and Benny. Specifically Benny was the main one. Benny and then Foggy as well. Now, there's two things I find funny before we move on to the logistics of her plan here, which is how does she have the power to have Poindexter released?
She is God Empress of the universe.
Money and corruption.
Money? He has experience, or she has experience and patience, and with those two,
she was sleeping with Adam, and Adam, it turns out, was the writer of the show.
No, Adam was actually the warden of this loony bin. So.
Oh god! And then the other thing is like she hands Poindexter, a man who, by the way, has every reason to kill her and has already tried, very hard to do so. I know he's drug addled, but she hands him a fucking pen, and I'm like, you are across the table from a man whose entire shtick is he's fucking lethal with any implement you hand him, and he hates you. Like, if he sobers up for even half a second, or if he like pulls his shit together for like a split millisecond, you are dead.
Mm-hmm.
Also, once he is out and once he has sobered up out of his drug stupor, he has no incentive to follow through on your plan. He's already out at that point, and he fucking hates you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would you release it? Like,
it's not exactly like he has a sense of honor.
Yeah. Why of all the assassins in the world is this the man you're having released?
The thing is, if she had been like, not only are you getting released on my apparent authority if you do this job, but also on top of that, just to ensure that you actually follow through, I'll pay you like $100,000 or something, so you can really get your life started, right?
I don't think he would have cared. I think the money would have meant less to him than just killing her.
No, sure, yeah. But I'm saying, like, if I'm Vanessa, I need to actually have some kind of like reason to believe that he's actually going to do the job. But that's all beside the point anyway, because like she knows that he hates her and wants her dead and her husband, and like he's just the last person you'd approach. Like, I'm sorry, there are other assassins in this world.
And on Tahani in chat say, how does 80 Series Court take the signature of a dude in a psychiatric institution?
Well, yeah, it was a very special case. There's also the other thing, which is like this, if the argument is like, well, he's just the best you could get, like he's the top fucking assassin. I'm like, he isn't. The Black Widows exist, and Hawkeye showed us how apparently quite easy it is to hire a Black Widow.
Black Widow,
anyone in the Thunderbolts
to kill Hawkeye.
Yeah, it's just that's kind of bad. The other thing is like, it's like, oh, we got him because he's the most competent and efficient. And they're like, what do you mean? He left Benny alive.
Yeah, she
and then
her literal line,
loads of unrelated people.
Her literal line is, "You are the very best at this type of thing." And I'm like, he had a job to kill 2 people, and he 50% completed that job. Like, I don't.
He got an F.
Even in season 3, like he carried on failing. Like, he's like, oh, he's the best at what he does. Like, he didn't kill Karen. He couldn't kill. Like, basically anyone that he was sent after, really, in season 3.
Like, he attacked the
that wasn't his fault
that's
necessarily, but he doesn't have a good track record as far as Vanessa's concerned.
And like on top of this, if she's hiring him for a hitman job, like that means there's someone out there who can cause problems to the Fisks. And if you hate them, you probably would be like you could lie about taking it and then just not do it to fuck them over if you're not going to go ahead and kill the Fisks,
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
That's a good point.
Thank you, Nando.
I never thought of it that way.
Nando's words of wisdom echo through the generations.
Yeah, so there is no reason... Sorry.
I was supposed to say, then we get into like the logistical side of the things that we kind of hinted at earlier, which is like, so the entire point of her doing this, right, is so like throughout the season, we've had mentions of Red Hook, specifically that like as far as Vanessa's concerned, it is a special area in her criminal enterprise where like no taxes are levied, criminal taxes are levied. no dues are paid are owed. It is it is off the board as far as she's concerned. Like it's free, no one's allowed to go near it. And it turns out the reason for this, as Matt will tell us later, is that like it's a free port. That is to say, it's an area where normal income and customs, income taxes and customs revenues and exercises and like seizures and searches are just not enforced. So if you want to store illegal material there, it's the perfect place because it'll never be examined, provided, of course, that you never take it out of the free port. Now that's a fairly important little caveat. This show, however, is going to insist that like that free ports are just places where there are no fucking laws whatsoever, and it's just the Wild West, and even the federal government can't intervene if you do crimes there. And this was apparently how Foggy was going to win his case with Benny, because Benny was accused of a truck robbery, I believe.
Yes.
And then Foggy, in the course of his investigations, uncovered the fact that this happened in Redport, and Redport is a free port. Sorry, Red Hook rather is a free port, and therefore he can't have committed a crime because there's no legal jurisdiction there. And this was going to win in the case, but apparently it was going to publicize the fact that it's a free port, which you'd think would be a matter of fucking public record. And Matt apparently already knew because he knows that she stored art there. But yeah, apparently the making public of this thing that would already be very public is a no-go for Vanessa, so she decides to have Benny and Foggy killed in violation of the deal that Matt struck with Fisk, which could potentially result in her, and should have resulted in her going back to jail. Or going to jail, rather.
Season 2.
So that's all deeply, deeply stupid. Discuss.
Well, fuck, there's so much to say. One thing I was gonna say was like, it almost feels like what they're trying to say is that once Fisk was out of prison, Matt realized how little leverage he actually had in the deal. Like, basically, like, it was a bluff that he was never actually willing to act on. Like, I'm not saying that makes sense or is within character. But, like, at that point, he was like, well, fuck, I kind of have no power in this situation. Which, of course, means that his identity should be revealed, and he should honestly just be dead, along with Karen and Foggy, once they realize he's not gonna do anything against them. Except there's that little line in episode 1 where Fisk said, I didn't have anything to do with Foggy's death, I kept that part of the deal. Which implies that I guess he kept it out of honor? ? Like, we're saying that he has honor enough to not break his end of the deal, even though he's already doing so by being out of prison.
Who the fuck knows?
But, like, since apparently the FBI scandal allowed him to just be acquitted outright, like, can we interpret that as him breaking the deal if he's just legally exonerated from all crimes, right?
I guess.
Yeah.
There's also this slightly mad thing here as well of like, so again, because Matt says that later on that he knows that Vanessa's been storing art there, which by the way means he already knew it was a free port, so I don't know what the fuck she was covering up. But anyway, the best you can do there, because he's like, oh, maybe she's been using the art there to launder the money from her criminal enterprise, and I'm like, that's not how that works, because again, you can't move things out of the free port without them being subject to tax laws again, because that's how that works. Also, like, if you commit regular crimes there, like Benny did, you can still be charged because normal laws still apply. It's just income and tax laws that don't apply in free ports. You can't just murder people there and get away with that. That's not how that works. Or steal shit and get away with that. That's not how that works. But the other thing is, like, how exactly is she using her art storage collection to launder money there? And even if it was exposed, right? So even if Foggy had filed this court case and been like, aha, Freeport is a Red Hook is a Freeport, and everyone had been like, yeah, we know. And someone I don't know, gives this extra scrutiny and is like, oh, Vanessa's keeping art there, and she's using that to launder money. I'm like, yeah, but in this universe, apparently there are no laws in this area of any kind whatsoever, so it's not illegal for her to launder money there. So why would she care that people know about that?
I don't know.
If she can't prosecute it for it. Like, the show wants to have this both ways. They want it to be like an actual legal problem for Vanessa if Redport and the way she launders money through it is exposed, but they simultaneously want to tell you that the way it would have been exposed is the fact that you cannot commit crimes there and have them be held against you because there are no crimes on them because there are no laws there.
Which isn't how that works.
Somehow. And also, despite the fact that the very point, as they say, of a free port like this is that like the no federal or state government or local government has jurisdiction over it, Fisk, as mayor of New York, was apparently able to build on it and expand it unilaterally, even though the license for a free port would be a thing that the federal government control and grant.
Mm-hmm.
Cool beans. I love how this all makes perfect sense. We're not even past the first paragraph of this fucking episode yet.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason we paused for like 15 minutes at the beginning of our watch party. Because we were just like, hold on.
There's literally nothing on either side of this table makes any sense. Neither character is acting according to their established motivations. This is all just kind of happening because fuck it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good writing.
Well, it's almost like it's like read the opening of The Force Awakens and stop when it makes no sense. And it's like the first word, stop.
Luke.
It is cinema. No notes.
Yeah. So that's the first scene. Also, just as a smaller point, it says 1 year ago when it first opens up this flashback, but like since we're like at least 5 months out from the beginning of the show, which took place a year after Foggy's death, this is more like a year and a half ago, but whatever. I only bring that up. It's a small point, obviously. I only bring it up because it just kind of reinforces the idea I mentioned earlier of like the post-overhaul episodes almost feel like their own story that they're telling, where basically like they told it in episode 1, then they put that on pause for 6 episodes to tell a bunch of meandering bullshit that has nothing to do with anything else, and then they were like, so anyway, and then just got back to it in episodes 8 and 9 with the Bullseye stuff and the Fisk and everything like that. So and that's why you have shit like the Fisk's only just now deciding to go ahead and kill Bullseye in the prison. It's just it just feels it's very disconnected and it's strange. And again, it's a Frankenstein monster of a show, and people use that somehow as like a defense for it, even though it, it's almost like, yeah, it's bad, but like this is the reason why it's bad, so it's okay. And it's like, but no, but it's still bad.
Yeah, they're like, well, it had a bad pre-production. I'm like, that's on the company that made it then. Like, just don't, like, fucking sit down and think about what you're going to make before you make it. How about that?
Mm-hmm. Don't waste hundreds of millions of dollars on 6 episodes and then go, actually, we don't like any of this and we want it all gone, but oh, fuck, we already spent so much money and time on it. It's like, well, you're fucking incompetent. Like, I don't see how that's my problem. Like, I have the content and I have to review it, and this is the conclusion that I have to come to. You know?
You know what? I wish the Kitchen Irish had killed me along with Frank's family.
Yep.
Damn. All right.
Like that episode where Frank is like, on the gravestone, and he's like, oh, I was holding my daughter, and there's like meat spilling out of where her face used to be. And I'm like, honestly, that sounds pretty good right now. Can I get in on that action?
Yep.
No.
No.
Counterpoint.
Nuh-uh.
Go fuck yourself.
Nope. Nuh-uh.
Counterpoint. Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Cinema.
I gotta readjust the thing. We're going to have an additional cast member.
An additional victim will be joining us for this hour of torture. I mean, another person will be talking about it with us.
Anger and rage and suffering. Hey, JM.
Hello there.
Hey, how's it going, everyone?
Well, you tell
as
me.
As good as it can be.
My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined.
Couldn't be going worse, Keith.
This show, man. When I saw the finale for the first time, I was raging my ass off. I was screaming in fury at what I just watched.
We were all just kind of commiserating together.
Normal reaction.
I cannot believe what they have done with Daredevil. Like,
they haven't. I refuse to admit it. I'm gaslighting the shit out of existence.
Yep, normalize decanonizing things that are shit.
Like, I didn't think it would live up to the original, but man, the way they have fumbled the bag, they have dropped the ball like hard. That it's not even on the ground. It's 6 feet below hell, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
We found new depths that we thought were not possible.
Dante's Inferno.
Inferno.
It's like, but the thing is, like, when people are like, "Oh yeah, like I can't believe that Matt tried to kill Bullseye," I'm like, "No, he didn't. I don't know what you're talking about. Nope. That didn't happen. You're wrong."
No, it didn't.
Who's Bullseye? I don't know who that is.
What is a bullseye?
I can't believe they had Karen abandon Matt in his hour of greatest need after season 3.
He didn't.
Like, she didn't do that. It's fine. No, she didn't. It didn't happen.
I've decided.
Has anyone seen Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction? Like the compilations of can't remember his name. That guy, the guy who plays Riker, being like, "It didn't happen. It's a myth. We made it up.
This is fiction.
We got you. This one was made up.
It never happened."
You know what? I'm gonna put that in my video. I'm just gonna add that as a finale when I'm talking about how we need to gaslight bad shit out of existence.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean Foggy's dead? I saw him at the bar last night.
He was drinking a bottle of Mulvaney.
Oh. It's O'Melvaney's, Jolly. Get it right.
I don't care, she. Like the levels to which I just don't give a shit about the events of the show anymore. Like I have retroactively begun purging my memory banks of all the information I witnessed in this abomination.
Yeah, I'm running out of RAM.
I refuse to accept this as canon. It's not canon.
Oh, it's not. Yeah,
it can't be. It can't be canon to itself.
Season 3 is where it ended. There's nothing after that. Nothing to do with Netflix Daredevil.
Well, Cope and Sheev.
Cope and Sheev, indeed. Anyway, I would like to then move on past this opening scene, please, if there's nothing else to say.
Nothing else so far.
No notes. 10 out of 10.
So far.
Well, yeah, because now we're going to have a hospital scene, and everything about it is fun.
Yeah, so basically Matt wakes up in the hospital after, taking the fucking bullet for Fisk. And, Heather approaches him, says Matt, and the first thing he says is Karen, which obviously gets to her a little bit. But, she's the better character and the way better love interest anyway, so fuck you, Heather. God, I hate Heather.
Yes.
Basically what happens in this scene is, like, Kirsten and Heather are there. Oh, sorry.
I don't want us to breeze past this as well, of, like, Matt has taken a sniper rifle bullet to the shoulder from 35 feet away a matter of hours ago. I want this to be remembered when he starts doing the things he starts doing later. Because no, he doesn't.
Flesh wound.
I don't believe you.
'Tis but a scratch. Don't worry about it.
Anyway, proceed.
Yeah, so basically
screw his eye back.
Basically what happens in this scene is Heather and Kirsten are both there to, make sure he's alive and okay. And when he comes to, he's basically like, Kirsten, like, I know this is going to sound fucking insane, but you just have to trust me. Fisk is a bad guy. He's doing a bunch of shit. It's bad. Everything's bad.
Why don't you explain to her what you did in season 3? Why don't you explain it to her in detail, and then maybe she'll actually believe you?
He's vague posting. It doesn't even matter because while
she wouldn't.
While he's doing all of this, like Heather is just in the corner, like lamenting and sighing, and she's just like, you realize that like Fisk was the target here, right? And I'm like, maybe listen to your boyfriend who just took a bullet for the guy he's been going on about how much he hates, right? Like, maybe he's onto something when he says that the Fisks are bad people and that they're corrupt and that they had something to do with Foggy's death.
By the way, I don't know if you guys went over this, but in episode 3, remember when Heather suspected Fisk was abusing Vanessa?
Yeah,
right?
I brought that up, yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
she's just completely forgotten the fact that she clocked him as a potential danger.
Yeah, that leads nowhere, and she just completely forgets about it. She has absolutely no
She is
reason
the
to trust
biggest Fisk sycophant
boyfriend.
at this point.
Yeah, even more than Daniel, to be honest.
It's fucking insane. Also, when they ask him, like, whenever he tries to kind of give a half-assed explanation for how the fuck he knew that there was a gun that was about to be fired, he lies and says, oh, I heard someone yell out gun and I just acted on instinct. And I'm like, that doesn't explain diddly squat. Because, you have no idea. Like, first of all, no one fucking yelled gun. We were all there. Second of all, you would have had no way of knowing where said gun was going to fire, even if you did know a gun was about to be fired. Third of all, he then asks about Poindexter, despite the fact that he should have no reason to know that Poindexter was the one who fired the gun, seeing as he was unconscious and all, and then was never supplied that information by Heather or Kirsten.
What if it was like off screen?
It's like, or literally, the implication is that he literally just woke up for the first time since getting shot.
So far.
They're like, how do you know about that? He's like, oh, it was revealed to me in a dream. It's like, oh, well.
Vibes.
Adam came back to life, and he walked in and he told me, he showed me the script.
I miss Adam every day.
I miss Frogman.
Here's a question: Is Adam by default the best character in the show?
I think he might. Well, he was just an innocent guy that just got caught up.
I was gonna give that to Commissioner Gallo, but he kind of does a bunch of stupid things in this episode that I'm just like, well, oh well. You were good while you lasted. Well, fine while you lasted, I guess. Calling him good is a bit of a fucking overstatement.
I love how they set up like some kind of plan between him and BB in like the penultimate episode, but that also went nowhere, I guess. It's just setups that lead to
he was about to do something about it, but then he was just too late. We'll get to the logistics of that later, but like the implication is like, man, he was really building up a lot of references against why Fisk is a bad man, and he was gonna take it up to the powers that be, but he just didn't get to it in time, and it's such a tragedy. And I'm like, no, fuck off. It's stupid. We'll get to it, but that's much later. In the immediate time, he is in the hospital and he's telling Kirsten like we need to look into like what Foggy was working on when he died, because I know Vanessa had him killed, and like we need to prove it, because again, somehow that just was not something that he ever looked into on his own, following Foggy's death, for reasons.
Yeah, Matt just didn't bother checking that. That was fun. In fact, Matt boxed up all the files and put them away, but he didn't bother reading any of them.
Yeah, and then apparently Vanessa never had the files in question that pertain to her case destroyed, because she's fucking stupid.
Yeah, that was the entire point, was that she didn't want that to come to light, but she just let that shit go on unmolested. It just went about its merry way and was stored in a basement somewhere.
Maybe she has, like, a sorcerer, like one of Doctor Strange's sorcerers, just locked up somewhere, and is like forcing him to like just like make all the characters act incredibly stupidly so that like her operations are never found out.
Well, you see, the reason Matt never investigated it was that Doctor Strange cast a spell so that everyone forgot who Foggy Nelson was.
God.
No, she just doesn't care. Like, she expects to get acquitted if she ever gets caught, because like the same reason that she's gonna get incarcerated will just let her out, like her husband.
Yeah, it'll be like Matt finds a witness who like proves that she like killed, like Poindexter's like, yeah, she hired me to kill Foggy, and then the court's like, well, Poindexter wasn't a loony bin, so actually that
exonerates her. It was part of the FBI scandal from like 10 years ago, so like
It's opposites day today in this court, so therefore she's innocent.
I just love how they throw they throw around the words FBI scandal as if that means by itself that like nothing that any of the FBI agents say can possibly be used against Fisk. And I'm like, what do you mean? What do you fucking mean? Explain that one to me.
It's that meme of like, Doomsday grabbing Superman by the cape as he tries to walk off. I'm like, no, get back here. Explain this to me.
No, come on. Come fix this.
That line about Nadim, it's like saying breaking your own legs will help you heal your own body faster. Like, it makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, I cut off my head, stop the brain cancer from getting me. That's how
it exactly.
And it worked.
It's complete backwards logic. I don't understand how it can make sense.
You don't know writing.
It's like poetry, it rhymes.
But don't worry, because Heather is still insistent that like Matt's being some kind of whiny bitch, and that Fisk is like, hey, okay, and that's what Matt is. Speaking of the Fisks, they're in their bedroom recovering from the so-called attack, and Fisk tells Vanessa that he knew all along what she has done, which okay, all right, I'm just gonna barrel straight past that because somehow Palpatine returned. He also then mentions to her that like her business, that the business that she's running through Red Hook allows her to move millions of dollars. But now that he's mayor, he does the Dr. Evil thing of like, why have millions when you can have billions? And this comes back to the question I asked, which is like, if the entire point of Red Hook is that it is, a place outside of anyone's jurisdiction, how the fuck did you build there?
Through something called the ozone layer.
I filled a hole in the pier with this giant building full of laundering money.
You can fill all the plot holes in this show with Fisk's little foreman crew.
We're gonna find that Salvadoran guy that like the Trump administration deported to Seacort. He'll just be in the Red Hook as well. It's outside the law, you see.
Nothing matters.
Nothing matters in this fucking show. It's all pain. But yes, so then Fisk has a big meeting in his office, right? And back in the mayor's office, where like Gallo's there and Sheila's there and not Wesley's there. And this is still the same night as the gala. Everyone's still dressed up in their black tie finest. Yeah. And Fisk just decides that he's God Emperor. This is the moment where Fisk just decides unilaterally that he is God Emperor of the universe. And he's like, we're shutting down the power grid of the city. We're closing all the bridges. No one in or out. The police, my vigilantes are gonna go like door to door, street by street, and fucking kill everyone who I don't like. Every vigilante is gonna be gone. And he's like going insane.
Encouraging.
So remember in Civil War, weren't the Avengers classified as vigilantes?
Well, he did say that like some people would prefer to call them vigilantes.
Yeah, true. But we don't exactly know how many though. Like there could be like thousands of vigilantes in the world that this just doesn't know.
I mean, they are. I would feel like they are definitively vigilantes, like the Avengers. Like they are people who are outside of any kind of like authority. Who?
Well, So since the Sokovia Accords were repealed, every single Avenger is explicitly a vigilante. But also in this very scene where Fisk just goes, "I'm going to unilaterally declare vigilantism as illegal and enforce a curfew and martial law," and I'm like, "You do not have these powers. You cannot just do this."
Yeah, this is so
you are the mayor of New York,
like,
not emperor of the goddamn planet. But yeah, but when he says that vigilantism, I'm declaring it illegal. He's admitting before that it wasn't illegal before. So yeah, the whole task force makes no fucking sense.
But also, you don't just have the unilateral ability to just say they're illegal and then to shut down the power grid and close off the fucking bridges to the city.
Okay, so clear this up for me. I didn't watch Brave New World, but
neither did we.
Does the president tell Sam to like he wants to rebuild the Avengers? Like, doesn't he say that?
Yeah, but I imagine it's under U.S. authority, but that's not really like relevant. I mean, the other thing here is just in terms of like how
isn't what Fisk doing kind of go against what the president wants?
What Fisk is doing goes against what like every single law in the country does and says and thinks. Like, okay, so this is my point, right, about why it's in the grand scheme irrelevant. Like, Fisk has just shut down the power, like closed off. He's basically just pulled a Bane on Gotham City and just shut down New York and made it into his own personal fiefdom, including shutting down the power. Which I'll have everyone be reminded includes the fucking stock exchange on Wall Street in New York City. Like, my God, like, I'm trying to imagine this. I imagine you're the president and you're sitting in Washington and someone walks into your office and goes, the mayor of New York just shut off the entire power grid to the fucking stock exchange and he's closed all the bridges and he's like declared martial law and a curfew and he's got his goons with Punisher logos walking door to door fucking murdering people in the street and encouraging extrajudicial killings. Like, the idea that the fucking reserves have not been called in and the army is not storming New York to have this guy removed from office and disarmed.
And literally every superhero in this area, like the Defenders and Spider-Man and fucking Hawkeye and whatever's left of the Avengers, and fuck it, as long as Doctor Strange isn't running around in the dark dimension right now, what the fuck is he doing right now? Where are all the other sorcerers? Doctor Strange isn't the only sorcerer. Where the fuck is Wong right now? Where's all of his army basically?
Where's the rest of the sorcerers of the New York Sanctum Sanctorum?
Yeah,
they're at Wendy's.
They're pro Fisk.
Where's fucking hell? Where the fuck is Kate Bishop? I'll take her at this point. I don't even care.
She's in California, like apparently, but like forget her. Like, where's Jessica Jones? Where's Luke Cage? Where's Danny Rand? Where are any of these fucking people?
Oh well.
Oh, fucking Christ!
Don't worry about it.
Anyway, yeah. So after Fisk, coronates himself God Emperor of the Universe, and everyone is just like, whatever. Gallo is like, yeah, this is nuts. I'm off to like tell like congressman, because apparently they don't. Oh, speaking of congressman, we worked out that Bucky Barnes at this point is a congressman in New York, so I guess he just doesn't give a shit either.
Don't worry, Fisk has dirt on him too.
Yeah, it's just like, oh yeah, Fisk just has dirt on everyone, including every single New York.
I know he's the Winter Soldier.
Yeah, big secret there.
I literally said he was gonna take
everyone
down
on this council. Everyone on this council just has dirt for him to find. No one's clean, I guess, and whatever. It's all stupid. Gallo's like, I'm leaving the city. I'm gonna go to like the federal authorities who apparently are too stupid.
I'm gonna talk to the fucking governor. He tells Sheila, "I'm going to the governor. Like, I'm leaving first thing in the morning." I'm like, "No, leave tonight. Actually, leave immediately."
Also, the governor is too stupid to notice that New York City just dropped off the face of the earth. So I'm not confident in their ability to do anything. But yeah, Gallo recruits. He goes to Sheila, right, and he's like, "I'm doing all this, and like, I think there are still some people in the building who are sane, and I think you're one of them. And like, that just be ready for when I bring back the cavalry, basically." And then he leaves. Fisk then gets rid of everyone except for good old Quid Moneybags, Buck Cashman. And it's like, oh yeah, Buck Cashman's like, oh yeah, Murdoch's recovering in hospital from the gunshot wound. And Fisk does the only thing I think in the entire show that I think is in character for Fisk, and he's like, ooh, interesting, opportunity, we can use this. Because, like, if Matt Murdoch, the guy who previously was my enemy, right, like, legally speaking, if he was to die at the hands of a vigilante, having saved
Quote,
the mayor's
unquote.
life, yeah, what a good a PR coup that would be. And I'm like, yes, that makes sense. Well done, Fisk.
He finally made a clever decision.
Yeah, but what doesn't make sense, and what undoes it all, is that he sends Buck Cashman himself, who is a member of the mayoral staff, to just waltz into the hospital and fucking kill Matt.
And inject him lethally.
Yeah, do you remember back in season 1 when they had to like get Hoffman's partner? So when Hoffman had to be recruited to like go and kill his partner, and they had to sneak in.
He had to sneak it in through
like
a fucking sandwich. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Also, you're telling me
basic fucking
that fucking. You're telling me that Cherry isn't watching Matt's fucking hospital room at this point?
I mean, are you telling me that there aren't just like at least like 2 or 3 police officers there that like Cherry trusts?
So Fisk knows Matt is blind, right? Like season 3 established.
Yeah, he established. Like he looked into it because he knew about his powers.
Why did he think a power grid would put him in the advantage then?
Well, I think that was more. Well, I think that's more just like to like establish control over the rest of the city, like beyond just whatever Daredevil's doing. Because I mean, honestly, if I'm Fisk, I wouldn't expect Daredevil to be much of an active participant in any of this right now, since he just took a fucking gunshot wound from a sniper rifle.
There's only one character who I guess would really make sense to not be posted outside Matt's hospital room, and that's the Punisher. He's going to be somewhere else in the city, doing his thing when the city goes black out, right?
Punisher's going to be doing things, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. He's not going to be, staking out where Matt Murdock is, right?
Anyway, so yeah, that's what he does. He sends Buck Cashman. I love saying his full name. It's so funny. To go kill Matt, and the way in which Matt so first of all, Matt is like in his hospital room, like, and he hears, I guess he somehow recognizes Buck's footsteps as though they're somehow different from the rest of the foot traffic that'd be happening outside his room right now, and it's like, oh shit, I'm in danger. So like that's a weird thing. Also, then Buck takes the syringe out, like in view of just anyone who might be walking by, instead of again sneaking it into the room like Hoffman did with the sandwich. And he goes in there to kill him, but lo and behold, Matt has already made his big escape.
Out the window.
Which, by the way, if we're gonna just say that like the reason Matt's able to escape in this moment is that he somehow distinguishes Buck's footsteps from the rest of the foot traffic and is like, oh shit, I need to get out of here. Then like, since Fisk apparently knows how Matt's powers work, because that's something that was established in the last episode, he should be like, I can't send anyone that Matt personally would recognize, right? And for any reason, because like that's going to tip him off that I've sent someone to kill him. So I'm going to send literally any one of my guys that isn't Buck and isn't connected to the mayoral staff and isn't someone Matt has personally interacted with, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh well.
Yeah, why not ask a task force member like who hasn't interacted with Matt like previously? Just get them to do it.
Good question. For another rifle.
They were all busy.
Season 2.
But, Matt Murdock slips away. Because again, Matt now knows that, like, Fisk is trying to have him killed, right? So he slips away and he goes, as you would, right, when the mayor's after you, to a place where no one's going to find him. Like, his fucking apartment.
Well, that's where I'd go.
Mm-hmm. But it's fine because the Punisher's just hanging out. You know, Frank's just in his kitchen, being like, "You don't have any way of making coffee," and Matt's like,
"You're
a pussy." There's a power cut,
you're wearing a gown. What are you, nightgown man? You fucking idiot.
Yeah, because the writing for Frank is just the greatest thing.
Yeah.
Since
Can I talk about that actually? Like it's a thing where like the dialogue in the show is just bad generally, but like specifically with Frank, they do this thing where they're like, well, what he does is he's very like sarcastic and quippy, but in a very like, you know, manly man brute kind of way. And like, you know, a lot of the things he says are very, you know, and you know, John Barenthal's pretty good about delivering all these things in that way. Right, and that's cool. And that's what we want to do. But like, they don't have enough cleverness and like behind how they write to like actually give him good dialogue, like something that Frank would actually say. So you get moments like that with the nightgown man quip, or like later when he keeps calling the Punisher cops clowns over and over, where like you have a very limited capacity of trying to like emulate Punisher dialogue, and it shows.
Yeah, it's like if ChatGPT wrote Punisher dialogue.
Mm-hmm. But you know, on top of the fact that like they just also fundamentally misunderstand Frank's character in this and the other episode he's in, so yes. He's like he's a fucking watered down version of what was once a very good character. They've also just like they don't even have the fucking like surface level stuff down, which is insane.
I do not believe he would encourage Matt to kill. I don't believe for a second.
No, I don't believe that either. And we'll get to that. But yeah, the nightgown man quip happens. They kind of bicker back and forth. Frank is like, you know, did you spot the like cop van outside? Which, why the fuck would Matt come into his apartment? Like, we already know that like it's stupid that he even went there in the first place when he knows Fisk is out to kill him. But like, especially when he's already clocked the fact that like there are police outside the building waiting for him, right? And also, how did he get into the building? I guess he sneaked into the building through other means beyond just, like, going in the front entrance. But at that point, then I'm like, then why did the police know to go in to what they would have assumed was an empty apartment? Like, you know what I'm saying right now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe they had night vision goggles or thermal goggles and they saw...
He's, like, several stories up. Well, Frank is also standing in front of the window. Maybe they saw a silhouette and they were like, oh, shit.
Someone's in there. We gotta go.
I don't know. It's the point is like the logistics of this are very strange. You still have time to go to the roof
and get a suit on.
Yeah. Instead of fighting them as a nightgown man with his ass hanging out.
By the way, this is as Karen Page will point out later in this episode. This is now Fisk openly, publicly trying to have Matt Murdock, the lawyer, fucking murdered. Now, I want everyone to remember this because of a certain character's actions later that we're going to discuss.
But also, yeah, when the police actually bust in, they're obviously there to kill Matt Murdock, and who should they find but, the Punisher and Daredevil. And keep that in mind, because we've already been over in previous streams about the fact that, like, they should have pieced together that Matt is Daredevil based on everything that they've seen already. Like, him being a blind person who, on the surface is unassuming, but then he can actually beat the shit out of them. But then now, like, specifically that it's Daredevil in Matt Murdock's apartment that they're fighting. Like, what a strange coincidence, right?
Cops are stupid, though.
True.
Art imitates life.
Oh, by the way, yeah, during this big fight scene where, they're plowing through various people, Frank is absolutely going to town on these guys. Like, he's murdering people left, right, and center. And, like, other than a few, like, half-hearted comments, Daredevil just doesn't seem to give a shit.
He's a Frank star.
He's like, no, Frank, no. Do you remember back when he rescues Frank from the kitchen Irish situation?
Of course I remember that.
Frank goes to kill someone. Yeah, goes to kill someone with a gun, and then Matt knocks the gun out of his hands. Yeah, so he picks up a hammer.
Tries to stop him there, unlike what he does here, where he's just passive.
Well,
Matt's like, no, don't do that.
Some people have defended Matt's actions here on the basis that, like, he's already struggling enough with the officers that he is fighting, but on top of that, he has that bullet wound, which is factoring into. He's not at his prime right now, essentially. And I'm like, well, Interesting you mentioned the bullet wound, because he shouldn't have any function of his left arm right now, basically.
Yeah, first of all, he shouldn't be walking around at all if that's the case. But secondly, so he had time to go to the roof and get his suit on and still wait and then ambush them. And I'm like, if the options are, we stay and we fight and Frank will probably kill people and I won't be in any condition to stop him, or we use this time window to just, fucking leave and go.
Then we leave, yeah.
then we leave, and Frank doesn't kill people, and they just like find a way to get out of that building quietly, rather than ambush all these cops for no reason, and risk themselves being killed. But it's lucky they do, I guess, because one of the ones who isn't killed is Cole North, who Frank then notices that he has the Punisher logo on his bullets. So it turns out that Cole is the one who killed White Tiger.
He's the only.
Isn't that fun?
He's the only one who engraves Punisher skulls on his bullets.
Yeah, for some reason.
He goes he goes the extra mile. He's also the only one with like an actually like fairly detailed Punisher logo on his bulletproof vest. It's funny.
Yeah, he also decided not to tell any of the other Punisher cops that he killed White Tiger, so Pal could lie, could tell the truth about not having been involved.
Yeah, so like he's the only one. Like in the scene, he's the only one with a Punisher logo on his chest. Funny enough, but then like later on, we see
they all have
how
it. Yeah.
They all do. Yeah,
and they're all like a lot cruder.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking weird.
They took time to do more. They're like, "Hey, do you like this that we made for you?"
I mean, they literally do that. Yeah. But yeah, when Punisher's arguing about whether or not they should therefore kill Cole because he killed Hector, and Matt's like, no, I'm not going to do that. So Punisher's like, oh, okay, and just shoot somebody else in the head instead.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, all right, thanks, Frank.
But yeah, like JM said, like I don't believe for even a second that Frank would be goading Matt into killing.
No.
Like if anything,
even an issue in episode 4, like
yeah, it was.
Which, by the way, is a nothing. That was a nothing scene. I'm sorry.
Well, okay, so in terms of just this scene, right? I could see a version of this where like both Matt and Frank are being like, acting within character. Where like Frank is like, I don't like, I understand why you don't want to kill him, and I respect that. And honestly, I'm glad. I want that for you. He does need to die though. Just let me do it. And then like then the argument, the point of contention there can be like Matt being like, even then like that's still me killing him basically if I just stand by while you do it. So like I can't let you do that. And then that's how they actually interact. But no, it's him being like, do it, young Skywalker. Strike him down and take your father's place at my side.
But in the middle of this argument, a grenade comes through the window. Which, you know what? If Cole North is alive in the next season, let's be honest, he will be. I'm calling bullshit because everyone in that room who wasn't already dead is dead now. Like, regardless of whether or not Matt didn't kill them.
It explodes the entire top floor of that building somehow, which is it's one grenade. I don't know how that happened. Must have been a very powerful grenade. But Matt and Frank are able to escape through means that aren't bullshit. I promise.
Yeah, he just he jumps out of the window with Frank, and they use the little grapple stick, and that's good enough. Like Matt can support the weight. By the way, he's swinging from his injured arm on this thing, and he can support Frank's weight in the other arm while he does it, and his own.
Mm-hmm.
Fun.
And they land. They go I think it's 6 or 7 stories at least that they drop.
Yeah.
And they land on a
40
fucking
feet
car.
across the road. Yeah.
They land on a car with enough force to seriously dent the roof too. I'm like, you're dead. You're fucking dead. Yeah, I'm so sorry.
It did not soften the fall whatsoever.
But yeah, they get up, and then despite the fact that loads of people just lost their lives, and Frank was an asshole about it, Matt just goes, "Yeah, you know what, Frank, you're an asshole." And Frank's like, "Yeah, no." And then Karen turns up in a car.
Oh, we'll let their
like,
buddy,
fuckers.
And then Matt calls shotgun because it's comedic.
We need to talk about the reason she came back, because...
we need to talk about how she got back.
Yeah, the logistics of that, too. Man. Okay, you go first, James, because you had something you wanted to say, but
So she says she came back because Dex was free, right?
Mm-hmm.
What about Fisk being out of jail?
She don't care.
I shouldn't care.
Well, I mean, he's been out of jail the entire time, so I guess, whatever.
Yeah, for months.
You'd think maybe she would have been like, oh my god, Fisk just got elected mayor though, and then well, if anything, that's reason enough to be like, I'm never going back to New York. Fuck that. But also the logistics of this. So she finds out Bullseye has escaped, which I don't know how long it took for that to make the headline news, but she basically has a very few hours window there, generously we'll say 3 hours there to find out Bullseye escaped. Call Frank and say, go check on Matt, and then hop on the first flight out of there to get to New York. And, plane travel is fast it still takes time, and there's also like the entire boarding process and like getting through TSA. You're not getting from
San Francisco.
You are not getting from San Francisco to New York City in like at most 3 to 4 hours, right? it's not happening. I don't believe you.
By the way, that's presuming that the airports are still running because Fisk shut the fucking power off.
Yeah. How the fuck do you even land in a city without power? There's no runways. There's no people to like help you. Fucking hell. Oh my god.
Well, also, like, yeah, I guess that, you know, like a lot of airports have backup power systems, a bit like, you know, how hospitals do. They're independent of the main grid for emergencies. But also, like, I'm pretty sure that shutting down all the bridges and railroads and travel also includes shutting down the airports, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, you're isolating the city. You can't allow travel in or out. That's the whole point.
Unless you're taking a taxi into JFK and flying in or out, you know, then it's fine. That's doesn't care.
I just want them.
And even if she did land, how did she get over the bridges into New York?
Season 2.
Season 2. That's, you know what? That's totally fair. I completely forgot about season 2.
Yeah.
I'm losing my fucking mind.
There's. I don't know how many more times I can reiterate the same point that like nothing makes sense on even the most basic level.
Do you write something worse than the Acolyte? How did you do that?
Salt Knight said she borrowed a sling ring from Ned.
Oh.
Yeah.
Woo!
Is that easy, baby?
Wait, where is MIT? Is that in California? Because like honestly,
no, it's Boston.
Boston, that's right. Well, never mind. I was gonna say you might as well say that happened.
Well, he sling ringed over to New York, and then got one, and then came back to California, and then gave it to her, and then sling ringed out without her so that she could do it herself.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wong sling ringed her in.
It's so fucking broken. But yeah, so Karen is pulled up, and also we get our first of many little exchanges between her and Frank, where like they kind of just look at each other like lovingly, and I'm like, oh, don't do this. Please don't do this.
Yeah, we're really setting up a love triangle between Matt, Karen, and Frank now, and I'm like,
Well, love triangles just on their own fucking suck, and I hate them. But like even that aside, it's just like, no, I'm sorry, I don't really think it's in character for Frank to like feel those feelings about Karen, or especially not to act on them, which he seems to be doing.
Well, Jolly, you know what you said about how we need to start making meme predictions. Yeah, I believe that what happened here is that the writers of Born Again heard the very ironic cries of Daredevil is a masterpiece. We need a CW live action Daredevil show, and then they understood the assignment.
So this is your fault, Madvocate.
I do want to just touch on what you just said though about like how there's a character for Frank, because like here's the thing, like, you know, we saw even in Daredevil, but especially in the Punisher, you know, the 2 Punisher series, Frank and Karen very clearly have an emotionally intimate relationship in the sense that like Karen maybe projects a certain amount of romantic notions onto him because to her Frank represents the idea that you can do terrible things and still be a good person, which she desperately needs to believe, given her own past and her own events and her own darkness. Frank, on the other hand, whilst he certainly cares a lot about Karen and views her like with enormous, like I think platonic love, he would never, even if he did have romantic feelings, he would never act on them. This is a man entirely defined character-wise by his inability to move past the loss of his own family. He would never, ever, ever pursue a genuine romantic relationship with someone like Karen. Like having sex with someone, you know, like he did at the start of season 2 Punisher, when he's got like he's in like a sort of semi-casual relationship with like that bar girl. Like that's one thing. And even then, I'm like, I don't even know how long that would have lasted. And also, the kind of message of season 2 is that he was kind of killing himself by believing he could have that life again.
Yeah,
which is just borne out by the events that you know that happened. And like, which again culminates when he has that conversation with Karen in the hospital at towards the end of season 2 of Punisher, where she's like, "Oh, you could have a life, you could move on." And he's like, "No, I can't. I couldn't have that. There is no future here. There's nothing. There's nothing.
And there's no future between you and me either. You should go back to Matt because he's good and he's decent and he's better than me."
Yeah, go back to Matt.
Yeah.
I also at the end of having gone through that season and season 3 of Daredevil, I don't believe that Karen would choose Frank over Matt either.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just there's just nothing about this. It's again like this is not Frank Castle. I'm sorry. This is not who he is.
This is what we mean by like being, you know, these ships having consequences in terms of also like what the writers think that audiences now want, because this is a Raylo situation basically of like a subsection of the fandom, particularly the vocal fandom on Twitter, have been like, oh, Karen and Frank make googly eyes at each other, and shipping it, and then like a bunch of writers have gone, oh yeah, that's a good point.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Also, I'm gonna respond to what you just said. C, where's the Massachusetts Institute of Technology? What makes you think that I, a non-college going boy, know what MIT stands for? What makes you think
you are stupid?
I am stupid.
All of your criticisms are now invalid. Goodbye.
True. I mean, I'm sitting here like trying to criticize media, and I didn't even go to college. Fucking unsubscribe.
Oh, chump.
Why did you get a goddamn job?
But yeah, whilst they're in the middle of making this googly eye bullshit at each other, Karen agrees to look through Foggy's old case files with Matt, and that's when they find out about the Red Hook thing, which we've already covered in excruciating detail. But yeah, suffice it to say, God, that's a whole lot of fucking horseshit, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Holy Christ. Meanwhile, while that's happening, before they then leave, by the way, to go like deal, you know, to go to Red Hook and see what's up, and like Frank's like, yeah, I'm not coming with you. I don't care about what's going on. I don't care about any of this. Which is like, fuck you, Frank absolutely would care and absolutely would be doing something.
While we're on the scene where they're going through the files, I didn't want to skip past, the avocados outlaw thing, which they felt the need to explain to. It's just, not only are you reaping not only are you reaping like the emotional weight of a different, better show and a better scene, but you're also like not trusting your audience to actually know what scene you're even referencing, so you're telling them about it. But like, you know, in this moment, it's just like, this shit. This is stop it.
They might as well have said by the way, it happens in season 1, episode 10, Nelson v. Murdoch.
From Loki, season 1, episode 5.
It's just another example of the whole like TikTok. People just say their feelings, and we can't have something like, you know. There's a version of the scene where Matt pulls out that sign and looks at it and just smiles, and Karen's like, "What's that about?" And he just like shakes his head as though to be like, "Oh, that's for another day. Like, sorry, for another time."
It's just an inside reference.
Yeah, we just move on.
Yeah.
Instead they're like, let's turn to the audience and just explain to them explicitly what this is, because, you know, people on TikTok might not understand.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I hate you. I hate everything you stand for.
And like now, you know, there's going to be all the edits, you know, all the Matt and Foggy edits where like that dialogue is like overlaying like the scene in question that they're referencing, and like, you know, them laughing together and them having, you know, them being best friends and the best times and the worst time. You're going to see all those TikTok edits, and it's like, fuck you. I see what you're doing. I see what you're like, why you've included this scene, and I hate you.
I want to bring up something. So, from the way Matt and Karen are talking to each other in this scene, like, it kind of feels like nothing really happened between them. Like, they're just acting like,
they're acting like she didn't abandon him for a year and a half.
Yeah, so this is why I hate it even more that Karen left Matt in the first place. If you're gonna have them act this way toward each other, act friendly, like, and not bring up anything, like, not bring up the fact that she left Matt in the first place. What was the point of doing that in the first place?
To get her out of the show. Who gives a fuck?
You can literally just say, oh, Karen still cares about Matt, so she cares for him like off screen or something. Like, you don't even need to have her leave New York. Like, what was the point if you're just? Oh my god.
The point.
Well, there's also something of like. Yeah, the point. You think there's a point? The other thing though is like, if Matt was acting in character consistently, and like, you know, he's just gone through a pretty rough fucking night, and like Fisk is running rampant, he's been shot in the shoulder.
He's had a really shitty night.
A complete cow, right? It's all going horribly wrong, and now Fisk is just publicly trying to kill him, and then Punisher's killing people left, right, and center, and you can't do jack to stop it. And then Karen just turns up and just starts pretending like nothing's happened, like she didn't just fucking abandon him for a year.
Yeah. If you're gonna have her in this episode in the first place, why would you have her leave?
Well, but to make my point, you know, if I was Matt, I would just be like, "Fuck you," like, "Fuck off, Karen." I'm really not interested. Like, go to hell.
Mm-hmm. This is just like Vanessa cheating on Fisk. It's all pointless. There's no reason to have that subplot at all.
Yeah. It's like, hey, do you remember when Matt found out that what's her face, sister Maggie was like, yeah, the sister Maggie was his mum, and he's just like, later on when she kind of tries to explain, he's just like, fuck off. Like, yeah, that would be exactly how I think Matt would react to Karen if Karen, poured out his heart to Karen and Karen just abandoned him for a fucking year, especially after season 3 of Daredevil, and then just turned up and pretended everything was fine.
Yeah.
He'd be like, no, go to hell. The same way he did with Elektra when she did that shit.
By the way, while Matt and Karen are off doing their own little Nancy Drew investigation, Frank is like, fuck that shit. I'm a macho man and I don't do none of that shit. I'm just gonna go out guns blazing. And so
hang on.
Oh no.
There's a thing that happens before then that we have to talk about. In fact, there's 2 things that happen then. The one which we just have to nod at, and one which we do have to talk about. The one that we have to nod at is not Wesley just calls together the city council and just goes, I have dirt on all of you, ha ha ha. Which fuck
I was gonna get to that in a minute, but yeah, that does also happen.
Yeah, but the other one is like we get because the power is off, because it's all going nuts, the city spirals into chaos and citizens are like, some people are rioting and looting, and we have explicit scenes because they think they're so fucking clever, the writers of the show, where like Punisher cops are just like shooting fucking people in the street and then like pulling hats over their eyes, being like, oh, I see, it was a vigilante. And
they're very clever. They're very politically savvy. They are.
They're very smart people, these writers,
But yeah, Frank doesn't go with Karen and Matt, but like he has one of the police radios that obviously he would have gotten from the ones who attacked him at Matt's apartment, and is able to, I guess, overhear them talking about meeting at the docks. Presumably Red Hook, right?
Yeah, which does beg the question of why he didn't just go to Red Hook with Karen and Matt, considering they're all heading in the same fucking direction.
Well, because they left to go look at, investigate stuff, and he's not about that shit, so he's gonna go all by his lonesome.
Amen.
And so he shows up at the docks without, he has one gun, one little pistol, and oh man, his strategy for fucking words are not happening in my brain right now.
Allow me to lay out a picture for everyone, because I just find it fun to do this, right? So you remember when the Punisher was first introduced, right, in season 2 of the Netflix Daredevil, right, and you have people like Grotto talking about exactly how he operates, before we really get like a proper look at him, and it's like this one fucking guy completely storming like entire gangs worth, heavily armed gangs worth of people, like the fucking cartels, the Kitchen Irish, like with military precision, like taking them all out, like so effectively, so cleanly, and so quickly that they Grotto just did not believe it was one guy. It's like, that's a ghost story. It has to be like a fucking SEAL team or something. This guy just blindsided us every fucking time. We never even saw the dude. That guy, Frank Castle, fucking Marine extraordinaire, the biggest badass motherfucker who's ever walked the face of the earth. Yeah, his tactic now is just to walk into a dock full of fucking Punisher cops, through the front door with one pistol.
He lost brain cells over the course of the last time we saw him in Punisher Season 2 and now in Born Again. He has lost a lot of brain cells.
He spent the last 7 years smoking crack.
He literally ruins the element of surprise and just walks up to them. What the fuck was he thinking?
He's so badass, though.
Who said anything about thinking?
Right. My bad. He was not thinking at all. Like, he was just going along with it.
I also have a question. Which is why does Frank care about the Punisher cops now? Because he's known about them for months and he didn't do anything to stop them. So, like, why does he give a shit now?
Yeah, because Karen is here and he is in love with her and wants to make her happy, I guess. Which is just that's not Frank. That's not his character.
No, if they actually make that the reason in season 2, I will be pissed.
I feel like they kind of already have, right? Because when she left, with Matt to go investigate, he was like, Karen, you asked me to do something, I did it, and he's kind of looking at her expectantly as if she's going to give him some kind of reward, and I'm like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, but if they explicitly say it out loud in season 2, I will fucking fume. My head is gonna boil.
This is the nature of the show. Everyone explicitly says what they feel out loud all the time.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna do it in season 2, even though I'm probably not gonna watch it.
Yeah.
There is no season 2. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
No, this season doesn't exist either. We're literally just watching nothing. It's all
what season?
In our minds. I don't know.
Why are we here? End stream. Goodbye.
Okay, everyone, let's go home.
It's we're done.
Who are you people? Where am I? Help me.
I just want it to stop.
we are that Simpsons being where like he's already dead. Stop.
Yeah. So he gets captured by the Punisher cops because like man. So they want to take him alive. Right, so they don't use lethal force on him, even though they do shoot him in the back a bunch of times. But, you know, it's fine, because he has a bulletproof vest, and that's how that works.
Maybe they're using salt crystal rounds? I don't fucking know.
Oh my god, it's like fucking Supernatural. They're just using, like, salt. It's just like fucking rock salt in their rifles to shoot demons.
Pain. Yeah, but like, they despite the fact he slaughters his way through like a whole bunch of them, they still take him alive, and then they strap him to a chair, and they're all gathered around him like fucking like I don't know, like Smurfs or something, like the fucking Teletubbies, and they're all like, "Oh, we love you. You're so like." Also, yeah, this is the moment we haven't confirmed. It's not the ideology that I latched onto. It's specifically the man.
Yeah,
they just fucking love Frank.
Yeah, which doesn't make any fucking sense. Because like I was willing to buy that there might be some police officers out there who worship the concept of like, you know, I should be empowered to just go around and kill whoever I want, and like I am the law, and I'm gonna wear this skull because that's what it means to me. But like the actual man, Frank Castle, like no, they would not. They'd fucking hate him. He's killed so many cops. He's not in any way associated with them or aligned with them, and they know that.
They literally watched him kill their own colleagues in front of them. Like, actually, their colleagues, like all the people he killed, I guess, just conveniently were not that close with the people he left alive.
I guess.
Well, this goes back to the thing I said when we first found out about the Punisher cops. Where I'm like, you know, Frank explicitly killed cops way before this, you know, Born Again started, like all the way back in the original show. And you're just like, at that point, if you're a New York police officer and you see one of your colleagues wearing a Punisher like fucking logo or like having a Punisher tattoo, you're gonna beat the fucking crap out of them.
The cops got his family killed. I mean, it was the DA's office, but like the police were in on it. They were doing a sting operation that went wrong.
Wait, remember in episode 2 or 3 when like White Tiger like accidentally got like Powell's partner killed? Like, and Powell literally had a personal vendetta against White Tiger because of that.
Yeah,
I guess
they make a big fucking stink about like cop killers. Well, you know,
I guess he just.
They make a big thing about cop killers, but then they go and fucking do whatever Fisk wants because fuck it, he's mayor / God Emperor, so who cares?
Yeah, they don't have consistent motivations or beliefs. They just completely like they are just the will of the writer at this point. They don't do anything other than they just do whatever the
they're a commentary on corrupt cops. That's all they need to be. It's realistic, you see, because in real life there are cops who wear the Punisher skull.
Well, in real life, John Bernthal says he's making the show for fucking Marines who walk around with that fucking logo on, and I'm like, John.
Oh my god, John.
Hey, John.
People are acting like there's supposed to be some kind of difference between cops and Marines in that sense, and I'm like, I feel like any like troop of any kind in some kind of like position of authority wearing the Punisher logo is probably not a good person.
Yeah,
any man in an official position holding a gun is not someone you want wearing a Punisher logo.
Yeah, that's bad.
You are deranged.
That is dereliction of duty.
Like, you are deranged and insane, and you need to be court-martialed.
JM, I think you're like distant from your mic right now because like you sounded very muffled. Okay,
he'll fix himself.
All right, I can fix him.
Oh, goodness gracious me. Yeah, Fisk can fix anything. He'll fill that hole. Yeah?
Fisk, can you fix my mic for me, please?
Fixing a microphone is not rocket science.
Have you tried turning it off and back on again?
Have you tried filling the audio jack hole in your laptop?
With cement.
Oh, Christ. But they're like, oh, we love you, Frank. Join us, Frank. You can be one of us, Frank.
You're all a bunch of clowns. Frank. You think you know my pain? You're a bunch of clowns. This is my dialogue.
This whole... Because, like, the idea of, like... It's almost like this Punisher is acting in character in this moment. But in order for him to be in character means that the cops have to be out of character. And if they adapted the comic version of Frank, like they probably would have done,
Judge,
then that would have made
executioner.
the cops acting character, but then Frank not a character. So it's like you just cannot do this cops worship Punisher arc. You cannot do it with this version of Punisher. It is impossible.
Yeah, and actually, I was gonna say something. I'm gonna save it for when we get to the post-credit scene. Actually.
Oh
yeah.
Oh, that happens.
I'm gonna save it.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Some people didn't know there was a post-credit scene because I had to like tell people about like what happens and then they're like, what? There's no way that's
Why would
real.
you do that to them?
Yeah, because like the post-credit scene kind of sets up something that's gonna happen. That's like a pretty big plot development. And some people just like finished the episode and turned it off thinking that was the end and don't know that happened. And I'm like, no, it did. It fucking did.
I want to shake your hand.
The post-credit scene makes this scene dumber.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we need to talk. We're going to talk about that when we get there.
Yes, we are.
We get there when we get there. Anyway, yeah. So back in Fisk HQ, it turns out that Sheila was recording Gallo and gave the recording to Fisk. So Fisk now knows that Gallo is planning to fucking move for which honestly, yeah, I mean, first of all, you stupid bastard, Sheila. But the other thing is, like, really, Fisk couldn't foresee that Gallo was going to backstab him, despite the fact that Gallo explicitly told him he was going to fucking do that at some point.
Maybe she did it because he has something on her, too. He has something on everyone, so...
True. He has something on fucking Doctor Doom at this point.
Oh my god. Now, what happens next? So yeah, he knows Gallo is gonna go to the people that he theoretically answers to and be like, you need to put a stop to this fucking madman, and he doesn't want that. So what he does is he has one of his own cops like serve as Gallo's driver to basically take him to the docks. Gallo gets in the car. He's like, please just take me home. Realizes that his driver is not his normal driver. It's one of his, it's sort of a rookie cop that like he hasn't spoken to in a long time named Luke. Mm-hmm. And the implication is very clear. Yeah, I work for Fisk and I'm taking you there. And Gallo doesn't just immediately get out of the fucking car, which is what I would do. He just lets himself get taken to the docks. And I'm like, oh, you fucking idiot.
Wait, weren't there people like outside of the car as well? Other people.
Not that I saw.
I think it's.
I didn't see that.
I have to rewatch that scene. I'll have to rewatch that.
I have the clip pulled up for myself. Let me see.
Okay.
I don't see anyone other than him and Luke.
Fun times. Anyway,
either way,
either
way, I'm not letting myself get taken. Like I'm just not. He has a fucking Punisher logo tattooed on his neck.
Why doesn't Gallo have a gun, by the way? He's an active serving cop.
He is the fucking police commissioner. Yeah, he should be armed.
True.
Yeah, I'm watching the scene. I don't see anyone outside the car.
Yeah, especially given that like Gallo is constantly suspicious of Fisk and his motives, and is right now being like betraying him. You should have a gun on you, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what he should do is he should open the door, run out of the car, and keep a close eye on Luke. If he tries reaching for his gun, then shoot back or something in self-defense if it comes to that.
No. What he should do is just pull out his gun and put it on the back of Luke's head and be like, "Get the fuck out of the car.
Mm-hmm.
Get out. I'm driving myself, actually."
Yeah, and then probably knock him out for good measure.
Yeah, with two fingers, take your gun out of its holster, throw it on the other seat, and get out of the fucking car, and then back the fuck away.
Because I don't know you and I don't trust you, and you're clearly one of Fisk's because you have a Punisher logo tattooed on your fucking neck.
But yeah, instead, what happens is Gallo gets taken to the docks. There's a whole bunch of cops there with Fisk, and Fisk then is like, "Oh, Commissioner Gallo never cared about the average police officer.
Innocent or
risk their lives." Innocent or otherwise. Now, wasn't Gallo the guy arguing that Fisk needed to give the cops more money and more manpower the whole way through the show, and Fisk was the one saying no? How exactly are you playing this off as Gallo doesn't care about the average rank and file? Gallo is at the funeral of those cops at the beginning and chewed out Fisk for only turning up at the end.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean he doesn't care? What do you mean these other cops believe that he doesn't care?
Why do the cops have this apparently jaded view towards Gallo when all we've seen of him so far throughout the whole show is just constantly advocating for their rights and for them to have everything that they need because he cares about them deeply. That's insane.
No, because Fisk brainwashed them with magic.
Yeah, he told them how much he loved them and cared for them and how they were his little babies, and they were like, "Oh yes, well that's a good point."
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Gallo then says to Fisk, they're like, "Oh yeah, you never really stopped being Kingpin." Which like, yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
Thanks for saying.
Why did anyone think that he did?
And then, but you see, it's thematic because now Fisk is back wearing his white suit. You see, Fisk then beats Gallo up and then crushes his fucking skull with his bare hand.
As you can see pictured here, I have not doctored the photo at all. He is simply smiling through the pain.
He's enjoying himself. He's like, finally, I can go do other projects.
I wanted him to crush my head with his thighs, but this'll do.
Gallo's act is like harder, daddy.
Yeah. Fisk just like stops. He's like, "What?"
The disemboweled jaw is just like harder, and Fisk is like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, they also like what a weirdly overly graphic scene in a show that is otherwise not particularly graphic. Like it's really strangely placed. Like it's not even shocking. I saw it happen and I was like, that is weird.
It was just upsetting, honestly.
Yeah, for any scene where you're like, all right, we're going all out with the gore, you'd think it'd be like a horrific, like, scene where Punisher is just going ham on these cops,
well, like,
right?
Even the head crushing thing, like I think about like Oberyn Martell having the mountain's like eyes, like, you know, the mountain like pressing his thumb into his eyes and like exploding his fucking head, and I'm like, that was way more I guess I get sick to my stomach just thinking about that scene. Every time I rewatch the show and we get to that scene, I start fucking feeling just this tightness in my chest because I'm dreading what I know is about to happen. You know, that is not the feeling I get when I watch this scene because it doesn't even look that good.
This feels like a bad Walking Dead prosthetic.
Yeah.
All right, it's terrible, and that's also the cops are just happy to watch someone's head be crushed in front of. I just like no.
Are we the baddies?
Even the ones. Well, this is the thing. It's like none of these cops have any principles, and like yeah, even those cops who are like, oh, I am the law, and we do what I want, and you know all this shit. The second you see like Fisk, noted criminal Fisk, crushing the police commissioner's head with his bare hands, do none of you be like, no, actually, I'm not cool with this?
Nah.
Fuck it. No one has any principles.
No, we're all sadistic bastards. We're totally on your side, man.
Whatever. This I want to get through this, man.
Yeah.
I will say I have to jump out for a bit, so I don't know if y'all will be live until then.
You're a bad person.
Yeah.
Yes, you are a terribly immoral person. No, we'll see you in a bit, hopefully. If not,
I will be gone. If I'm not back, then goodbye, chat. I hate you all.
Woo!
I hate you too.
His channel should be linked in the description, as should everyone else here except JM, because I didn't know that he'd be on the stream, so I'll add you in later.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's that scene. Man.
Meanwhile, Karen and Matt have arrived at Red Hook, and they find it crawling with the suddenly, spontaneously multiplying numbers of Punisher cops who are here. And Karen is like, "Oh yeah, no, there's no point in charging in. You just get killed, and you know Fisk has all the power, and we can't stop him here." So Daredevil's like, "Oh, but we can't. But if we get an army, we can. So we need an army."
So, you know, when you hear that, you're like, oh, he's finally going to get, like, all the vigilantes together. He's going to get Spider-Man. He's going to get the Defenders. He's going to call the fucking Avengers. Probably get the actual goddamn army in here, because I don't know where the hell they are.
Call She-Hulk, you know.
It's crawling with Task Force. Yeah, that is actually a line of dialogue in the scene. Thank you, Ian, for making me remember that.
Anyway, we cut to the next morning, and Fisk has restored power to the city, and then he meets with Heather. And he's like, "Hey, Heather, do you want to be my mental health commissioner?" And she's like, "God, that sounds amazing." And I'm like, he fucking publicly tried to murder your boyfriend last night by blowing up his apartment, and you're accepting this job. Fuck you.
I'm not worried about it.
Actually, fuck
She
you.
must just have not gone home at any point in the last night.
No, I don't think. You know what? I think she did, and I just don't think she cares. I think she's like, yeah, I'm happy for Fisk to blow. I love Fisk so much, I don't care if he tried to kill him. Again, it's my joke prediction, but given how successful our joke predictions have been, I think it's probably going to be true. Season 2, Heather and Fisk will have an affair.
It'll be great.
Watch it happen.
It's going to be great. Well, I'm not going to watch it happen, but you know, someone will tell me about it, I'm sure.
Yeah. Someone will cry over Discord to me about it. My advocate will be in tears. He's like, you'll never believe what's just happened.
Madvocate, you keep saying I will. I fucking won't. It's not happening.
Heather is going to be like
We'll
that
see.
one Japanese soldier that didn't know World War II ended and just continuously believed to the grave that Fisk is good and the vigilantes are bad.
Mm-hmm.
I hate Heather so much; it's actually outrageous. Anyway, yeah, Fisk then like goes on, does a publicized speech. Sorry, what?
I was just gonna continue on with the plot summary. So.
Oh right, yeah. So Fisk then does like an address for New York, where he's like, all of the violence that happened was like masked vigilantes, and I'm like, I'm sorry, you're telling me that the average public did not see a bunch of cops out like shooting?
They are stupid. They will just believe whatever Fisk tells them. This is known.
This is the age of smartphones. You cannot do that and get away with it. Are you kidding me?
Fucking hell.
Okay.
Something I find funny.
What?
Is that people will use that defense that like, oh, the public is stupid and they'll believe anything. It's like, so why do you want me to root for them and like Daredevil saving the city?
Yeah, at this point, fuck him. Well, I mean, there even is a line in the first episode where he's like, yeah, well, if the fucking city elected the Fisk as mayor, then they got the mayor they deserve. And I'm like, honestly, yeah, I don't. I can't even argue with that.
Don't give me a show where where you want me to root for the good guy, like the heroes saving the city. Like you've ruined my investment.
Yeah, that's bringing Liam Neeson from Batman Begins to Fear Gas New York at this point. Start over from scratch.
Counterpoint, no.
True, I hadn't considered that.
Yeah.
Fisk then officializes his declaration of martial law and curfew, and criminalizes all vigilante activity.
I don't think even Emperor Palpatine had this much authority.
You know what's really funny? Because I was curious about this, so I went to look up, because obviously the MCU has like a wiki like anything else does. The official MCU fandom wiki. The summary of this episode literally ends this bit with saying, with Fisk proclaiming himself a local dictator. Like, even the fandom thinks this is stupid. Even the fandom wiki
will be reorganized into the first galactic empire. Society.
I want the Fisk version of that speech, where he's like, the attempt on my life left my Matt Murdock scarred and deformed.
So yeah,
anyway,
he declares martial law, and then we cut to, well, actually, before we do that, yes, the scene takes place in Josie's bar, but like, we also get a little bit of a flashback visual of a young Matt Murdock.
Oh God, yeah.
He looks nothing like Kid Matt from the original show. And also, this was completely unnecessary because it's again, it's not like a flashback where we're being supplied any real information. It's literally just him looking somberly out the window while Matt is expositing to Karen in present day that when he first lost his eyesight, he thought that he'd like had something taken from him, and like then he started to look at it more as an exchange between him and God. Or like, yeah, I lost my sight, but I gained so many other things, and I've been able to use it to help people. And it's one of those things where I'm like, I don't see why you couldn't have just filmed Charlie Cox saying that. I don't know why you had to cast an entire actor to stand in front of a window for 2 seconds and not say anything or do anything or add anything. It's just kind of weird. It's just a weird little moment.
Thing, by the way, I want to point out, which we haven't mentioned so far, but it's going to become relevant because of the montage of things that happens in this ending scene, which is Benjamin Poindexter just fucking ceased to exist after he took that shot.
Mm-hmm.
He just vanished off the face of the
he somehow got out of the gala, but I mean at this point, like the security there is so shit that I could just buy that. At which point, I guess he just holed up somewhere until the very end of this episode, where we see him just like fixing like a board that's not quite centered. It's a callback to the episode where he did that in his apartment in season 3. But again, like the whole neat and tidy thing was just one aspect of the whole like trying to keep his life structured and orderly so that he wouldn't go off the rails. And at that point, that has long since passed. So like he isn't someone who gives a shit about things like that. But whatever.
But then he has like a little pensive look, and he looks down, and he's thinking about his North Star sheath. That's why he's fixing it. He's getting his life
ruminating
together
on his cinnamon roll uwu nature, you know. He's going onto his phone to order himself a pair of leather pants. Oh, fuck this fucking show. We're so nearly near the end.
Yeah, I'm worried that they'll actually redeem Bullseye.
Oh, fuck off.
No. Yeah,
no, we're not doing that. I refuse. Well, they started re-vilifying John Walker and Thunderbolts again, so that's cool and dandy. Maybe we'll just do a swap.
I didn't see the second trailer for it, so but I'll take your word.
Yeah, they make Walker into like a bullying piece of shit in that trailer. I'm like, oh, cool. That's not who he was, but whatever.
Yeah, not at all.
Anyway, so like, yeah, whilst Matt is doing his little speech about how they're going to take the city back, we see that like he's holed up at Josie's bar and they're assembling the beginnings of his army, which is Josie,
Karen,
Detective Kim, Karen, Cherry, and like 2 or 3 police officers out of the entire 36,000 strong New York Police Department.
Yeah, 3 random cops that we have no connection to at all.
We have an army. We have Hulk.
Yeah. Oh, and Fisk and Vanessa had dinner in front of the rabbit in a snowstorm painting after being paraded past a bunch of people in cages, including Jack Duquesne.
Yeah. So I guess, like we were saying earlier, I guess he didn't acquiesce to Fisk demands, and so Fisk was just like, all right, cage. Because again,
he was disappointed to acquiesce to his request.
Yeah, because again, Fisk can just take the most powerful elite figures in fucking New York, some of the most wealthy people on the planet, and just disappear them, and that's not going to make any news headlines. It's fine.
No one's going to care. Yeah, that's fine.
And also in the cage is the Punisher. Because
we need it. Yeah, we can finally talk.
No. Hang on.
No.
There's more. Another thing that's like, so when Matt's talking about like the people are going to rise up against Fisk, and we get a montage of a few different like citizens of New York that we've seen previously, like in BB reports and stuff like that, and also fucking Leroy, the caramel corn guy. and I'm like, what are we implying there? Is he gonna like somehow factor into like this like army of like revolution basically that Matt's building? Because fuck off, honestly.
Muse.
He's going to steal all of Fisk's snacks. That's what he's gonna do. That's how they take him down.
You're gonna be skinnier.
It's like in Quantumania. In Quantumania, where Cassie is like, "Everybody, we can take him down together."
Woo!
And then they're all like, "Oh yeah, that's a good point."
No, Madford, what'll actually happen is the scene from Quantumania where like Caramel Corn Guy's like, "I'm such a dick. Look at me," and Matt will be like, "It's never too late to stop being a dick."
I am Leroy, and I am not a dick. Suicide bombs himself.
At this point, just power scaling wise, who wins between that version of Kang and Wilson Fisk? Like, he got taken out by ants.
Oh, Fisk.
Yeah.
Like, no contest.
That's crazy.
Kang will forget about his technology on his suit.
Dude, Fisk canonically killed more people in New York than Loki did.
I just meant like in a one-on-one fight, who's winning that? And honestly, I'm giving it to Fisk at this point.
Yeah, Fisk is massively OP.
Because again, he's a Mary Sue.
But just before we get to the post-credit scene as well, but just to kind of like flesh out the whole, he has the wealthiest people, some of the wealthiest people in the world just disappeared. You remember when like one fucking submarine with like 1 billionaire on it fucking disappeared for like 2 days around the Titanic? And we had like an international fucking manhunt involving like the US Navy, like the Danish Navy, the EU, like everyone for like fucking days over one lost billionaire. And you're telling me that if people like Jack Duquesne and the entire New York glitterati just vanished off the face of the earth, no one would give a fuck, no one would even notice? I don't believe you.
Yeah,
just...
no.
Actually, just fuck yourself.
Oh well.
Anyway, post-credit scene.
Oh no. Oh god.
So, here's what happens in the post-credit scene. We come back to fucking Frank sitting in the cage. There's one police officer there that is, like presumably one of the Punisher worshippers, guarding the cage. And Frank strikes
Anthony Petruccio.
Anthony Petruccio, yeah, that's his name, Petruccio. Frank strikes up a conversation with him, acts a little friendly, asks to shake his hand. So, if I'm Anthony Petruccio, renowned police officer and like absolute fucking legend, And the Punisher just asked, like, from inside his cage that I'm keeping him in, just asked to shake my hand. What am I doing? What am I going to do in that situation?
I think I just stick my dick through the hole and hope for the best.
Yeah. So he grabs his hand. Can anyone here guess what happens next?
Frank gives his hand a good old shake and tells him what a good job he's doing, and then let's go.
Yeah.
Frank teaches Officer Petruccio his secret handshake.
True.
Yeah, he shows him how to make
his secret handshake, which involved breaking his arm and taking his keys. It's a very violent handshake, but you'll get the hang of it.
Is that not how your dad taught you your secret handshake?
Shit.
So I need to bring this up. If he's willing to trick cops to like get out of a sticky situation, why did he not try this earlier when he was tied up?
Yeah, like, oh, you're offering me to join you? Cool. Yeah, just untie me. Yeah, I'm your boy.
Wait,
untie me and hand me a gun.
No, oh my god, guys, he can literally use this to his advantage. He can get close to Fisk and kill him.
Yeah, because honestly, Frank is the type of character who will die for the cause, right? Like if it means getting close enough to Fisk to put a bullet between his eyes, which may theoretically work, we don't know at this point. Jury's still out. Then he's gonna do it, even if all the other Punisher cops immediately gun him down after.
Right, he has no reason not to kill Fisk after everything he has done. Mm-hmm. Like he knows, Fisk is a monster.
He's literally met Fisk as well before.
He literally said the next time we see each other, I'm gonna kill you. Yeah.
Yeah.
My goodness.
That'll be how they end Fisk. That'll be how they end Fisk, isn't it? That'll be how he dies.
Well, yeah. It's again, like I said, they could have Fisk die in a way that just completely absolves Matt of the guilt of it. So he chooses to spare him, and then Frank's like, well, I don't, and then kills him, and then that oh well. There's Matt's conscience clear. Yeah.
They treat Frank up until this post-credit scene like he's a man who just doesn't have a deceptive bone in his body and is just like brute force walking and all guns blazing. And I'm like, everything we've seen of Frank, like literally everything, every time we've seen him, he has concocted some kind of like duplicitous plan to like convince someone, to get what he wants, basically through subterfuge.
Mm-hmm. Remember when he was on the roof and like the guy came up to the roof to be like, "Hey, I heard like noise up here," and he's like, "Oh yeah, it's just me smoking a cigarette. I'm visiting my sister. Yeah." You're in the army? I was in the army. Yeah, I served 2 tours, this and this. Yeah, you have a nice night, sir.
Yeah, do you remember that time he hid a razor blade under a skin and got captured by the Irish on purpose? And then blew a bunch of them up with the money he said was in the van, just so he could get close enough to this one guy to fucking kill him and ask him about the murder of his family. Hey, remember those things?
Planning used to be a thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Intelligence used to be a thing.
Remember when Frank dressed up, I can't remember her name now, the girl from season 2 of The Punisher, dressed her up and dangled her out like bait to try and get close to a child molester so he could get information?
Mm-hmm.
It turns out Frank actually does, remember when he faked taking Karen as a hostage so that he could get out of a standoff? Mm-hmm. Frank does this, guys. He lies.
Yeah, he does not fight fair.
Rule number 1, the Punisher lies. Yeah.
Season 2 will show he got captured on purpose.
Yes. Did he break anyone else out or just himself? I'm curious about that.
Yeah, I was about to say, surely you take the opportunity to break all the other guys out so that Fisk doesn't have them as leverage.
Mm-hmm. And then now he has the swordsman on his side too. I'm sure all of this will be explored in the Punisher special presentation because that'll be great.
Yeah, I'm filled with fucking
venom.
Just so many positive feelings. Just the idea that I'm filled with so much hope for that fucking presentation after John Bernthal's comments. Good lord.
And that was Daredevil Born Again, or otherwise Daredevil Unborn Myself, because what the fuck was this monstrosity?
10 out of 10. No notes.
No notes.
Daredevil, and with that, I never really cared for them.
Okay.
My notes. Welcome to the 1/10th intelligence.
Goodbye, sir.
Welcome to the 100th intelligence. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye, chat. Thanks for having me on, Sheev.
Yeah, sir. Thanks for coming on.
Bye-bye.
I was here too.
Well, I'm in agony. I'm so fucking glad this is over, though, because now all I have to do is finish my video, and then I'm done, and I don't have to ever think about the show again. It's gonna be great.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna put together my video once I get into my new flat and have the the space and the computer time to do that, and I'm gonna put this video together, and then I don't have to ever think about this fucking show ever again in my whole life. I can just go on pretending it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. There's no pretending about it.
Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna be writing my video about a thing that doesn't exist. It'll be like a what if.
What if they did all these stupid things with Daredevil?
Can you even imagine if they'd done this? Like, can you even imagine though?
I also realized I didn't even really point out the fact that Frank does actually bring up the fact that Mac took a bullet for Fisk, but doesn't actually meaningfully acknowledge it. It's just fucking insane.
Why did you do that? Again, filling the pattern of people in the show, okay, like side characters in the show, raising excellent questions about the world building or character writing. That just we asked the question, so we don't have to answer it now. Like, why is Fisk running for mayor? Why are you here? Why are you doing this? How did this happen? Why did you take a bullet for Fisk? Tune in next time.
Why is the moon white?
It's racist. I asked it.
True. I hate the show.
I don't think I can adequately, get across the absolute depths of my contempt for the absolute shit show that is this supposed piece of media.
I want to see your live reactions to the first episode and the finale.
I mean, you'll see. Madvocat's got all the recordings. I don't know what he's gonna do with all of them, but you'll see stuff, I'm sure.
Yeah, it'll be in his video. I mean, the finale by the end, our reactions were just like quiet despair. Like, I don't think we were even particularly vocal in the last episode. Past the first opening line, we had a lot to say about the opening line, but after that point, we just gave up. We're like,
episode. Yeah, the first 15 minutes and this finale had me screaming in rage. I was pissed. My God.
That's great. Anyway,
I gotta ask. Which is worse, this or the Acolyte?
This. We were on the fence about it for a while, but I think that finale really sold it.
We have to stop, setting ourselves up. Because, the Acolyte, Ahsoka came out and we're like, this is the worst. It can't get worse than this. And then the Acolyte came out and we're like, this is the worst. It can't get worse than this. And now Daredevil Born Again, and we're like, this is the lowest rung in hell. And I'm like, we need to stop saying that because they're taking it as a challenge at this point.
But it had sauce. So
I guess the more interesting question is, what's worse, the She-Hulk finale or this show?
It's this show.
I'm gonna say this show.
Man,
I'd say just the She-Hulk finale, but that's just because the She-Hulk finale broke the very concept of reality. Actually, even the pretense that it existed. Whereas this show is this is the worst you can do while still theoretically pretending you're telling a story. She-Hulk the finale was just we are not telling a story. This is an act of it was the Daredevil Born Again is a 0.2 on the scale of storytelling out of 10. The She-Hulk finale is a 0 because it was no, we're not telling a story. We're just fucking with you.
Right.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Gee, when would you like to do a rival session?
Maybe tonight. I don't know. I'm gonna get some food first because I had a sandwich at the beginning of this stream, but I didn't finish it because it was gross, and I'm really hungry.
Okay.
But yeah, I am going to
fill up on all the delicious content that Daredevil Born Again provided.
I am going to get this fucking stream ended so that I can just probably sit and stare at my wall for a few minutes and just kind of collect my bearings.
Be like Fisk staring at his wall,
You know what? I'm gonna put us all out of our misery. Chat, thank you so much for joining us on this.
No, Andrew's back.
Stream of consciousness nightmare. Andrew, you've just come back for the signing off.
You're just.
Yeah, we were just ending it.
I can read just in time to say goodbye.
Are we actually still live?
Yeah.
Yes, we are still live.
I'm trying to end it.
Okay. All right. Hi, guys. Southpaw here. I have not been talking for most of tonight. I have had a day.
Oh, I forgot he was going to do this. Yeah.
I think I talked more than you, to be honest.
Please make this speedy.
Yeah. we all need a palate cleanser after sitting through the disaster that was Born Again. Watch The Pit. It's a fucking incredible medical drama on Max. Think ER meets 24. It's probably the best show that's airing right now. I cannot recommend it enough.
Devil's Hour exists.
Yeah, Devil's Hour exists.
Yeah, guys, remember to watch Cars on the Road. That's
I will.
An masterpiece.
I am not watching Cars on the Road. I will watch The Devil's Hour. You guys should watch The Pit.
I will.
But yeah.
I'll get around to it eventually. But yes, chat, I'm going to fucking end it here. Chat, thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure you had a wonderful time. Please let us go. Please,
Goodbye!
Please.